Sacred Beast Tamer is an extremely rare title, and the one who holds it can summon and use the power of monsters and beasts. They are also called phantoms. The village of Grayella is nestled on the outskirts. Here, as soon as a child turns 12, the priest decides their future path, and each child is carefully told about the possibilities of the chosen vocation. Rock froze in shock when he realized he had become a tamer of sacred beasts. Amy was passionately fascinated by the boy's calling. She thought that becoming a tamer of sacred beasts was really cool. The newly minted tamer looked embarrassed and admitted to her that the priests knew nothing about it. The girl assured him that everything was fine. Isaac and Cara were deeply confident. Rock would definitely cope with the new task. They sincerely smiled and encouraged him with simple words of support, and the boy felt relief and gratitude. Isaac will grow up to become the best gladiator in the world. Amy will rise to become the best sorceress in the world. Carol will become a priestess who can heal any wound. Rock will grow up to become an outstanding tamer of sacred beasts. The friends decided to combine their unique abilities and talents to create a top-level team, S rank. The boys stood shoulder to shoulder, raising their hands high and firmly supporting each other, although each had to go their own way, and their callings were different. The boy wanted to capture every moment of their shared journey, so he stood by their side at every step and helped make his friends' dreams come true. After 3 years, Rock finally returned home, but as soon as he crossed the threshold, he overheard a conversation that shocked him. It turned out that the friends were preparing to banish him from here forever. Isaac began to claim that this young man supposedly intended to become a tamer of sacred beasts, but he did not yet have a single truly strong beast. Right now, he only carries things and performs simple tasks that anyone can handle. Emmy tried to object, reminding that they had always acted together, but the boy interrupted her and said that their team had already become a Class S party, the kind that people admire and want to join. They can no longer keep taking into battle someone who brings no benefit. Moreover, they already had a brave hero ready to join their team, so it was a great opportunity to strengthen the lineup. If this hero joins their team, they will become kings. They cannot refuse him. He will strongly influence the development of the village and bring them closer to fulfilling their dreams. Emmy agreed with the others, and the boy at the threshold was very upset. Tomorrow they will invite that hero to the Dungeon of Destruction. Together they will successfully complete it and say goodbye to Roku. Isaac asked Cara if she really intended to take that dress into the dungeon tomorrow. She decided to take the dress with her. She was afraid to leave it unattended and risk theft, so she warned her friend that no one should complain about the extra bag. Their conversation died down there. The young man asked Emmy to personally tell Roku everything, but the girl asked him to wait a little longer. She wanted to say something else. A quiet boy hiding nearby overheard the entire conversation and felt fear and anxiety growing inside him. His face noticeably darkened, and his heart clenched with pain and despair. Friends said that the holy beast had not yet crossed his path, while those called otherwise were lucky. However, Roku, with his divine power, step by step raised the basic stats of equipment and strengthened the supportive magic of friends. He took on absolutely all auxiliary tasks, cooked delicious food, carried heavy bags, entertained with dances, spied in necessary places, and negotiated with guild representatives. He could not understand at all why suddenly they started treating him so coldly and unfairly. Brave Kid warmly introduced himself and gladly said that it was a great honor for him to join such a famous squad and set out with them into the dungeon. Rock was clearly glad that this hero would go with them, but Isaac sharply turned away and cast a contemptuous glance, openly showing his displeasure. Kid politely said that he bowed to God for giving such wonderful talents to the beautiful ladies, and this sincere compliment along with the newcomer's politeness won over the young man. He developed a liking for the new team member. The hero addressed his assistant and asked him to guard his belongings, because the bags contained items that the boy could not earn in a lifetime. The surprised boy instantly regretted what he said. Amy persistently explained that he was not an assistant at all, but a full-fledged team member, and the newcomer looked at her in amazement, not understanding how this young man ended up in such a famous group. It turned out the child thought that young man was just a servant, because he saw him carrying heavy things. Cara intervened and immediately suggested moving on. Isaac casually called Kid to look at his unusual weapon before they set off. This sword was the very one that could kill a dragon, and it had a glorious history. They say the king himself gave it, and it really could defeat a dragon. This sword was considered one of the greatest artifacts, making it was thought almost impossible. But suddenly Rock noticed a small, barely visible crack on the blade. He was not even allowed to speak. Isaac sternly ordered to leave the boy alone and commanded the guys to quickly prepare to depart. Right before entering the dungeon, the guys humorously and lively discussed the plan. They knew the dungeon could only be taken together, so they cared for each other. Cara took on the role of healer. Raising their swords, the friends prepared to move forward, while Rock stayed aside. Before the young man again appeared a familiar scene from childhood, and he felt déjà vu. Recalling the past, he could not hold back tears. Loneliness and futility hurt again. Always, whether joy or sorrow, they were one whole and supported each other, and the boy dreamed of realizing their shared dreams. But now, it seems, he would no longer be able to help his friends achieve their goals. In the Dungeon of Extinction, the friends constantly shouted at the stone, reproached it for slowness, and barked, "Move faster!" as if it was slowing their progress forward like a turtle. The ability to sense the terrain allowed the boy to roughly determine where and how many monsters were in the dungeon. With a map in hand, they could avoid enemies and reach the goal. But the shortest path is not always the best. Isaac sharply raised his voice, forced the boy to hurry, and did not let him explain the situation. The gladiator, overwhelmed with guilt, sincerely apologized to Kid and promised to lead him to the boss as soon as possible. The young man confidently said that there were significantly fewer monsters in the dungeon compared to his previous visit, and, calming everyone down, added that even a mercenary could boldly go ahead because the current route was safe. Isaac asked if that man had been here before, and Kid confirmed. Yes, he had entered the dungeon shortly after its appearance. He went there with a self-proclaimed adventurer, but encountered danger and barely escaped death. Since then, the boy decided not to go to the dungeon with those he considered weak and incapable, because he realized how hard it was to rely on unprepared comrades. The year was ordered to deal with the monsters, and he rushed into the attack. Isaac raised his voice again, angry at the boy's slowness, insisting on hurrying. After all, the request was simple and clear. But the children suddenly intervened, quietly took his noisy companion aside, and said that the guide was not taking the shortest path, which caused general surprise among the expedition members. The young man shouted loudly, accusing the companion of deliberately choosing a detour out of revenge and leading them through confusing paths, as if playing a cunning game to annoy the group and complicate the journey. As soon as the boy began to justify himself, Amy instantly slapped him hard across the face. She asked him if he did not understand that they came here not for fun. The young man realized that even this girl was not on his side. Earlier, he constantly explained the routes and assured others that this would avoid encounters with monster groups. Everyone believed him and endured inconveniences for the sake of safety. But later the moment came when trust began to fade. The boys insisted on taking the shortest path. They knew it would inevitably lead them to meet many monsters, but loudly assured that they would easily cope with the threat and placed all responsibility on the boy himself. Emmy reminded the gladiator to focus on the enemies. There would soon be more of them, and the boy could not understand when his childhood friends so sharply changed their attitude towards him, and the squad considered him completely useless. The whole team froze before the gigantic doors, whose size seemed incredible, and everyone felt the weight of the next step in the anxious, alluring unknown hidden behind those gates. Out of breath after a long journey, the boys realized, behind these huge doors hides the final enemy, the powerful dungeon boss. Rock said that they probably needed to rest, but he was misunderstood. He repeated it again, and as a result, they began blaming him as if he were responsible for someone's fatigue. Emmy said that he did not understand. Over time, it only becomes more dangerous. Kid thought he was stupid because he could not find his place in this group. The boy called Isaac an idiot. Isaac asked why they were speaking to them condescendingly and asked the girls for permission. The team hesitated for a long time, looking for the right moment to break ties with the boy. But patience ran out. They decided to permanently exclude Rock from the group as soon as they left the dungeon. Instead, they decided to officially take Kid into the squad. He proved that he could be relied upon, and that he was truly a useful comrade. The boy clearly understood the group's decision, and the rest unanimously supported this choice. Gathering strength and confidence, they boldly go to the final trial, declaring themselves the strongest and most united team, ready to overthrow the formidable boss. Before the boy's eyes, a familiar childhood image emerged again, as if time had turned back, and he suddenly felt a strange déjà vu. He was entrusted to look after a girl named Cara, and he imagined that he would play an important, though inconspicuous role. Before the heroes appeared the dungeon boss, a huge gray wolf, and its gaze radiated threat and power. Gray wolves are usually common dungeon bosses that even E-class adventurers can defeat. But this one was completely different. Its fur shimmered with silver, and that meant the group was facing Fenrir, a mythical creature of the highest rank in the monster hierarchy. This monster is a representative of the legendary class, and even an S-rank hunter would have to give their all to defeat it. The wisest thing was to quietly retreat, not to take risks, and not to attract Fenrir's attention. But Isaac, full of excessive confidence and arrogance, said it was just an ordinary gray wolf that the group and a child could handle. Rock vainly begged the guys not to go for a reckless attack, but the friends did not listen to his warnings and rushed into battle. The consequences were terrible. All group members froze in shock and finally realized how great a threat hung over them. Kid swung the legendary weapon, but as soon as it touched Fenrir's armored skin, it suddenly crumbled and proved powerless against the boss's strength. The boy suddenly realized that this method did not work on the enemy. The wolf howled loudly. The monster's gaze passed through the boys. They trembled, and any will to resist disappeared. Cara experienced this especially hard. She froze in horror and fell to the floor, powerless to move. The boy fervently begged everyone to retreat immediately, explaining that despite incredible endurance, he could no longer effectively oppose the wolf because his weapon was broken. But Isaac rejected the idea of fleeing, saying the fight had not even begun yet. It turned out that the beast was so powerful that even damage inflicted in sleep barely affected it. So, realizing the futility of resistance, the heroes instantly fled. The gladiator was boiling with irritation but had to obey the group's decision. Rock noticed how the entire team was rapidly retreating backward, fleeing from the enraged creature. Kid instantly stabbed a knife right into the body of the man running nearby, and grimly said that this was the role circumstances had assigned him. A cruel expression of rage flared up on the young man's face, fully revealing his hatred. It was the king's spare sword, and the young man allowed Rock to take other things and valuables, saying it was like a gift before his death. Then Kid approached Isaac, quietly asked if he would accept him as a full member of the group, and heard a confident yes. The boy on the ground could not understand why his friends treated him so cruelly, and it was even more terrifying to watch the beast rushing straight at him, threatening instant death. Even more wounded her soul were Amy's actions. She passed by indifferently, showing complete lack of compassion and loyalty, although she coldly asked him to forgive her. The boy recalled conversations with friends, their promises to become stronger and support each other in any trials. Cara's gaze filled with trust and a plea for protection, and how Amy proudly said that it was thanks to him that their friendly team appeared. It all wouldn't leave his mind, and his heart was breaking at the thought that his closest had betrayed him. The boy did not want to believe that the end was near, and those who promised support had left him alone to face the monster. Fenrir opened his jaws wide, ready to swallow the victim whole, but the boy sitting on the ground, despite the deadly danger, could not hold back tears, because he was overwhelmed by deep loneliness and a sense of injustice after his loved ones abandoned him. The monster aloud pondered that people are sometimes too cruel and leave a tribesman to die alone. It promised the boy a quick death so that he would not have time to feel pain. Hearing these words, the young man slowly turned and looked straight into the eyes of his killer, full of incomprehension and fear of the inevitable end. The boy asked the monster, "Can you speak the human language?" The monster shuddered. It could not believe that Rock understood its language. It seems that was the case. The ability to understand the language of animals was indeed one of the rare skills of tamers of sacred beasts. Fenrir asked the young man if he wanted to continue the fight, since the monster was now free and the clash promised to be interesting. Rock politely refused the duel, and only hoped that the monster would let him go alive. Wolf, wanting to have some fun, indignantly complained about the unbearable boredom on this dungeon level, from which he himself could not escape. He was not going to die during that dubious entertainment proposed by the monster, so he suddenly decisively sprang into action and quickly pulled Isaac's breastplate out of his bag. The young man threw the cuirass straight at the predator. The throw was accurate. The armor gleamed brightly in the dim light of the dungeon, and, sensing the smell of metal and magic, the wolf became alert and interested in the new toy. Vovk instantly caught the thrown object and, wide-eyed with surprise, looked at the young man as if asking, "Why are you throwing things?" The boy threw the bib again. The predator watched the movement of the object with curiosity, grabbed it again, but still could not understand the intention of human cunning. Vovk did not understand at all what was happening, but the new funny game gave him real pleasure, and childhood memories of caring for domestic animals prompted the young man to take the initiative and entertain Fenrir. The young man recalled that the monster had said earlier, "It is impossible to leave the floor through the magical barrier. Even such a powerful creature cannot do it." So he risked proposing a deal, hoping to turn the situation to his advantage. The young man cautiously said that if the wolf got out of there, he would agree to go on a journey with him. The wolf burst out laughing. It seemed incredibly funny to him. But then he pondered and admitted that he liked the idea. After all, Fenrir never lied. The hero froze in complete shock at what he heard, and for the first time imagined that such a creature could truly have friendship. A voice sounded in the boy's head. Fenrir wants to become his friend and hinted that he would be the first to take a step toward true friendship. The boy at first did not understand what he heard, but remembered that he had previously read about the profession of a tamer, where the appearance of a voice in the head was described in detail. Changes were happening right now. The young man had long found a loyal friend in the mighty creature, and Fenrir, sensing the mood of his new master, shuddered slightly and showed agreement and readiness to serve. The voice declared that the wolf had become his friend, because he fulfilled all the requirements and gained access to the mini monster garden. Now his beasts would be able to transform. The voice still echoed in his head, and the young man did not understand what was happening or where these changes would lead. To find out what the changes would lead to, the young man carefully observed his ward, and over time it became clear. Fenrir was literally overflowing with incredible power. The boy introduced himself as Locum Sistel and joyfully greeted his new companion. "Glad to meet you, Fenrir." And the pet showed in response that it was also glad. He warned, calling him Fenrir is incorrect. This name belongs to the entire species, not to him personally. The new favorite never tired of asking to come up with a worthy and memorable name, proudly showing his uniqueness and strength, while the owner immersed himself in thought, trying to choose the perfect nickname that would reflect the character and potential of his four-legged friend. The master solemnly announced that he named his favorite Lucky and asked the wolf for his opinion. Fenrir listened carefully to the new name, pronounced it aloud, and evaluated the sound and nuances of the pronunciation. The new friend shone with joy over the chosen name and sincerely rejoiced, considering himself the happy bearer of such a magnificent title. A chest of treasures appeared, instantly attracting the young man's attention. It turned out that to befriend Fenrir, he had to defeat the strongest inhabitant of the dungeon, and his curiosity did not allow him to miss the chance to examine the contents of the mysterious chest. In the chest lay two strange items, a bracelet and a massive leather collar with bright red decoration that immediately caught the eye, and Lucky impatiently demanded that the new owner put the ornament on his neck right away, clearly admiring its appearance. Locke tightened the bracelet and activated the entrance to the mini garden of monsters. The device allowed him to freely enter and exit, always have access to the place for training and growing domestic monsters, and a familiar voice confidently sounded in his head. Bewildered by the appearance of the mysterious inscription Mini Monster Garden, the young man closely examined the surface of the clock, trying to discern a connection with the recently discovered device. Suddenly, Lucky wanted to show the system to his master, and, like a shadow, smoothly slipped into the clock mechanism and disappeared from sight. Having made sure that the pet was feeling well, the boy asked if he had handled the move normally, and from the depths of the clock came the joyful voice of Lucky, who confirmed his safe return to a cozy place. The new experience captivated the wolf, and he sincerely advised his master to try the same. So Locke listened to his friend, and for the first time dared to plunge into the magical world of the miniature monster garden. Taking a step forward, the boy found himself in a new dimension, in a spacious garden full of greenery and gentle, cozy tranquility. Finding himself in the miniature world, the boy froze with admiration, looking at the amazing scene before him. Its beauty took his breath away and filled his heart with joy and happiness. The place was quiet and conducive to sleep, not spacious but cozy. The temperature and weather were optimal, and things could be conveniently stored in the neighboring shed. Among many magical artifacts were devices that sent things to another dimension for safe storage, and for the first time the young man was surprised to see that such a device could admit living beings. Not only owners but also guests. We inquired about his plans for the future. Locke said that even adventurers of the highest rank need a rest after an exhausting period, so he planned to devote the near future to searching for and recruiting new monster allies, like Lucky. The idea of finding companions seemed funny to the animal. He assured that soon there would be a whole company of strong and free creatures dreaming of breaking free from the underground labyrinth's rule. But the boy reminded his friend that first they needed to successfully pass the current dungeon level. Locke was riding on the wolf's back. The faithful beast warned the young man to hold on tighter so as not to lose balance, and the owner warmly thanked his friend for his care and attention and highly appreciated his understanding. The boy persistently asked his faithful assistant to turn right instead of going straight. The wolf was surprised. After all, the straight road led to the exit, but the boy explained that ahead there would be many dangerous encounters with crowds of monsters. The friend approved the decision and was glad to have a wise and cautious companion nearby. They went right, but soon the boy asked Lucky to stop for a moment. This time they came across a pile of monster bodies. Loki suggested collecting trophies, They could be sold profitably, and some parts would be suitable for food. Lucky rejoiced at the prospect of a tasty lunch, and, sensing the benefit, the boy immediately switched to resource-gathering mode. The loyal pet looked surprised at the owner's ingenious idea to gather resources and hide them in a special way, and when the boy climbed onto his back, he instinctively felt it was possible, and was able to realize the idea. He asked his favorite Lucky to repeat the trick, but the attempt failed. Lucky applied it unsuccessfully and accidentally broke what he had gathered into small pieces. Disappointed and upset by his own clumsiness, the wolf barely held back tears. Fenrir sincerely admitted the mistake, confessing that he had used too much force and damaged the material, decided to fix it, and promised to handle the item carefully, only with the tips of his claws, to avoid damaging the structure. After which the wolf activated the folding ability again. Unfortunately, the material was damaged again. The young man calmly noted that no matter the result, it is important to remember the main rule. During material collection, they must not be damaged under any circumstances. They must be ready to take on and solve a real problem. The pet wind plaintively touches the magical barrier with his paws, which blocks the path to freedom. The obstacle turned out to be very strong, and the wolf realized he could not handle it alone. The adventure was short, but incredibly bright and fun. It gave many unforgettable emotions and impressions. The owner encouraged his companion, advised not to give up too soon and try to pass through the barrier in an unusual way, through a portal in the miniature monster garden. Understanding the plan, Loki instantly moved to the pocket dimension of the watch and was ready to back up any strategy. There were no guarantees of success. The barrier was too powerful, and it was only possible to guess whether it would be possible to pass it safely at all. Passing through the barrier was easy, without any complications. Returning to the real world, the wolf happily noticed how the owner skillfully, gracefully, and effectively overcame the obstacle. The boys sighed with relief and safely exited the dungeon, encountering no obstacles or difficulties. As expected, Fenrir sincerely thanked his master for helping him escape from years of imprisonment, while Loki, completely unaware of this method of release, awaited their next joint journey with a trembling heart. Loki continues to seek communication with new allies to establish warm, friendly relations, and find common ground with future teammates and a new friend. The boy extended his hand palm down and clenched his fist, as if an invitation, shake, as a sign of luck and trust. Loki gently touched his hand with his nose, tenderly establishing contact. With this simple gesture, a historic moment occurred. The first true friendship was born between Loki and a representative of Fenrir. Meanwhile, in the royal capital Kronte, all residents froze in fear, looking at the giant wolf that filled the square. Fenrir stood right in the middle of the street, and the young man understood. Such a reaction was entirely expected and natural, considering his height and appearance. The soldiers instantly took defensive positions near the Adventurers Guild building, upon seeing the huge gray wolf approaching and ready to attack, while Loki tried to convince the guards to wait, assuring them that the wolf was his pet and would not attack. But the soldiers paid no attention to him. At that moment, the guild doors opened and Rika, the administrator of the Adventurers Guild, entered the hall, determined to personally clarify the matter. She warmly greeted the young man, who responded gladly, but then the question arose. Should he now go with the team to explore the dangerous dungeon, the Flame of Destruction? Rickon noticed the large dog near the boy, but quickly corrected the girl, explaining that it was not a dog but his pet Fenrir. The wolf greeted her friendly, and she was stunned to learn she was dealing with a legendary character. The girl sincerely congratulated the boy on earning the title of Tamer and emphasized that it was a rare and difficult achievement, while a man in the crowd could not believe his eyes. Before him stood the famous Fenrir, who had become an obedient and faithful assistant to an ordinary person. The administrator announced that for the official recognition of the new team member, the animal needed to be registered. Meanwhile, Loki comfortably settled in the square, quietly snoring and ignoring the fuss around him. After registration, the girl anxiously inquired about the fate of the rest of the team. The young man was surprised to learn that his former comrades had not yet appeared, and with a trembling voice, he recounted how that guy treacherously struck him and left him in a dark dungeon. Rika anxiously asked about the boy's condition and, after making sure he was fine, sighed with relief. It turned out that Kid's sword was not sharp enough to seriously wound Locke, so the tragedy was avoided, and the administrator recalled recent rumors about Kid. His reputation really left much to be desired. These rumors appeared when that scoundrel joined the adventurers of Class B and went to explore the dungeon of the Flame of Ruin. The expedition ended in disaster. Only Kid and one other participant survived. Soon, rumors spread. Allegedly, the boy deliberately set up his comrades as bait to save himself, sacrificing them. Locke quietly agreed that the gossip turned out to be true. The girl curiously asked why he became the target of the last incident, and the boy paled and admitted that he considered himself the least useful in the group, and was ashamed to admit his weaknesses. Rika could not understand what was happening. She considered Locke the most useful in the team, and the boy was stunned because anyone in the group could have performed his duties. Soon it turned out that as soon as they descended into the dungeon, he was immediately expelled, and the girl was shocked. The administrator decisively stated that the information he provided was false, but in reality, it was thanks to the efforts and talent of this boy that their squad achieved a high S class, and without him, the rating would inevitably have fallen to B class. Locke indignantly denied this, claiming that their abilities were not subject to overestimation, and that the demotion was unfounded. And the girl coldly replied that betrayal and violation of the team's code of conduct are serious offenses that cannot be left unaddressed and unpunished. Moreover, the fact that they did not return from the S-level dungeon clearly speaks about their true abilities. They really did not return and remained in the team with the child. The young man was going to help his former comrades, but the administrator stopped him and sternly warned that they might do the same to him again as last time. Locke agreed with her remark, but firmly stated that the main purpose of his return was to retrieve his belongings left in the dungeon. Rika felt what motivated the young man and allowed him to go. At the exit, the boy was greeted by his faithful pet, happily playing among the children, who were fascinated by the interaction with this unusual animal. The owner invited the animal to set off on the journey, but the pet firmly replied that it would not do the same thing twice. The same people who once betrayed it could betray it again. The young man felt that Lucky was right and understood. This matter would be his last help to those who had lost the right to trust. He clearly outlined the boundaries of the relationship. The owner's decision fully satisfied the animal, and he saw no point in convincing his friend. The children gathered around and sadly waved goodbye to the travelers, bidding farewell to the pet that had become part of their childhood. The decision turned out to be correct and just in time. Feeling inner harmony and agreement in actions, the young man and his partner cheerfully set off on the road for new adventures. Meanwhile, in the dungeon Flame of Destruction, Kid angrily argued with his comrades, not understanding why no one remembered the way out without the map. Isaac asked them to calm down. He himself did not remember the way back. Cara added that it was Locke who helped them orient themselves in the dungeon. Kid was outraged that they deserved S-level, but their efficiency suddenly dropped, which stunned everyone. The guys came from the 10th floor and begged the brave man to stop complaining, saying he himself also did not know how to handle weapons well. Kid clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction and reminded them that they had chosen a different, shorter path, so it was strange that they constantly ran into monsters. He was sure that monsters should weaken as you go down, but on the contrary, they only became stronger, and he did not know what to do about it. The group decided to rest a little and regain strength. Isaac encouraged the guys and assured them that soon they would reach the 4th floor, where monsters would definitely be weaker than the current opponents. The main thing was to endure and reach the goal. The young man asked about the condition of Kid's sword, but Kid sharply interrupted the conversation and ordered him to take care of his own weapon first, noting that the young man's blade was in excellent condition. He explained with a proud smile that the sword was bought in a shop on one of the city streets, and during all the time of use, the blade had not gotten a single scratch or rust. The brave man asked to show everyone his sticks. Looking at his weapon, Kid Popley said he didn't understand how he ended up in such a mediocre company of losers, and another guy sharply demanded that he explain what exactly he meant. He quietly said that no one understands the most important thing. All this time they survived only thanks to the divine protection of their patron. It is impossible to rise to S rank in less than 3 years. The guys tried to refute this, insisting that they achieved everything by their own efforts and talent, but Kid categorically rejected their words and insisted that their success was not merit, but a blessing from a former friend. Divine protection can only be obtained next to a wizard. It protects swords and pole weapons from damage and dirt, and at the same time increases the basic characteristics of an ally, making him stronger in battle. It turned out that the team had been covered by divine protection all along, and they never thanked the wizard who brought them success. This shocked everyone in the group. In other words, without the mage, the team realistically only pulled to B, and they reached S level only thanks to him. The atmosphere immediately tensed, and Isaac, after thinking, decided the S-rank adventurer can only be obtained thanks to Locke's contribution to his stats. He remembered how the friend was praised all the time, and he himself was endlessly pushed to improve his skills. Even after he left the team, this guy was still the best at everything. Gladiator stubbornly refused to acknowledge the facts, and attributed the team's successes to himself, and Amy frowned skeptically. The absurdity of such a view was obvious to her. The brave man considered the guy a problem and began interrogating others about their combat skills. After he asked Cara if she could apply 1 or 2 healing spells to each, he turned to Amy and continued to assess what contribution each would make to the overall victory. Learning that the girl could accumulate magic and skillfully wield martial arts, he immediately began to craft a combat tactic that played to the strengths of each team member. If the team wants to reach the 4th floor, they will first have to face 5 orange ants. But they will definitely call for reinforcements, and given everything known, a direct assault is too risky. The boy asked the healer to treat everyone in the team. Isaac would take the vanguard, the mage would stand right behind him. The healer would follow the mage, and the boy himself would take the end of the column and guard the rear. Cara nodded and confirmed that she understood the order. All team members regained consciousness and confirmed that they were ready to act according to the plan. And then the order came: do not look back, break through. Suddenly Kid made a cunning maneuver and attacked Cara from behind. The young man cynically greeted the girl. She had completed the last task and healed the team, but in his eyes she had already lost all value. The girl was satisfied because now she could become a good bait and help others escape. Cara froze in shock. She could not believe what had happened. Tears blurred her vision, and she begged her comrades not to leave her alone and to save her from this terrible fate. They abandoned her without any hesitation. She found herself completely alone, overwhelmed by horror and despair. Death caught up with her instantly. Isaac asked why the young man killed Cara, and the young man explained that acting otherwise was impossible. For the sake of general survival, such a sacrifice was inevitable. He assured that what happened in the dungeon would remain a secret, known only to the chosen, including those guys who accidentally became accomplices in this dark event. The guys froze at what they heard, and Kid quietly explained that the presence of the servant was very advantageous for them, and if he himself had betrayed them, it would have been irrefutable proof of their full involvement in the crime. The young man felt disgust when he realized he had joined a team of losers, and sharply warned them not to expect further cooperation. Isaac asked him to be silent because the boy himself was not nearly as strong as he tried to appear. The gladiator desperately rushed at the monsters, but his blows could do nothing against the creatures of the 4th floor. Not long ago, fights with giant ants were much simpler, and now dealing with them was incredibly difficult. Remembering the words of the brave man, Isaac relaxed, and the enemies suddenly attacked him from behind. Suddenly, Locke appeared riding a huge wolf and swiftly charged at the giant ants. Lucky's attack scattered the insects and instantly changed the course of the battle. The boys stood stunned. Isaac said coldly, "This man should have died long ago." But the young man objected. He said he managed to return from hell itself. Yama hesitated, whether it was worth dealing with comrades right here, below, since everything could remain unnoticed within the dungeon walls. Amy pleaded with her companion to save Cara, the girl who was left alone on the 5th level. Locke was stunned when he learned that the same thing had happened to her, a cruel betrayal. Kid insisted that a sacrifice was needed for their rescue and there was no other choice. Tamer exploded and called everyone scoundrels. Lucky waved it off. It was absurd. He said the boys personally betrayed him, and now were even asking for support. It was painful to realize. Earlier, the comrades did not think at all about their actions, and the master simply ordered them to move on. The animal noticed that the boy had an incredibly good heart and decided that the dress, carelessly thrown over the backpacks, probably belonged to Cara. The wolf grimaced at the unpleasant smell, and it turned out that the source was perfume. They moved forward, leaving behind the rest of the former team. On the 5th floor, the friends did not retreat. They fought fiercely against numerous enemies and won one victory after another. From their nests burst a huge cloud of ants, attracted by the smell of fresh blood, and they rushed to the source. Even Fenrir's strength was not enough. There were too many enemies. A young man instantly rushed to help his faithful pet. When Lucky was nearby, the owner felt completely confident and fearless. They did win after all. Around them on the floor lay the defeated monsters. The wolf praised the boy, admiring the amazing techniques he had mastered in battle, and the boy confirmed that it was the first time he showed such combat agility. Together they were a wonderful team that could overcome any difficulties. The boy friendly extended his hand and placed it on the nose of his pet, marking their joint victory and strong bond between them. Now the heroes had a new task: to find missing Cara. Fenrir confidently pointed the direction and firmly said that the one they were looking for was right there. The girl lay motionless on the ground, with a lot of blood spread around her. Locke stood nearby and looked at her with sadness. Bright memories of the girl who mixed magical potions for healing and sincerely thanked him for support and care flashed before his eyes. He bitterly regretted being late and missing the chance to intervene in time. Recalling Cara's contribution to creating the healing potion, Locke silently cursed fate and believed that he should be the one to thank her. Suddenly the girl woke up and barely smiled. The people nearby laughed at the surprise. She spoke in a quiet voice, not understanding why the boy was there. She was still alive and had not gone to heaven. And then Cara added guiltily that she regretted the betrayal and realized the harm done could no longer be undone. He sharply interrupted her and said, "It no longer matters. The girl has been declared dead, and now we have another serious problem." This threat materialized in the form of the formidable guardian of the underworld gates, Fenrir. Encounters with him are unavoidable, and the upcoming battle will be difficult and dangerous. Cara cast a glance at him and fainted again, and the young man realized that the guardian of the gates of hell was Cerberus. When the youth was about to return home, he asked his favorite to carry the wounded girl on his broad back, and the favorite agreed only once, clearly stating that he was making this exception only out of respect for the master, and it would not happen again. Locke sincerely thanked his friend heartily, but did not expect to hear such touching and kind words. Meanwhile, he noticed a strange passage nearby. It was the entrance to the home of fierce orange ants, and Lucky rejoiced at the opportunity to savor his favorite treat. He rushed forward and jumped for joy, while the master hurried after him and loudly called for him to wait. Before them stretched rows of neatly laid eggs of large orange ants. The pet, seeing this, started to drool. One egg had a completely different color, and the rest looked as if they had been deliberately crushed from the outside. The egg suddenly burst, and from the crack, like waves, crawled endless streams of angry orange ants. The boy screamed in fright when he saw new creatures crawling out of the egg, and one of the aggressive ants, waving its legs, called him Dad. Locke simply froze in shock when he heard the insects call him Dad, and Lucky explained the situation. It turned out that the man decided to postpone the trip because he knew in advance that there were women outside, and the young man was completely embarrassed and tried to understand what was going on. A voice in his head confidently announced that the orange ants wanted to be friends with him and asked if he would become a friend of the entire colony. Locke felt it clearly. They had just brutally dealt with a group of orange ants, and leaving them alone now was too risky, so after considering everything, he agreed to the offer of friendship. From now on, the entire colony of orange ants was officially his familiars. The ants took on human form, and the mysterious voice transported the whole group to a small garden. Locke announced that he was going to visit the monster's mini-garden and entrusted his favorite to take care of Cara. The faithful assistant immediately rushed to carry out the task, while the young man himself set off there. The voice said that by befriending 6 new monsters, the boy could improve his mini-monster garden. The voice suggested choosing 6 things he wanted to improve. For him, this was something completely new and unusual. He decided to improve the river, the pond, the house, and the fruit tree. Locke was convinced that expanding the spatial sphere of this dimension would lead to an increase in the size of the field. Everything around began to gradually and noticeably change. The young man froze in amazement. The garden's territory suddenly expanded significantly and became one large green field, and hardworking ants were bustling in the distance. They gladly took on household chores in the spacious renovated room. He asked what these little helpers were doing. It turned out that the ants were sorting valuable resources left from the monster he had previously defeated. At first, Locke doubted that such work was within the power of these tiny creatures, but they calmly replied that this was their natural business. One of the girls shyly addressed him with a tender "daddy" and asked if he had behaved well enough, and the boy was a little embarrassed by such an address, but he gently smiled and tenderly stroked her head. The girl burst into loud laughter, sincerely enjoying the moment. The young man finally understood. Being called dad is not as bad as he initially thought. He suddenly became curious why the girl wore a diadem. Perhaps it distinguished her among the usual orange representatives of that breed and made her truly unique. Locke tensed, realizing that now was not the time to relax, and the boy relied on the ants and said goodbye. Lucky immediately felt the return of his master and excitedly exclaimed that a real disaster had occurred. The boy anxiously asked what exactly happened and what fate now awaited Cara. It turned out that all the eggs were empty, so the favorite couldn't even taste a single one, and the young man was bitterly upset and sincerely disappointed by this. The master promised that as soon as his business was done, he would definitely treat the wolf to something especially tasty, and these warm words slightly warmed Locke's heart, filling it with relief. Meanwhile, in front of the majestic building of the Adventurers Guild in the royal capital, the owner again left Lucky waiting outside and apologetically asked for forgiveness for his forgetfulness. The wolf silently accepted the order and obediently waited for his master. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a familiar, unpleasant voice, and the young man froze and looked around, searching for its owner. The boy desperately defended himself, insisting that he was not at all guilty of the committed crime. The matter concerned only members of his party, and he himself was not involved in the incident. Isaac firmly denied this, explaining that the accusations concerned not just the two of them, but the entire group of friends, and rightly noted that if the matter involved everyone, there was no reason to call only Kid and Isaac to resolve the conflict. Rika informed everyone that Mr. Locke had asked them to wait for his return and added nothing more. When the mysterious gentleman himself finally appeared, she sincerely rejoiced and confidently said that now everything would definitely be resolved. Both decisively rejected the accusations, and then the boy approached the young man and defiantly asked him to explain the groundless accusations of the Adventurers Guild, showing how absurd the whole situation was. The boy squeezed out exactly what needed to be clarified, recalling how difficult the fights with monsters on the 4th floor were, even though the group had an S rank, and the case when he used Cara as bait and deliberately wounded her on the 5th level, after which he immediately remembered another such case. Suddenly, the boy recalled the moment when, fleeing from Fenrir, he stabbed him with a knife. Upon hearing this, Isaac jumped up and declared that the boy did not understand what was going on. Kid asked his friend to calm down, and then, turning back to Mr. Locke, firmly remarked that being excluded from the S-class party does not give a person the right to spread lies and make groundless accusations. In the end, this gentleman had no serious evidence of his correctness. He was worried about something else, and he wondered how such a disgusting character could lie with such a sincere facial expression. And the tension in the air signaled the end of the groundless accusations. The children insisted strongly that accusing someone without solid grounds is unfair. Reminding those gathered that he was an honorary hero of the kingdom, he grimly threatened to report everything immediately to the king. Finishing his speech, the boy looked at the other and hopefully asked if he understood the essence of his thought. Mr. Locke realized that the situation was extremely serious, asked for a short break, and, pulling out a piece of the thief's blade, carefully applied it to the wound on his armor. The blade perfectly matched the damage mark, as if it had been cut specifically for it. Then he looked questioningly at Kid, wondering if this material evidence would satisfy Kid, and what the boy saw impressed him so much that he literally froze in surprise. The brave hero tried to wriggle out, said that the boy could have inflicted such a wound on himself, glanced at Isaac hoping for confirmation. But Isaac was silent, and realized that the attempt to explain had failed, and he was in a difficult position. Locke persistently demanded an explanation of the condition of the girl named Cara, subtly hinting at the possible consequences of what had happened, and Amy simply froze at what she saw. She was stunned and truly shocked. The witch fell to her knees, bitterly repenting and begging forgiveness for what had happened, blaming herself for not managing to help her friend in time, although she herself needed support, and feeling deep guilt and sincere regret for being late. Kid cold-bloodedly explained that the girl died due to her own inability to truly protect herself, emphasizing that the group had nothing to do with it. Locke involuntarily repeated these words, not believing his ears. The young man confessed that he had fatally stabbed the girl in the back, and the brave man added that since there was no evidence, and the deceased could not confirm it herself, establishing the truth was very difficult. The trainer called Cara. "Wake up and show the man who attacked you." She jumped up from sleep, thought it was someone's joke, and screamed loudly. Amy was completely confused and shocked. The girl disdainfully said that the young man was a terrible person. The priestess warmly greeted everyone. "Good morning." Amy happily ran up and hugged her tightly. Then suddenly Locke drew the attention of those present, pointing with his hand somewhere to the side. There stood motionless a gloomy and irritated child. Cora flared up with rage and attacked that evil man, loudly shouting how dare he use her as bait, and then, not holding back sarcasm, called him a demon killer. The town exploded. People angrily condemned the boy for daring to call himself a hero. He fought in vain for his reputation, presenting arguments. Enrica noted that it was all pointless. Eyewitness testimony was quite sufficient to prove his guilt. An attack on one's own allies, betrayal, attempted murder, evasion of the duty to protect comrades, and gross disregard for adventurer conduct rules should at least lead to the loss of hero status. Locke politely asked if he could leave already. The receptionist confirmed this to him and thanked him for the cooperation, and at that moment someone called him. Isaac knelt down. Isaac began to apologize fervently, his voice trembling. He explained that he simply had no other choice. Despite admitting guilt, the young man was determined to maintain his status as a high-ranking S-class adventurer. Locke looked sternly at Isaac and coldly asked if he had known in advance that the children were planning a murder. Isaac shook his head and said he did not understand the meaning of the question, and Locke smiled and added that on the way to the dungeon he heard, as if some child would join the team. In his opinion, this proved the experienced gladiator had long been preparing to eliminate him and took advantage of any convenient opportunity. The former comrade decisively rejected these accusations, and assured that he had always acted only out of concern for him. Isaac exclaimed enthusiastically that it was precisely thanks to his efforts that the Tamer reached S-class level. But Rika immediately cut in that thanks to the wise actions of Lord Locke, the whole group earned the right to be called adventurers of the highest rank. In fact, there was only one S-class in the group. This young man, while his comrade could boast only of B-class. Rika was sure, even if Mr. Locke gathered a group of people of lower E-class, nothing would change. The boy begged the secretary not to torment him and said that the girl was simply lying, and that was true. Isaac challenged the Tamer to a duel. The condition was simple. If the Tamer won, the gladiator would agree and submit. But if Isaac won, all accusations would be lifted. The administrator and Mr. Locke gave the go-ahead. The duel would take place under the proposed conditions. The guild decided to test the young man and entrusted him to assemble a team with an additional low-level E-rank member, promising a reward for success. It seemed this was the first official request after a long period of solo runs. So the participant readily agreed, and the secretary began naming the characters of the alternative party. At the party were Isaac, Cara, and Amy, but the boy was temporarily suspended from participating in events. He was suspected of murder. He stubbornly insisted that there was no objective evidence of his guilt, but soon someone from the crowd decided to testify. It turned out that this witness was a member of the famous A-class party Black Spear, and all events unfolded in the Extinction Dungeon, where the friends of the children unconditionally trusted him and considered him an honest and reliable comrade. He sincerely tried to support his friend, and immediately after returning to the city told the townspeople what had happened, but the stories of the unknown adventurer could not shake the authority of the recognized hero. The traveler carried a sharp guilt within himself. He felt that he had not done enough to protect his friend's honor, and the administrator, having listened to him, calmly and philosophically remarked that neither connections nor the hero's influence would distort the facts if there was real evidence of the crime. Kid proudly blurted out that he should not join such a petty company. He had nothing to lose at all. He sarcastically added that he had completely forgotten to mention why the guild decided to detain him, as the reasons for such a hasty arrest were unclear even to him. Mr. Locke insisted that the young hero stop causing trouble and no longer interfere in conflicts, but Kid resolutely replied that he was not used to accepting a lowering of his status, and was ready to defend his position at any cost. The young hero pressed the tip of his sword to Amy's neck, demonstratively threatening her life, while others begged him to stop, saying that it was still possible to regain lost trust and restore relationships in the guild. But the boy was stubborn. He demanded to step aside and openly said that he was not going to remain part of such a foolish organization. Mr. Locke earnestly begged him to release the girl, but the brave man sharply interrupted him and sternly warned, if he did not want to become the cause of our demise, he better immediately retreat and let us pass without obstacles. The boy warned them to step back so they would not become prey to monsters, after which he abruptly moved forward, carrying a weapon and the girl in his arms. Everyone rushed after the fugitive to save the kidnapped girl, but there was no need to panic. The girl was completely safe, and her faithful dog Lucky was sitting patiently nearby. The wolf approached and happily asked his master what he thought about his actions. The tailed favorite carefully placed his paws so as not to harm the child. Mr. Locke sincerely thanked his faithful companion for his timely reaction, and thanks to the joint efforts of the hero and his loyal animal, the criminal was detained without unnecessary noise and fuss. The boy fiercely resisted when the guard tried to put handcuffs on him, jerking sharply and breaking free from the officer's strong grip. The master thanked his faithful assistant with all his heart, who modestly replied, "It's a trifle, not worth thanking." The loyal comrade approached the friends and returned their personal belongings. He had carefully kept them thanks to his vigilance. Amy shyly approached, bowed her head low, and quietly apologized for the whole situation. She was deeply ashamed and embarrassed. Mr. Locke gently interrupted the flow of apologies and noted that excessive self-blame was pointless. Isaac grabbed his head in despair and sadly said that the long-awaited contest seemed to have been cancelled. He had no other choice. He had to accept his former ally back into the team. The young man sighed deeply and keenly felt the absurdity of it all. Mr. Locke categorically refused to join the team of former allies. Cara stepped closer and seriously said that this young man had endured the hardest test of betrayal and deserved a second chance to prove himself in her group. The boy could not believe it had happened, since she had once left him in trouble, so he resolutely declared that he would not be on the same team with such people, while the girl confusedly tried to justify her behavior. Cara accused Isaac, explaining her action by saying that he had previously called Mr. Locke worthless and useless. Isaac denied this, pointing out that the opinion had been expressed by the girl herself. Amy asked everyone to stop the quarrel. During dangerous adventures in the dungeons, everyone on the team felt the boy's contribution. But no one wanted to admit his obvious advantage. So they all closed their eyes to reality and stubbornly preserved the illusion of equal abilities. The girl honestly admitted, the entire responsibility for what happened lies solely with the group members. The administrator approached and announced, it was time to start the scheduled test. A young man shyly apologized for the inconvenience and delay. Upon hearing that there was no need to worry, Rika beamed and told in detail about the upcoming contest. It would start with a C-rank test and gradually rise to B rank. Isaac said that the selected tasks were too simple and did not match their skills, noted that the secretary clearly underestimated the team's capabilities, and firmly declared that defeat was not a threat to him. They needed to obtain real treasures, an egg of the rainbow dragonfly orango, scales, claws, and a fang of a flying dragon, and fresh green emeralds. And for the task to be considered completed, any of these items had to be presented within a week. Mr. Locke thought the tasks were quite simple, but carefully asked Isaac if he was really confident in his choice, and his former friend sharply replied, insisting that it was wrong to assume the young man was going to run away. He could still return to the team. He exploded with indignation and did not understand why such a question was being asked. The secretary asked if he was thinking of leaving the team because of their S-class status. The gladiator was shocked, and the boy instantly understood the hidden meaning of the conversation. The guild had gathered all the necessary information, even data on all the missions the team had completed. It was known that Cara could not stand Oregon. Amy was afraid of demonic insects, and a single glance at a frog paralyzed Isaac. Locke felt that this was a warning from the guild, a hint that rule breakers would not escape punishment. The gladiator confidently promised that they would complete the task. The secretary silently awaited the mission's result, and meanwhile the team set off. She introduced the boy to an adventurer of rank E. The owner told Lucky that they would be a little late, so the favorite could rest here, and the magical creature obediently agreed. Rika asked if there was anything in working in the team that the boy found especially difficult. The boy replied that betrayal and disobedience were unbearable. After all, he bore full responsibility for the life of every team member. Rika sharply declared that she was not a typical beautiful administrator. The young man immediately recalled that she had been the guild administrator for the last 3 years. She still had the same attractiveness, and had hardly changed in appearance, but, according to her, she had gained a lot of weight in the guild, and was no longer young. She wanted to understand what was going on, and Mr. Locke calmly explained that he was trying to get to know his true partner. The secretary noticed that this adventuress found herself in an extremely strange predicament, but he could not imagine that she would betray or openly become an enemy of the team. The young man, on the other hand, was interestedly studying all the features of this unique situation. Rico was a bit skeptical, but believed that the new comrade would soon meet them on the training ground, and hoped that Locke would teach her a lesson, so they entered the building together. Before them stood a graceful young girl with a collar on her neck. The administrator solemnly introduced the stranger as the elf Shannon, and the youth instantly realized an elf had joined their group, an adventurer of the lowest rank E. A slave collar hung on the girl's neck. The secretary explained. The elf was taken into the guild not just like that. She was simultaneously a slave and an adventurer. Mr. Locke did not understand what this meant, and Rika, with sadness in her voice, explained that Shannon's 5 previous owners had died under suspicious circumstances or suddenly due to accidents. Everything seemed like a series of ominous coincidences. 2 died of natural causes, 1 from poisoning, another fell off a cliff. There was a demon attack, and the girl's former owner had dealings with the guild, so now she was officially listed as a member of the organization. Locke was sure that so many deaths in a row could not be attributed to mere coincidence, and Shannon, like a dark reaper, said she knew well. The young man did not seek his own death, so he should refuse this task. The boy tried to calm the interlocutor and explained that this adventure was supposed to be a one-time thing, but the girl took his words as a threat and immediately launched an attack, stopping the attack right at the boy's throat. The girl sharply warned that those of us who are unable to defend or evade should not try to contact her. The Tamer could not understand why he acted this way when he could have done otherwise, and Shannon did not understand why he did not see the clarity in her position. The girl declared with passionate indignation that the boy was deliberately courting death, and this left Locke completely puzzled and confused. Shannon confessed. She was forced to live a slave life because she once refused to live truly. Now fate set boundaries that squeezed her freedom. and no one could understand why the last boy had to go the same way and voluntarily become part of other people's problems. She was exhausted from having to watch again as another person died under the same circumstances. The boys looked at this girl sympathetically. She, holding back tears, struggled with a wave of emotions and quietly sobbed. Locke felt, if he managed to surpass the girl in strength of spirit and experience, he could avoid problems. But despite all practical considerations, his heart whispered, he could not leave such a sensitive and kind companion. Shannon asked him to be silent, but the young man stubbornly did not back down and showed his strong character, so the girl had to try very hard to hold back the tears that wanted to break through. The girl felt that the youth was incredibly resilient, and under no circumstances would he retreat from the chosen path. Then the elf decided to make him feel the full danger of the situation, and instantly rushed into attack, showing her combat skills. The boy firmly held to the defense, skillfully dodged and timely repelled lightning-fast attacks, and she, born with incredible speed, probably dealt thousands of blows in her life and skillfully wielded weapons. Knocking the weapon out of the girl's hands, the young man said that the practiced moves were flawless, but had a significant flaw, a predictable strike trajectory, and with this comment he ended the fight. The outraged elf attacked again, and decisively declared that she had never lost in battle. Locke acknowledged Shannon's basic training as good, but her combat techniques did not help him achieve his goal. Taking the girl by the hand and warning that it would hurt a little, he with one move laid her on the ground. The boy declared the fight over, but the Reaper did not agree. Acknowledging defeat, she still believed that the boy would also die, and the young man begged not to be killed without permission, and assured that he would not die. Shannon replied that she would die anyway. Others said the same and eventually died. Therefore the girl stood firm and said that she had no right to allow herself to lose. Locke, filled with confidence, boldly stated that he would finally show the real reason why he definitely would not die, and, warning Shannon not to faint from surprise, prepared to reveal his secret. The young man summoned the legendary Fenrir from his mini-garden, and the elf froze in shock and amazement. When the mighty creature appeared, such powerful waves of magical energy spread from it that they could be felt physically. A huge pillar of energy burst from Lucky and flooded the space with sparkling light. Shannon opened her eyes wide and could not believe her eyes. The majestic Fenrir had turned into a personal familiar and obediently submitted to the will of an ordinary boy. Locke gently praised his magical pet, and the girl still trembled shyly. She did not know who this unusual young man really was. Someone asked her to wait, and when she turned around, it turned out to be her brother, who was secretly following her again. Shannon had a younger brother, Seth, who was born 5 years after her. They were both born and raised in an elf family, and the girls sincerely believed that their entire future life would be quiet and peaceful. But one day Seth suddenly disappeared without a trace in the foggy, mysterious forest of feelings. Parents did everything they could to find her brother, and Shannon had to look after the house. Parents ordered her to stay, but as soon as the girl thought that her own brother was in danger, she could no longer sit quietly at home and rushed to look for him. Only one place remained to check. Before me stood the ancient estate of a powerful mage. This forest, where children often walked, once became a symbol of eternal friendship between human mages and elves. It was called the Forest of Favor. It was in this mysterious forest that the majestic estate of a powerful wizard towered. Only the chosen could cross its threshold. Hundreds of years passed, but the estate looked exactly as she remembered from childhood. Not the slightest hint of age or decay. If Seth was not in the forest itself, he had to be inside. Shannon decisively opened the heavy doors. It seemed no one had lived here for a long time, yet there was no dust at all, and the girl was overwhelmed with anxiety. The place seemed strange. Shannon loudly called her brother, her heart waiting for a familiar response. She suddenly noticed her brother. He lay motionless on a large wooden table in the middle of the room. The girl immediately ran to him. The boy's heart was pounding wildly. His breathing was rapid and intermittent. He needed to be taken home immediately. But suddenly a large black eye filled with ominous power and dark threat appeared before her. The elf looked confused at the strange phenomenon, not understanding what it was, and suddenly the heavy doors of the estate slammed shut with a bang, blocking the way back. She carefully laid her weakened brother on her back and did not understand why the door would not open. A large black eye silently appeared again and quietly asked whom to save. Shannon said, "Save Seth!" and the black eye slowly began to close. The black eye suddenly shot a powerful charge of energy at the girl. The blow stunned her. She fell unconscious and did not remember what happened next at all. When Shannon woke up, she found herself in her own bed, and her brother was smiling so happily as if yesterday's story had just happened. For a moment she thought it was just a dream, but soon strange events began one after another and shook this simple explanation. Around her, creatures were dying one by one, and the number of the dead was steadily increasing. Finally, the day came. Their favorite horse died. Shannon desperately tried to warn her parents, but they waved her off and called her fears a fantasy. So realizing that delay threatened the whole family, she decided to act alone and quietly left the village without warning anyone. But the elf girl had spent her whole life hiding within the cozy walls of her native village. Beyond their threshold, the world turned out to be cruel, and later she realized she had become a slave. Although the new situation was frightening, the owner reassured her. The best way to survive is to learn and explore the world. The first owner showed great kindness and care, patiently teaching the young captive the basics of life and telling about the outside world. After 6 months, the kind owner suddenly died, as if falling asleep forever and leaving this world. The girl was tormented by a terrible fear that she herself had caused the death of her first owner, although she desperately did not want to admit it. After 3 months, the second owner suddenly died of an unknown disease, and the third died even faster, only a week after he fell off a cliff. The fourth lover drank the poison herself. The fifth died from an attack by a fierce monster. Everyone who came into contact with her inevitably died. Then they began to call her the Reaper, and people fearfully avoided her and did not communicate. The elf did not want anyone to die. When the girl found herself in the toughest situation, she was taken in by an organization calling itself a guild. She hoped to end up in prison to have nothing to do with anyone. But in the guild, they saw her completely differently. Rika asked to join their party. She was an adventurer of rank E. The Reaper preferred to be alone, so she sincerely told new acquaintances about all her tragedies and tried to dissuade them from the idea of taking her into the team. Sometimes convincing words were enough, and sometimes it was necessary to resort to rough physical force. The girl decided to stay away from this walking death, and some time passed until one day a man appeared. The stranger introduced himself as Loke's sister, and with a smile said he was glad to meet her, and Shannon, as always, tried to dissuade the new acquaintance. But for the first time he reacted seriously and had no intention of backing down. She was shocked that such a strong fighter from the elite S-class group was kicked out of the team. He radiated rare kindness and sincerity, and the girl could not understand why he was not afraid of the approach of death, and was even ready to risk his life next to her. To show that he was invulnerable, the boy summoned the legendary Fenrir. Before the astonished eyes of the elf suddenly appeared the famous mythical wolf. It was hard to believe that all this was real. That guy had incredible abilities. He managed to tame the mythical wolf Fenrir himself and make him his familiar. Shannon was completely shocked by this. She remembered how others feared her and wanted to see her dead. The girl also believed that the best thing for her was to die, because she hid her true feelings from herself. When the elf started crying, she realized, despite everything, she still really wants to live. Perhaps this person is the one who can be trusted. The girl, exhausted from what she had been through, fainted, and the boy anxiously approached her to ask if she was okay. Rika said that the girl was fine. It seemed the recent shocks had severely tested her and left a noticeable trace of fatigue. She looked as if a heavy burden had just been lifted from her heart. The secretary said to let her rest a bit. Loki immediately addressed the owner. The favorite was tormented by guilt for being harsh with the girl and considered it a mistake. Locke calmed him down, said everything turned out for the best, and thanked his friend. And Fenrir, seeing the approval of his beloved master, cried with happiness and whispered a prayer of thanks to the heavens. The wolf cautiously asked the master what he intended to do with the trembling little bird. When the pet let out a long howl, the delicate bird instantly fainted and weakly fell to the ground. The young man confirmed, that's exactly what happened. Upon regaining consciousness, the bird flapped its wings fearfully. The voice in the head said that the heavenly bird wanted to become his friend and offered this. And Locke perceived it as something unexpected and funny and agreed to have more friends. The voice whispered that the bird befriended them and settled in the garden. The owner believed that over time there would be more friends, and that this was a good sign. Loki wanted to taste the bird, but the young man forbade eating friends. Shannon came out, and she was asked if she felt better. The girl apologized for her previous behavior, but the boy rejected the apology. He believed she acted to care for others. The elf was grateful, realized her lack of experience, and still asked to be accepted into the squad. They both beamed with joy over the new acquaintance. Even Loki felt genuine pleasure from meeting his new companion. Locke imagined people's reaction if an animal pointed a paw at the girl, and she simply calmly said that everything was fine. He convinced the owner that he was making progress, and the owner seriously pondered, as if he could undermine her. Most importantly, when the wolf touched Shannon, he decisively stated that she was under a powerful curse. Then he added that such a curse is a cruel thing that drains the life energy of everyone around, and sooner or later exhausts the sufferer themselves, destroying their life. Now it became clear. This was why people around Shannon were dying. Locke immediately asked, how to get rid of this deadly curse? Lucky could not remove the curse. It was a subtle matter, not within his power, but the master would probably manage, while the young man was saying something, and the wolf decided to grab the master's head for a second. The boy asked in surprise what was happening, and suddenly the necessary information flooded his mind, quickly filling his intellect like a stream of water freely pouring into a vessel. It was something completely opposite to divine protection. The master himself did not suspect that his favorite had such abilities, and now he was offered to test his powers and try to remove the curse. But suddenly the guild leader intervened and categorically stated that he would not allow the curse to be removed. The boy was completely confused by this news. The young man, outraged, sharply asked what exactly the guild leader meant by the phrase forbidding the removal of the curse. Titus explained that the boy knew well. Shannon was the property of the guild, and therefore part of the collective. So according to guild rules, outsiders were not allowed to remove dangerous curses. Locke objected, insisting that he had no time at all, and the man coldly remarked that this was typical for him. If he allowed emotions to take over, he risked suffering the same fate as Isaac. The guild leader noticed that many events had happened recently. Asked if the boy was tired. He answered affirmatively. Then the boy pondered. Do the rules forbid removing curses from members of the organization? And does this mean that a person does not need to be a guild member? At first, Titus wanted to wait a bit and let the boy recover, but later decided not to delay. To immediately get to the main point, what exactly will Locke Shannon receive from the guild? The leader decisively said that the purchase would free the girl from the status of a guild worker, remove obstacles to lifting the curse, and asked the boy what he thought about it. The young man stood completely confused and did not know what to say. The man did not calm down and again asked what, in his opinion, is the main purpose of the Adventurers Guild's existence. The young man replied that the guild primarily helps other adventurers earn a living. Titus liked this, but he believed that the true mission of the guild is to give adventurers happiness. The leader believes that betrayals like Isaac's are absolutely unacceptable. Usually, he would immediately get rid of the guilty party, or at least send him into lifelong exile. But for the merchants themselves, this essentially changes nothing. He admitted that this might sound naive, but he sincerely believes that the boys will finally look at themselves differently, receive deserved gratitude, and he, as the one who helped them through difficulties, wishes them only one thing: to find true happiness. He saw that Shannon's life was full of trials, but despite everything, she remained a kind girl who cared about others. And in this, they were similar. Both had gone through many hardships, and the willingness to sacrifice themselves would make them a great team. The leader, of course, will not force anyone, but he will be very glad if the boy supports the girl, and will be sincerely grateful if the elf also supports Luke. The young man had no idea that someone could understand his soul, but suddenly it turned out that people were watching him closely. The boy barely smiled and looked at Shannon. The youth asked her what she wanted, and the girl replied that, as a slave, she had no right to make such decisions, but added, if nothing happens to Locke, she will voluntarily go with him. He promised to take care of Shannon and asked how much the purchase costs. The administrator noticed that the price strangely coincides with the reward for the task, and the boy was sincerely surprised by this coincidence. So the first thing to do is to lift the curse, said the young man, and after that drew a magic circle. Before Locke emerged a terrible black eye, which overwhelmed him with unbearable horror and fear. The cursed secret creature tried with all its might to cast its dark spell on the young hero. Suddenly the black eye disappeared, and all present eagerly turned their gazes to the young Tamer. The boy exhaled, and Lucky shone with pride for his master. He thanked his favorite and said that victory was only possible thanks to his support. The guild leader promptly commented that the curse of the founder Mage had just been lifted. Locke asked if Titus had any information about this curse, but the answer was brief and grim. Even the leader knew almost nothing, only receiving a few rare reports of similar cases. They whispered that in ancient times the world was ruled by a mage who could summon magic, and the young man shyly asked to be warned in advance about such things in the future to be more careful. Shannon sincerely thanked the young man and said she was looking forward to starting joint work. It seemed the problems were behind. Tit decided that only Isaac's victory remained to be prevented and the necessary materials obtained. The heroes began to prepare and headed to the mini-garden, ready for further actions. The elf asked where they had ended up. The young man explained that it was a miniature garden hidden in a bracelet. The girl sweetly examined the ornament and admitted that she had not suspected the existence of such a wonderful space. Locke blushed with embarrassment. The girl Shannon noticed a heavenly bird that the boy had recently befriended, and curiously asked if he knew that such birds flying high in the sky are extremely rare and not everyone is destined to see them. The same applied to Fenrir, an unusual creature. He was aware of his uniqueness, and when she called him unusual, he realized he was different from others. The favorite sprawled on the floor and moaned plaintively, as if saying he was hungry. Locke was also hungry and thought to ask the orange ants for meat, but remembered he did not know where to find them. Lucky whispered that the young man knew. They had set up a dwelling in the dungeon beneath the floor of the house. The owner froze in complete shock. The boy stood still before the huge hole and could not understand how they managed to make it. Orange ants crawled out of the hole and cheerfully greeted Dad, happy about his return. She noticed that the orange insects looked almost human and doubted whether they were ants at all. Lucky said that the boy loved all that, and the young man immediately began to justify himself, saying that when the larvae hatch, the elf hastily calmed him down, promised not to reveal any secrets, and the favorite smiled slightly. The young man admitted that it was a big misunderstanding, and the girl exclaimed with delight how wonderfully they understood each other, and asked him to tell her all the details of the story. The boy wondered if the interlocutors understood the essence of the conversation, but Shannon just shrugged. She did not understand, although she noticed that the orange ants spoke almost like a human. The young man had no idea whether she really saw real people in the insects. One of them explained that she learned to speak only because she learned to communicate with people. The insect explained that she was not like her brethren. As the leader of the family, she had special powers. She could negotiate with other species and give orders. This gift was called interspecies language, and when the girl repeated what she heard, imitating the voice, she immediately was able to use it. Lucky asked in surprise if the girl understood him. She confirmed, and he could not believe his ears. Shannon sincerely thanked Aunt Hardley. Locke could not at all comprehend how many unknown abilities were hidden in the world. Previously, he thought that only this girl could speak. It turned out that she was gifted. To show respect, the young man called the aunt Patra, and the insect was very flattered by such a beautiful name, so she suggested to the other insects to call her that too. Locke, glancing at this gathered group, understood. Outwardly, they were almost identical, but Patra said there were differences. When the young man suggested names, Orange A, Orange B, Orange C, Orange D, and Orange E, doubt and dissatisfaction echoed in the air. To everyone's surprise, the insects liked the new names. The ants jumped excitedly, full of joy and admiration. The young man froze in amazement, watching the behavior of the little creatures. Each had its own special traits, and only by getting to know them well could he choose names for them. Then he turned to Patro and asked him about the underground dungeon the ants had built. Patra gave a tour of the underground rooms. Here, an ice storage for food, especially meat. Here, a room for drying wool. And here, demonic crystals found during construction. Locke, fascinated, held his breath. He could not believe the amount of work accomplished in such a short time. The friends rejoiced at the master's praise and decided to use the news about the availability of food to prepare dinner. The boy went to the market to buy kitchenware, suddenly remembered they had no plates, and Shannon asked him if he was going to start cooking. Time was pressing, so he decided to fry chicken, and the girl carefully repeated the phrase. Locke smiled and said, "Yes," adding that the dish was very simple. You season the meat and fry it. Chicken goes wonderfully with cabbage. The elf dreamily imagined the future culinary masterpiece. The buyer politely asked the seller if he had cabbage. The man explained that fresh cabbage was temporarily unavailable and would not appear soon. The young man sadly complained that he wanted to taste chicken with his favorite cabbage, but a stern voice interrupted his dreams and reminded him that the hero could not allow himself amusements now. Suddenly Isaac, Amy, and Cara appeared before them. The market. Amid the noise of trading stalls stand the heroes, and one throws to another. "Are you sure you can afford to have fun?" The tall adventurer brazenly declares. If the character now kneels before him, he will gladly return him to the squad, otherwise not. The boy turns to him. Suddenly a girl bursts between them. Her intentions are quite aggressive. She asks the tall swordsman what happened, but he stands puzzled. He doesn't understand who she is and where she came from. The boy asks Shannon, that's the girl's name, not to touch the hooligans, addresses the swordsman Isaac, and says that from now on nothing connects them, so let him go. He smiles, agreeing with that man. Suddenly, it's a trap. He swings and hits the girl standing in front of him, but the boy moves his hand away from his girlfriend's face. Isaac froze in shock. This surprise stunned him. The boy asks the hooligan what he is doing, but he only clenches his teeth in anger. He says he doesn't quite understand the guild's tactics, but thought the boy should have been paired with a strong adventurer and doubts whether the girl really has an E rank. He contemptuously calls her a piece of trash, says some hero won't be able to use her properly, and Isaac smiles wickedly. The situation calms down, but suddenly the girl intervenes and says to Isaac, "Take back your words." She shouts Locke is not an object but a mad hooligan, because he allows himself such words. The hero was also surprised by these words, and Isaac scolds the girl again, saying that a weak dog barks too much. His girlfriend asks Locke again, the hero, "Is this girl really his new partner?" He answers that her name is Shannon, an elven adventurer of rank E, and the sorceress is closely examining the stranger. Their gazes met. She pretends as if she does not want to offend Shannon, but noticing her poor clothing, the heroine feels excitement. The sorceress addresses Shannon again and says, "If you are going to the party with Locke, look carefully at your outfit." The boy waved it off. It's not Cara's business. Although the sorceress is stylishly dressed, it does not make her stronger. And his words made the girl pout. Suddenly, she whimsically shouts that she cannot believe his choice. He replies that it is not his choice. And she says that, in her opinion, it is not so. Another friend of this hero, Amy, introduces herself and sadly says that she is sorry that her comrades are so rude to Shannon. She also addresses Locke. She bows and with a restrained voice says that she is not sure if an apology will make amends, but asks forgiveness for everything her comrades have done, because she has thought about it for a long time. She even believed that Locke would give up the path of adventure, but still wanted to challenge him once more, test his strength, and only then decide what to do next. The boy says simply and sincerely that he understood the girl. Isaac shouts at Emmy to move. She follows him, wishing the boys good luck, and Locke calmly tells her to be sure to use him. When the adventurers set off, Shannon anxiously told Locke that they should do something too, but he interrupted her and assured her that everything was fine. He knows they cannot lose now. His attentiveness caught her by surprise. The full moon is already rising, and Locke suggests turning back. Steam rises in clouds, and suddenly a loud sneeze is heard. In the middle of a small clearing sits a huge dog-like creature. Its muzzle is covered with something. Locke addresses Lucky, that's the beast's name, and asks him not to play with the cornmeal. This explains the steam clouds, and he does not play with it. And again the beast sneezes. Suddenly everyone, eyes wide open, turned their gaze to someone. The girl snorted. Everyone burst out laughing, and the boy announced that everything was ready. On the plate lies a chicken roasted to a golden crust, prepared by Locke. The guests sincerely thank the young man for the treat. Lucky contentedly sniffs the pile of delicacies. Everyone starts eating and does so with such pleasure. Everyone cannot contain their delight at this treat, but Locke restrains their enthusiasm, asking them to eat more slowly. And Shannon does too. She vividly describes that taste again. Everyone is glowing with happiness, and their joy is boundless. Locke now tells the guys what they will have to do this time. Get to the Dungeon of Fresh Greens. The cart journey will take 2 days, and fulfilling the order will stretch over weeks. The terrain here is completely impassable, forests, swamps, and the like, but if they go straight, they will arrive in less than half a day. By the weight of the luggage and the direction of their cart, everything seems clear. They will go the usual way, so the guys have no reason to lose, unless something happens to them in the forest. Even if the opponents take the shortest path with heavy luggage, their journey will not be easy. Now they are all full and satisfied. After this, Locke's team also sets off on the road. They are sitting on Lucky all the time, and he meanwhile rushes through the forest. The girl says that she also had to be transported just now, but the animal feels quite well. Which is not surprising for Fenrir. Monsters do not attack. They just peek out from behind the bushes and sadly watch them go. While they are rushing on the beast, suddenly something catches their attention. Hear some kind of crying, and they imagine as if a monster or something similar is attacking someone. The boy asks Lucky to turn a little, and Lucky agrees. The boys froze in amazement. Right in the middle of the clearing sat the figure of a demon with wings. The demon is sobbing. This is a stone statue, a gargoyle. Suddenly one eye of the statue opened wide. The demon quietly giggles. He energetically waves his hands and shouts loudly. Magical blades fly at the characters, and they are surprised again. The girl decided that this is wind magic. The boy nodded in confirmation, and the beast laughed and shouted that no one would dare to challenge him with wind magic. He opens his mouth, and suddenly a magic circle appears before him. Then a glowing sphere slowly emerges. The boy says that Lucky is really strong and sincerely praises the beast. The energy ball grows and grows, amazing the heroes. The ball increases slightly, and Locke becomes worried, asks the dog to stop. The royal capital. If he does not stop, punishment is inevitable. But something is wrong here. The dog says that it cannot stop this. The man is frightened. There is no time to think. so he jumps out of his seat and rushes forward to intercept the shot. He stands with his back to the demon, stretches out both hands and utters some runic spell. In front of him, as if from thin air, a prismatic object appeared and a magical circle ignited. He thinks that even if he cannot remove the spell, at least he can dissipate its energy. The beast fires from the rifle, and a stream of energy flies straight to the man. He feels sharp discomfort. The beam of light split into two threads and enveloped two, the boy and his demon. Locke barely groaned because the shot was too powerful. He holds on and holds on. With his last strength, he turns to that strong woman and begs her to hold on. It is thanks to him that the spell broke through two wide roads on both sides of the capital. Everything quiets down, smoke rises to the moon, and the silhouette of the boy is visible in the wasteland. The boy breathes heavily, but he managed to prevent the catastrophe. Through the parting clouds of smoke, the figure of a huge beast is visible, covering its eyes with its paws, and next to it stands a girl. The beast barely flinches. He looks through his fingers at that boy and laughs. The girl asks Locke if he is okay, and he really is okay. He asks in response, the girl is also okay, and lucky too. He says that everything is fine. The girl notices Locke's wounded hands, and he notices it too. But the healing potion works a miracle. The boy drinks from the bottle and the wounds really heal. Shannon shines because the potion worked, and the boy smiles and thanks her because he made it himself. The dog whines plaintively that he made a mistake again, glances at Lucky and turns back to him. His thoughts are about the dog. The boy decides that Lucky just wanted to help. He appreciates this impulse. And Lucky cries emotionally. Locke says that the magical power of the beast still belongs to evil, so now they will learn to control their powers and fight side by side. And the beast touches more and more. The beast shouts loudly that he will do everything possible and will train. The boy turns around to look at the demon. He is frightened. He asks the gargoyle what she is doing here, and she covers her face with her hands in horror. The demon covers himself with his elbows, shouts that the man is a monster, and cries. Locke noticed that you don't hear such speeches from gargoyles, and it's generally strange that he is shouting in such a place. The young man asks why it happened. The gargoyle says sadly, he was expelled from the army of the demon lord, and now he sits here. Locke froze with surprise when he learned that monsters can also be dismissed. The gargoyle says he considers himself made from leftover material. Their magic is weak, so he stayed in the castle and for the last 100 years has been cleaning. But recently the leadership in the army changed, and the gargoyle was coldly informed that they do not need a monster who only knows how to clean. After being dismissed, the demon wandered the forest confusedly. Then limping, reached a neighboring village, but the villagers suddenly attacked him and he quickly fled. Locke says that people often treat monsters and demons hostilely, and Best agrees, adding that he cleans here all the time and has never seen people before. He felt heavy in his soul from the thought that he was worse, and from the fact that people hate the demon. Shannon looks at the monster with pity. The demon cannot understand what the meaning of his life was after all this. He begins to moan and sob, and Locke interrupts his sobbing with a piercing scream. He heard that gargoyles were elite soldiers of the demon lord's army, and a lot of magical power was spent on their creation, so it is hard to imagine that they could be made from some leftover material. He asks the monster, what will he do next? The monster does not know and even asks the young man to suggest what to do. The demon cries continuously. Locke sees this and calls the Lord in vain. He asks the demon if he wants to go with them, and he cheers up a little. He doubts again whether this is even possible, because he thinks he is just a stupid gargoyle obsessed with cleanliness, and the hero says that strength does not matter. He has been cleaning for 100 years, so it is not surprising that he is weak. The demon sincerely thanks the boy, says he is incredibly grateful, and asks for permission to join the group. So the sealed gargoyle wants to become Locke's friend. This is how he sees it from his side. And unexpectedly he feels a thought born in his head by itself. The gargoyle is sealed. The young man, eyes wide open with surprise, asks what it is. Some sealed power or something similar. He does not understand what it is, and says that he was created only by the previous master. Locke, understandingly uttering asked for permission to greet the gargoyle-kun once again, and he replied that it would be a great honor for him. When Locke turns gray, suddenly in the silence, a voice sounds, saying that the sealed gargoyle has turned into a holy being and has become his friend. The transformation is happening, and now he can choose one of the options. The hut grows before their eyes. He chooses one of the options, and the expansion is complete. The boy says, there is a village nearby. The demon just told him this. They go further and come across a field sown with cabbage. There is a huge amount of it here, and it is already well ripe. Locke scratches the back of his head in surprise. How could a cabbage patch grow here, in the middle of nowhere? Then he notices that the dog has dozed off, so he says that they cannot be exactly here. and Shannon agrees. Finally, morning rises over the forest. They are walking on foot, and the boy says that Gorulia has already told him about this place where they have come. They froze right in front of the village. Around it stretches a square wall along the perimeter, and on the sign it clearly says, Village Chushin. A man in a vest leaned against a post near the entrance to the village and snores loudly. The boy and girl are looking at the stranger, but he doesn't even notice them. He is sleeping. Locke approaches the guard at the gate and tries to speak, but he is sound asleep. Shannon hesitates, gently touches his shoulder, and greets the villager. The villager wakes up and asks what is happening. The girl quietly and kindly asks him to wake up. He opens his eyes and asks if an angel himself has descended from heaven. Jokes that maybe it's time for him to fly to heaven. But if this girl takes him, he doesn't mind and even tries to kiss Shannon. But the dog interferes with him, stepping on the gatekeeper and preventing the unwanted kiss. The man groans and ends up pressed to the ground. He immediately got angry and asked who had come, suspecting bandits. But Locke dispelled his fears, saying that these are just adventurers who are going to the caves and heard about the village. The villager instantly reacts to this news and says that since the guys are adventurers, they should immediately go to the elder because the village needs their help. Locke asks again, not quite sure if he understood everything correctly. In front of him, many exhausted characters. There are so many thin people here, he thinks, although there has never been a famine in these parts. Suddenly someone greets him. Here is the village elder Onogami. He leans on a stick and smiles at the boy. The man happily says how nice it is to meet the old man and introduces his companions, Shannon and the sacred hooligan animal Lucky. The elder smiled. This time the gatekeeper's dream was fruitful, and the guard replied that with his experience sleep does not interfere with duties. He even got rid of the stone statue, the gargoyle. The elder says that is touching, but the gatekeeper's vision has worsened, so he asks to repeat once more, and, calling the elder a foolish old man, they begin to quarrel. Locke intervenes and directly asks what the old man wanted to talk to him about, and the old man apologizes for getting carried away, coughs, and prepares to tell the boy what the matter is. About a year ago, in the swamp with their green garden, where they once lived, it was already hard in the fields and the village, and goblins attacked, taking the little food that was left. A group of young men tried to kill them to protect the village, but returned wounded. In fact, there are 3 young men sitting there with bandaged wounds. The elder earnestly asks the heroes for help, and it turns out to be quite necessary here. The boy asks again if they really are goblins. Goblins are much smarter than other monsters, but when their numbers increase, they become a real threat, and the village begged the guild and the government for help, but no one took the task without a reward. Locke understands the situation. He cannot help these people. As an adventurer, he will earn nothing and will not be able to support himself. Moreover, even if we save them now, they may ask for help again in the future, so the villagers must become more self-reliant, the boy says to the elder. He asks, look at the map and tell where the goblins are on it. He is given the map and shown everything. Now the boy understands everything and says so. Here it is, the real way to deal with goblins. The peasants can hardly believe their ears and ask again. So the cabbage beds nearby will help the peasants survive. The old man thoughtfully thinks about the heroes, but Locke says, if they do nothing, it will all repeat at night. He can help the village develop, and then this will not happen. The peasants are discouraged because of his kindness. In the future, when the village starts earning, he wants the peasants to give him 20% of the profit. Then they will have a roof over their heads. The elder says that he himself cannot be responsible for those 20%, and this annoys the hero. But the guys are busy with another matter today, so Locke tells the peasants, if everyone helps, he will take only 10%. That's only 10% of the profit. From sales, they deduct expenses for each person and their work. But even without the help of the residents, the guys themselves will be able to feed them and harm the enemies. Everyone is talking. So, the main trouble of the village is its remote location. Because of this, it is hard to get here by transport from the rest of the country. The fields are neglected, and there are neither special products nor necessary things. He could help them for free, but that won't change anything. The peasants need determination. The elder asks to consult with other peasants and take time for this. Shannon asks the hero what will happen next. He says that the peasants will receive much greater profits and are unlikely to refuse this. In any case, the guy will go to the garden and prepare something there, asks to be warned if the elder calls, and the girl nods in agreement. Finally, the old man appears and apologizes for making them wait. Finally, people's thoughts diverged, and he is sure, if left alone, they will not be able to improve anything. So he asks if it is okay that the compensation goes to unforeseen expenses. Locke says he agrees, and if they agree to cooperate with him, then later the goblins will be defeated and food supplies to the villages will be established, so the residents will no longer be in danger. If so, the villagers consider it the best deal, but one resident does not believe the hero. He does not believe it is a good idea. The elder interrupts the young man, but he stubbornly says, if it were not for the injury, he would easily cope with the goblins. This man is one of those who was once harmed by the goblins. Then Locke pulls a bottle from under his clothes. He hands the villager a healing potion, his unique creation. He replies briefly, he does not care. He will not drink it. The hero simply says, if it is not needed, then it is not needed. But this is good proof of his good intentions. He will even first treat his comrade. She says eagerly that she cannot wait to try this special magical potion, raises the bottle to her lips, and takes a sip. Very tasty. She loudly praises the flavor. She considered healing potions unpleasant, but what she just tried surprisingly turned out to be soothing and easy to drink, and the lightness spread throughout her body. Wants to drink it too. Locke pours from the bottle directly into his mouth, and Lucky's eyes widen with pleasure. He does not hold back his admiration aloud for the taste of the potion brewed by that boy. He does not know what it is, but it is incredibly soothing and refreshing, brings pleasure and joy, heals, helps, eases, and adds strength. Why is unclear. Why? That man also extends the bottle to the young man, who suspiciously takes a sip, saying he won't fall for any lies. And indeed, it is very tasty. He loudly admires the just-tasted potion, vividly describing its strange flavor, which for some reason he took a liking to. He simply adores this taste. Here he realizes, he no longer needs the crutch. The pain is gone. This is a real miracle, and nothing more. That's what he thinks. Coda says they are currently busy with another request, but if they help the guys, they will also share other healing potions with the residents. The young man says that they will gladly carry out the order, if only all the wounded recover now. He calls himself Warren, the assistant to the elder, apologizes for doubting the heroes, and says he will now cooperate with pleasure. The elder asks, anyone against? But no one raises their voice. So finally everyone reached an agreement. Only 6 days remain until the deadline of the team's main request. All the villagers freeze in surprise when they taste the food prepared by that boy. The taste is such that everyone is simply delighted. It's kapusniak. The villagers are amazed. The cabbage is so tasty because they have never eaten it before, and the hero says that the cabbage itself is quite tasty. While the hero was cooking the soup, he added a healing potion to it, and those who felt unwell immediately began to recover. The boy approached Shannon and anxiously asked for help, for her to take Orange, Ants, A and B with her and protect them and the villagers when they go for materials. She asks if he really trusts her with such an important task, and if so, he is sure that everything will be fine. He says she will defeat any monster wandering around. Moreover, Ants A and B will also be able to take care of themselves. This is the boy's plan, and the girl says she will do everything possible and finally understood how it should be done. He and his team will pave the road straight to Kronto. Thanks to it, people will be able to travel back and forth, and delivery problems will immediately disappear. The boy waves his hand, and everything around fills with bright magical energy. People's bodies become lighter, and they are delighted by this. The thing is, the young man cast a spell on them to make it easier for them to move, but it didn't last long. Everyone was delighted and couldn't stop talking about it. He asks them not to overdo it so as not to break any bones, and they shine with joy because of this. Shannon admires how this man casts magic on so many people that it strengthens them. He replies that if she practices, she will be able to do it herself. Next time he will teach her, and she admires him again and sincerely thanks the hero. Now he loudly calls on everyone to start building the road. And indeed, they build the road together. The ants stack blocks one after another, and the rest are also bustling. Everyone is immersed in their own task. They have done enough for today, and the hero suggests stopping. So much has already been done! They have almost laid the stones and cleared the road. At this pace it will be ready by tomorrow. Thanks to Lucky's magic they can build it, and then the boy will try to trade the village's goods. His familiars are incredibly cool. Much better than he could have imagined. Night falls on the monster garden. This is where the action unfolds. The hero studies the map intently. The girl brings him a cup of tea. She asks if the master is still sleeping. It turns out he has something planned for tomorrow, and she needs sleep above all. She worked harder than everyone and needs to rest. He asks her not to call the young man sir. It's inappropriate, and he doesn't consider chewing gum his servant either. She was stunned by the kindness of the young man. Shannon is glowing with joy. She says she is extremely happy to have met Locke. He thinks about her and says he himself is glad their paths crossed. Meanwhile, it is getting even darker outside. Finally, he comes up with a plan. He immediately tells it to her. They will ask the peasants to gather cabbage, and then he will go to the capital and sell part of the goods there. It seems there is a shortage of cabbage there, and he is sure everything will be sold out. Don't forget the guild's request. He firmly believes victory will be theirs, and no less important, the way they will achieve it. As for Titus, maybe he is afraid of something, but the hero has to stop explaining. The girl has already fallen asleep. In her dream, she tells Locke that he is wonderful, and he looks at her with wide round eyes, and his face has a friendly expression. Then he waves his hand and clears her head. He sincerely, from the bottom of his heart, thanks the girl. The night is still hanging above the house. Both the ants and the demon are asleep. The bird that perched on the roof of the house is also sleeping sweetly. Shannon is peacefully sleeping in her bed. The hero is not sleeping. He goes outside and suddenly hears someone else's voice, and that person is also not sleeping. He notices this and says that the boy went somewhere. The dog is sitting in front of him. She is not sleeping. The boy asks him if he is sleeping, but Lucky ignores it. The answer is obvious anyway. Then the same boy asks what the boys are catching today. It turns out they are catching rainbow dragonflies, and they also need to somehow deal with the goblins. But as long as Lucky is near the village, the monsters do not dare to attack. And even if the boys are left alone, adventurers will still be found who will deal with the monsters instead of them. The dog is surprised by this reasoning, but still agrees. He suggests that they should already set off, and the young man agrees. They really should go. Then everyone heads into the forest, and there they enthusiastically catch dragonflies. They look at each other with the gaze of lovers. Morning. In the young man's house, someone is preparing food and humming a song. Bright light tore him from sleep, and he suddenly sat up in bed. Here are the song and the sounds of cooking, and someone thinks it's Shannon. He feels that this is what makes him happy, when she gets up early and makes breakfast for everyone. He loudly thanks her and asks if she needs help. But it turns out it's not Shannon, but a demon in an apron, who winked and said, "Everything is almost ready. Just need to wait a few minutes." The boy shouts loudly that this is not a girl and apologizes for the mistake, while the gargoyle asks in surprise what happened and if he had a nightmare. But no, everything is fine. He even asked if any help was needed, and it turned out the demon often cooked for a whole army of monsters and knows much more. The boy says everything is fine, and at that moment Shannon enters and smiling wishes the hero good morning. She regrets daring to fall asleep last night. He reassures her, tells her not to worry, and asks if the character will really train with a wooden sword. She says yes, she wanted to make breakfast, but Gargoyle said, "Leave it to me." Locke understood it this way. He was very grateful, but at the sight of the demon felt something strange. The girl also wanted to ask if the hero himself was not tired. At night he went to catch dragonflies, and the young man was amazed by her knowledge, since before he had only caught dragonflies with Lucky, being sure that the girl was sound asleep and should not be disturbed. She shouts that it's not about that. She herself would like to be useful to Locke, and then he suggests that next time they all go catch dragonflies together. She asks him to promise, and he promises. Meanwhile, breakfast is ready, and the gargoyle loudly announces it, and the boy and girl agree with him. The second half of the second day. You need to sell cabbage near the rune and deliver the butterfly wings to the guild. This will be done by the healed village warrior who previously did not trust the hero. Today the road was completely cleared, so the boy thinks hopefully that he will finally be able to sell some goods. He will even show the children how to catch a bunch of dragonflies. If the land is plowed and cabbage is planted, food problems will be solved. Night has fallen, and they have finally done everything that needed to be done. Everyone is shining with joy. People sincerely thank Locke for what he has done. The elder again sincerely thanked Locke, did not expect the road to be completed so quickly, and asked if the toll was not a small tax for him. But all right, they can send him money through the guild. Before dawn they all dispersed, and like shadows quietly stole the egg and the stone of the green frogs. They did not encounter any twists that could be worried about the next day. Now the boy felt something simple. He seems to see in his memory the place where the cart rolled. It seems their opponents will arrive at the place earlier than expected, and this will create problems for everyone. The boy stretched. It was already morning, and he shouted to everyone, "Let's try our best today!" Suddenly, he notices a small bird landing on his shoulder. Seeing this, the hero asks where these little birds came from in the garden, and to his surprise, they say he is mistaken. Here it is, the very same heavenly bird that was right there yesterday. He says the heavenly bird was a bit bigger, but when sorting the materials obtained from monsters, they came across an item that resembled a nut. And when the heavenly bird, for some unknown reason, ate that item, it instantly became tiny. The boy, amazed by this miracle, wants to find out how to make the bird big again. The little bird simply chirps some random sounds. True, it won't work now, but over time it will grow on its own. The main thing is that nothing threatens its life. The bird is shocked. Suddenly the boy wrinkled his nose at an unpleasant smell, asked, "What is that stench?" And it turned out to be the dog. Locke nods at Lucky and sternly says that he is the one who smells, asks again if the hero is mistaken. But the animal categorically insists that it cannot smell. Locke asks, when was the last time the dog washed? He says she might have washed yesterday because she was thoughtful. But then he couldn't wash himself. Locke watched beside the beast all day and never saw him take soap and a towel, and says that in that case he washed the day before yesterday. But as soon as his eyes meet the boy's eyes, the beast freezes. He insists that he is fine. Although he doesn't bathe, he still licks himself from head to toe, and Locke adds that nothing can be done about that. It turns out he has already thought it all through and asks everyone present to rush to catch and bathe the animal. Everyone thinks it will be wildly fun, and gladly joins in, although Lucky is an extraordinarily strong creature. The latter replies that he is also interested, and jokes about a spell that rolls lips. The boys should remember it and use it if they think they can catch him. Then that boy performs his magic, and energy flies from his hands, covering most of those present with a magical aura, including Shannon, the gargoyle, and the ants. He says he cast a supporting spell on everyone except Lucky. For a short time. But the boy's strength and speed will increase, and everyone thanks the man standing in front of the dog. Lucky, laughing, says they would all be fools if they even thought that some auxiliary magic could equal him with other beasts. So, the first duel unfolds between the legendary Fenrir Lucky and the queen of the orange ants Patra. She loudly announces that she is starting. Shouting that the fight has begun, she rushes at the beast, waving her arms. He mutters that this sweet, naive Patra cannot handle the wolf alone, and she instead throws from afar a bundle of sticky threads to catch the beast. He dodges and triumphantly says that he already said he cannot be caught with a single attack, and looks at the familiar arrogantly. She raises her hands up and loudly shouts about victory. "It's over!" And this completely confuses the beast. They appear from everywhere and rush at the dogs. He shouts, "It's an ambush!" And the smaller ones spit out bundles of threads, tie up the wolf, and immobilize him. He helplessly falls to the ground right before the eyes of the ants, and even groans loudly when he splashes onto the ground, because the bonds turned out to be unexpectedly strong. Patrick tells the master that they managed together. He replies that it is Her Majesty. She pretends to attack herself, and thereby forces the she-wolf to lower her guard. She laughs. The boy tells Lucky, "Now be a good boy." But he, surprisingly to many, gets on his feet and tears the bonds with his own strength. He twists pieces of threads in his teeth and waves them, which greatly surprises the ants. He says that they managed to immobilize the beast, but the magic is not enough to hold him. The ants cry without consolation. Lucky is too strong. Then the gargoyle said that now she understands everything, and this immediately attracted the attention of all the others. The demon says that in that case he will be the next to challenge the dog. And now the duel begins between the proud sacred beast Lucky and the gargoyle. Fenrir coldly says that the gargoyle cannot seriously count on victory, and the gargoyle, as if challenging, replies that he is always underestimated and will show his best side. He cunningly takes advantage of the fact that the demon, although weak, has knowledge gathered over more than 100 years. He is helped by Locke's supportive magic, and the fact that the dog underestimates him plays into his hands. And the demon brilliantly loses to the dog. The dog turns around and throws, "Who will fight me now?" And at that moment Shannon steps forward and says she is ready to fight. The duel unfolds between Fenrir, not the dog named Lucky, and the elf, whom his master Shannon has blessed. The beast asks the girl, "Show what you are capable of." She promises to do her best and decisively draws her sword from its sheath. And finally the girl attacks. She rushes at the beast, runs to him and strikes with the sword, but the beast deftly dodges. He brazenly declared that at such speed she could not possibly touch him, and she only snorted. Then she strikes him blow after blow with her blade, and asks what he will say now. The monster jumps around as if acknowledging that the elf is better than she seems, and has generally become stronger, but a random attack will not harm her. The elf understands this. But it becomes increasingly difficult for the beast to dodge. She strikes again, catching the dog by surprise. She drove him to the rock. He doesn't understand when she managed to do it. The elf is already pointing the blade at him. She says that now Lucky must obey and go wash up. But the beast swiftly moved aside and disappeared from sight. He presses his tail to her neck. Its tip is so sharp that if she moves even slightly, she will definitely lose her head. And something else. The size of the girl acknowledged the defeat. She yields. The dog says that the girl is wonderful. Her movements are agile, And it is clear that she works hard and trains every day for a reason. She thanks the beast, but now it's time for another fight. Indeed, it is time to move on to the main event. The duel between Fenrir, who just wanted to play and was called Lucky, and a boy named Locke, who wants Lucky to take a bath. The warm-up is over. The dog now implores the young man to attack without holding back. The man draws 2 sharp knives and crosses them in front of himself. The dog, for some reason, looks at him intently. The beast freezes, its nose twitches. What is that sweet smell it just sensed? A small bird settled on his head. A heavenly bird, transformed into a chick, holds a flower in its beak. The beast says it doesn't understand what it is, but its strength is fading, and then he falls to the ground and sinks deeply into sleep. The boy froze. The bird brought a sleeping flower, and it turned out that the chick won. And now the young man suggests everyone wash their faces together for happiness, and everyone gladly agrees. Near the dungeon, New Leaf stands a cart with Isaac and his companions. He nervously fusses and asks everyone around why the road hasn't ended yet. One of the girls, a sorceress, begs him to quiet down, and another simply remains silent, looking disapprovingly at the angry Isaac. He even threateningly promises to make that scoundrel bite his elbows for betraying Isaac's party. The boy means Locke, the hero. Then Amy says that they were the first to betray him. He sharply interrupts her. The girl covers her mouth with her palm, and the young man does not want to hear it at all. Isaac fought on the front line and earned himself an S rank, and that damned porter Locke is useless to anyone. And even after all this, nothing goes the way he wants. They were told that without the castle, they would end up at the level of a C rank, and Isaac will never accept this. But the hero will still win and prove everything to everyone, and the girls look at his hysteria indifferently. One even giggles. She immediately says firmly, "I must warn you. I will not collect orango eggs, and unfortunately there are few rainbow dragonflies." Isaac already knows both, but this time there is no need to collect everything the request asks for. The main goal remains the wyverns, so everything will be fine. Or so they think. She finally dares to ask Isaac what she has long wanted to know. "Why are you so arrogant?" And he simply replies that he doesn't want to hear that from a girl. She says that Isaac accepts requests without even looking at the details and immediately adds them to the team without any discussion. So this time the girls have to help him. He answers simply. They do as they please, even if they leave the group afterward. But this time, let them follow his orders until his request is fulfilled. The taxi driver sighed and said they were finally at the place. And Isaac smiled, waved his hand and asked, "Keep the change." He angrily says that they gave too little money, because he drove the guys to the nearest dungeon. If they don't pay, the taxi driver will waste his time, and he rages again, as always. He throws him another pile of money so he won't get angry and leaves. And Isaac, as always, swears wildly. He says that everyone only mocks him, but now it no longer matters. He looks straight ahead. They stood opposite the new dungeon New Leaf, ready to enter immediately. Only 4 days remain until the request deadline. The guys step inside. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the guys are washing a dog. So, in the New Leaf dungeon, the character's goal is to defeat the wyverns hiding in its depths, and it is there that they will search for monsters. 3 advance forward between the cold stone walls of the dungeon, and a sudden sound catches the attention of their leader. The dinosaurs are tightly gathered around the hill, and Isaac says the rest will be taken on the way back, but now they need to get the wyverns. The leader worries that no one will answer him, and indeed, no one responds. But something is strange. There are no rainbow dragonflies or green frogs to be seen anywhere. Orango is here too, but confusedly cannot find their eggs and anxiously asks if the heroes will be able to gather everything needed to fulfill the requests under these conditions, but no one answers. Maybe he thinks the guild is trying to set them up and doesn't even have the correct information. If so, the guild's guilt is obvious. When they return, they will immediately remind the guild of all these humiliations. Suddenly, someone stirs behind a bush and makes an unpleasant sound. Suddenly, a goblin jumps out of the bushes and hits the man. He instantly draws his sword and wounds the goblin. He says that the guild did not warn anyone about the goblins. The organization's staff was too irresponsible in this matter, and it makes him terribly angry. And as the boy notes, among the monsters a tall goblin knight immediately stands out, leading these little creatures. Isaac immediately realized. Even high-level goblins appeared in the district, and he felt that this place had become their lair. He lunged at the goblin knight and swung his sword, but the knight jumped aside and dodged the blow. Isaac shouts for everyone to retreat, as if his scream could really make the goblins scatter. Then the knight, the goblin leader, lunges at the young man and strikes from above. The young man must sharply turn his whole body and parry the monster's blade with his sword. When he blocks, the words of a guild member flash before his eyes. With the seal, the guys are under divine protection, and without it, only level C. He shouts that this is not true! This cannot be. He cannot lose to this little goblin, the man thinks, while the goblin presses him to the ground with its strength and weight. But suddenly a fiery spear pierces the monster, and it howls in pain, and the man also screams. The monster has already fallen to the ground and is smoking, pierced by the spear. Amy anxiously asks if Isaac is okay. He is sure that he is fine and that he can handle it himself, but another girl says he looks like the fight was tough, and he gets angry at this remark. And now the guys are suddenly surrounded by evil goblins. Isaac says to postpone all fights for later. Now they need to focus on the goblins. There are already too many of them. And the guy, as always, swears. So the battle is over. All the goblins lie around, and the boys are breathing heavily after the fierce fight. They ask each other, is it really over? It seems so, but not quite. The Goblin Knight once led hordes of monsters, but now everything must be settled, so they finally agree. The girl wizard begins to read some spell. Isaac returns and decisively moves forward, calling the boys to follow him. They still need to deal with the wyverns before returning to the guild, and the girls reluctantly agree. The cry of the wyvern bursts again and again from the giant cliff in the center of this area. The heroes hide behind bushes and watch the creatures tensely. There are quite a few here. They crawl and scurry in all sorts of ways. Isaac grits his teeth and says to Amy, I will attack and distract their attention. You break their wings with magic, and when the monsters rush, I will finish them all off. They target the wyvern that lagged behind the group, and the girl understands Isaac and knows why they are doing this. The swordsman rushes at both wyverns, sword ready, and shouts that he finally, against all odds, has gone. The wyvern screams at him with nasty, piercing sounds. He instantly attacks with his sword, but they skillfully spread their wings and fly up, dodging the blow. Amy instantly bursts into the fight and throws fire arrows left and right, aiming at the flying wyverns. Arrows catch up with the downed dragons and they fall to the ground, engulfed in burning tongues, smiling and breaking into pieces. That man also strikes them with his sword, mercilessly cutting them into pieces. Good, now the wyvern is destroyed. He must move on to the next stage of the plan. But suddenly another wyvern attacks the girls and makes unpleasant sounds and screams. The boy did not notice that it took off. This is a real unexpected attack. The girls have to flee for their lives, escaping and dodging the sweeping blows of the heavy tail. They run from the wyvern. Isaac catches up with them and asks if everything is okay. But one of the girls is too angry with him. It is visible, she sighs. She yells at the boy because he was supposed to take care of his mages. She compares him to Locke, because she is sure that a professional like Locke would have protected them both. The boy, as always, is furious. He shouts that Locke is not involved with them, that Isaac did not know about the other wyvern, and in general. Even with an escort, he must be able to stand up for himself, and she is shocked. She shouts that this is complete nonsense and that she and Amy must leave right now, because they will die if they stay with this idiot Isaac. She does not resist. The sorceress says she can no longer be near the young man. He scolds her, but at the same time asks both of them not to leave. He is, as always, confused and angry. He watches as the girls walk away, eyes wide open. He shouts at Cara, the sorceress, to wait, but she does not stop. As always, he got angry. He watches as his former comrades switch to Locke's side, because probably they will be better there, and they also abandoned him. The boy sees Locke's face again and, as always, burns with anger. Again, the boy's memories surface. Some old man appears, who tells Isaac that the castle is incredible, but Isaac objects, and the old man says that the boy must learn from the example of the castle, but this does not motivate him at all. He still remembers how he cried back then, and says that everyone constantly talks about Locke, and it just annoys him. Now he is surrounded by wyverns. They have flown up and are ready to cause harm. Seeing the sharp teeth of the monsters approaching, the boy decided, in that case, he will make everyone fail the request. He thrusts his sword into the ground and shouts fiercely that under no circumstances will he allow Locke to win. The girls look at each other and tell one another that what they see is undoubtedly terrible and should not be happening, but for some reason it is happening. The man casts the spell Great Cross, and the wyverns, as if caught in a hurricane, fly off in different directions, thrown back by a strong stream of magical energy. They disappear in this flame. The girl presses herself to the stone and hides from the magical energy, and he, as if enchanted, looks at his sword, which glows and illuminates his sinister face. The stream of energy bursts into the entire cell, fills it, and rapidly rises upward. To lock up the peasants, look into the distance and suddenly see a huge cross growing, and hear a sound. Shannon says loudly and confidently, "It is definitely Isaac and his people," and he confirms that it can only be Isaac and his people. The boy asks Shannon to keep him company. She agrees. Everyone except her continues working in the village, and Locke relies on Lucky, who immediately understands what is what. And so the friends approach the cliff, to the cave, all covered with fresh greenery. There is so much smoke that it bursts out from the entrance to the dungeon. 3 figures appear on the threshold, coughing loudly, and the boy notices how much smoke there is. Isaac and his comrades, who emerged from the smoke, feel unwell, and Amy sympathetically supports him under the elbow and takes him away. The swordsman shouted fiercely at Locke to fight back, because both the twist and the materials had all turned to dust due to Isaac's negligence. He says bitterly, now the boys will not be able to fulfill the request. In private comments, he wrote that he never thought his former comrades would stoop to such baseness. Shannon shouts at the boy. If this is true, they will have to return to the kingdom's capital, buy materials, and deliver them to the guild. It's unfair, but they cannot lose. She has already seen these goods for sale. But block the objects, because there is a chance that inside are wyverns, and this needs to be checked. Shannon tries to object, but retreats. The swordsman glances over his shoulder at Locke and says that they, Locke's people, can search as much as they want, and Isaac will return and wait until the next meeting. And Locke watches him with his eyes. And so 3 of them, together with Lucky, enter the dungeon. Before them opens a terrible smoking scene. Examining the body of the goblin knight, they increasingly doubt that this is a real knight. Locke says that probably that knight led the goblins, so the village is now safe. Lucky says that is indeed the case. From above, the area looks as if it has been scorched, but strangely the vegetation is completely undamaged. All the monsters crumbled to dust. Isaac has very high magical abilities, so the path of a mage suits him perfectly, but the materials are spoiled and cannot be delivered. Locke sadly says that nothing can be done and suggests returning, but suddenly Lucky's joyful shout is heard. He found something. Look, these are wyvern eggs. They are right there, behind the stones. It turned out that hiding behind the stones, the eggs were ultimately not damaged. The dog asks if the eggs are tasty. Locke is not sure, but these eggs must be taken to the guild someday. Later, the villagers rejoice. The guys defeated the goblins, and Shannon asks if they should also deal with the goblins in the swamp. It turns out the swamp is exactly in the same place where there used to be a dungeon. The map is outdated. The name was changed, so these are the same goblins. While Isaac and the company were supposed to bring at least some materials to the guild, the boy spent the day helping the village, preparing the soil and growing cabbage. Finally, the long-awaited day of departure arrived. They also built a fortress to protect the village. It turned out that the Ant Queen built gates and a stone wall around the village to protect everyone from monster attacks and to keep order here. All the inhabitants sincerely thank the heroes. From now on, the villagers, heeding the heroes' advice, will continue to develop their village with inspiration. They sincerely thank everyone once again and say that cabbage was a wonderful invention, and they gladly invite him to come again. The hero is flying with happiness. That's all. Now only Isaac and his comrades remain to be dealt with. Now they all said goodbye to the residents and set off for the capital of Kronto to settle accounts. Everything is happening in the heart of the capital of the kingdom of Kronto. The hero walks down the street, tensely examining every corner. What he is looking for must be somewhere here. From one stall he was called. There stood a man from the village. Whom did Locke treat some time ago? The hero asks the man how sales are going, and he replies, cabbage is selling very quickly, especially thanks to various dishes and tastings that are in huge demand. In addition, there was a special item at a low price. It was bought up by adventurers. Thanks to them, the guy earned a lot of money and gives a share to Locke, but he refuses and asks to spend the rest on buying a demonic cow for the development of the village. The young man with a sincere smile says that he owes Locke, his friends, and the rest of the villagers, and thanks him on behalf of himself and them. Finally, the preparation is complete. Now all that remained was to visit the guild. The hero decisively strides there, frowning and looking stubbornly ahead, and steps through the wide-open gates of the Adventurers' Guild. The secretary and Isaac, along with 2 girls, are already waiting there. He angrily says that Locke is late, throws an informal greeting to the boy, and they both look at each other. On the table lay materials that were supposed to be brought upon request, and Locke and Shannon silently stared at the things Isaac brought, because in the dungeon he really had no way to get them. He smiles like a winner and says he thought Locke ran away because he didn't get all the necessary materials, but the young man calmly replies that he would never do that. Isaac smiles again and asks if the boy really came to the guild empty-handed just to play, and Locke calmly replies that it doesn't matter. The materials are provided. Isaac snorted. The boy is trying to act cool and the secretary begins to check. The inspection is underway, and the boys, holding their breath, look at each other. The hooligan angrily shouted that Locke should already be on his knees begging the opponent for forgiveness with all his might. The hero says he wouldn't want to upset Isaac, but the one who has to apologize here is not him. Isaac asks again what the matter is, and in fact, everything is very simple. The secretary says that the victory in the contest will be awarded to Mr. Locke. Isaac is completely stunned and does not understand what is happening. While it turned out that Locke had brought 30 scales, 10 claws, 60 wings, 9 wyvern eggs, and 40 stones in advance. Isaac cannot comprehend how this could have happened. He is sure that Locke came to the dungeon after them and could not have taken anything. The young man destroyed everything there with his own hands. The swordsman runs up to the boy and shakes him by the collar, accusing him as if he had made a deal with the guild and was doing dirty deeds. Locke sighs deeply and says he did nothing of the sort. Before accusing the young man of dishonor, let Isaac himself, according to Locke, explain his actions, because he did not obtain the materials with his own hands, but simply bought them in the store. The swordsman asks again what that man is talking about, since he himself defeated the monster. But Locke is persistent. He leans over the table. He lifts one dragonfly wing and suddenly sees the sign of the village of Tushino there. Strangely, Isaac somehow did not notice this. He explains how it all happened. He realized that Isaac destroyed all the materials, so he had to buy them somewhere. He put his own up for a low price, and the hooligan took the bait. He said he read Isaac's thoughts, and that meant one thing. Locke would run to buy the goods that were missing in the store to win. But they already had enough material, so he just took it from his own stock and sold it. He continues, bitterly noting that if it were not for the swordsman's greed, Isaac would not have spent so much money, and both girls look at this with obvious disapproval. Isaac asks how that man ended up in the dungeon. He does not understand how this could have happened at all, and Locke simply exhales calmly. He says, "Look at the map. It is immediately clear that there is a shorter path, but it is much more dangerous and the trail leads straight to the dungeon." Cara says, "She knew." Isaac, as always, is furious. It turned out, Cara did not want to choose the dangerous road and says this directly to the guy, but he does not understand what she means. After all, the competition gives them the right to remain S-level adventurers. He asks if the girls really do not want to defeat Locke and his team, and Isaac thinks they do. The girl inhales and adjusts her hair. She says that Isaac still has not understood the most important thing. He was the only one who truly wanted to win this competition. No one else. And this surprises her greatly. As always, he is boiling with anger. Locke again addresses Isaac and thanks him for defeating the goblins. Isaac is surprised. He does not understand at all what the hero is talking about. The killing of the goblins did bring some benefit. They were bothering the people of Locke's favorite village, and those people were too poor to pay the guild. The guys thought that the guild was submitting a request to at least help the villagers a little. The secretary smiled immediately as soon as the hero said this. In fact, on the very first day after arriving at the village, he asked Shannon to collect wyvern claws and scales. They were far from the nests, and then decided that the guys would handle the goblin themselves. Isaac shouts that that man used him, swears, boils with rage, and hurls insults. He is furious. The guy lunges at the hero, raises his fist, and calls him a beast. But suddenly a sharp scream cuts through the air and stops him. Someone asks to stop. Here is Mr. Titus, standing there, arms crossed over his chest, and sternly watching what is happening. He says that Mr. Kidd confessed everything, even the conspiracy with Isaac, and for Isaac this means the end and nothing more. He falls to his knees and sobs. Here it is, the real end, and he is forced to admit defeat. And now, everything is decided. Isaac and all the others were interrogated and then punished. Mitigating circumstances caused Amy and Carew to be demoted only to the naval rank. Isaac's S-rank team disbanded. Karen and Amy wanted to create a new team with Locom, but he politely refused. Later they learned to trust each other and formed a new party, and the boy was put behind bars. His crimes began to be investigated, so he will not be free for a long time. Isaac did not end up behind bars, but for 6 months he was thrown into a mine for hard labor. To become an adventurer in the future, he will have to start from scratch. And the hero, in turn, feels simply wonderful. He lies, leaning his back against a tree. The dog asks him what the boy is thinking about. It turned out, nothing special. He was just thinking about friends and staring into the void. They grew up together, yet never truly got to know each other. And he finally understands, this is worth thinking about. Because his childhood friends committed such atrocities that since then his relationships with comrades have seriously deteriorated. Now he, though with pain, can come to terms with the bitterness of betrayal. Now Locke will believe in his friends and use his power for their sake. The dog is satisfied. Locke asks her to take care of him. He is a hero. He replies, "It's all right," and lets the hero lean on the beast. They both look at each other. From afar, Shannon shouts, "Food is ready!" The friends get up and go to eat, so another problem is solved. But there is still something else. Soon it will turn out. The hero will be drawn into another unpleasant matter again. We will talk about this later. Here are the city gates. In front of them, a group of warriors with various weapons. They are busy with some business. Opposite, a group of giants. Suddenly, real ogres appeared opposite the royal capital, and they loom over the boys like huge boulders. One of the monsters strikes with a fist, scattering people in all directions, and after the blow, a deafening rumble is heard. Everything is very bad. The warriors are not coping, and now the ogres will go further and completely destroy everything here. If the boys hold out until the knights arrive, they will be saved, but the travelers are already sure. All the credit will be taken for themselves. The warrior wanted to say something else bad, but the ogre swung his fist. The blow is about to come, and it seems neither he nor his comrade can be saved. Suddenly, Locke emerges on a white horse, played by the beast Lucky, and everyone rejoices at his appearance. He apologizes for the delay, and the warrior sternly orders the boy to work hard to catch up and defeat the ogres. He responds decisively. They need to rely on him. It is time to counterattack, so they themselves rush at the monsters. The beast firmly holds the ogre by the hand, while the ogre strikes with the other. The boy is very worried about this. But a fiery spear suddenly pierces the monster's chest. It was released by the sorceress Emmy, whom the boy already knew. He thanks her, and she advises the hero not to lower his guard. It is dangerous. He asks the Ant Queen Patru to take command. It is her specialty, and she gladly agrees to help. She is responsible for some complicated plan, dividing everyone into groups and combining characters in strange proportions that almost make no sense. Everyone immediately feels better when the hero casts a strengthening magic on each of them, and they thank him for the 1000th time. And then they just rush at the ogres and start destroying them. The warriors attack one monster from all sides. Shannon and a few other guys pounce on another man. Other people stunned the third and threw him to the ground, and the dog instantly stirred. Lucky hits another ogre and knocks him down with his paw. Locke is stunned. The blow was very strong. Lucky boasts that it was easy, but he says the dog is just too strong by himself. That man thinks so. Patra is doing great. She can defeat anyone by uniting many actors. She brilliantly cooperates with Shannon, as befits the Queen of Ants. Locke also sees the gargoyle cannon crashing down on one of the ogres. He formed a wind ball and threw it at the monster, but it turned out to be impervious to such attacks. The demon burst out shouting, "It didn't work!" and feels despair. In any case, his power is still sealed, and he himself cannot remove the seal. Lucky must help the gargoyle with that lock. After the battle, 3 ogres lie on the ground in front of the city wall. The last one is also defeated, and their joy knows no bounds. The sorceress Cara directs healing magic to cure the current state of the wounded warrior. Everyone thanks the saint. Their hearts are filled with sincere gratitude. She says that "thank you" cannot be hidden in a pocket, and that they could somehow give you clothes. She skillfully captures the audience's attention and has a talent for it. And then a man on a horse appears. He is surrounded by exactly the same people on horses. Here are the Imperial Knights. They are commanded by the stern Marcus, captain of the Imperial Knights. He sincerely thanks the adventurers for helping to investigate the ogres and says that, to find out the cause of their rampage, the knights will take their bodies. The adventurers who just defended the city are furious. They shout that the bodies have value as a source of materials, but the knights refuse to listen to any objections. Locke silently and intently watches what is happening. A little later in the city, a man pounds the table with his fist, shouts at the present Marcus, and asks what he is talking about. The traveler says indignantly that the knight is trying to steal monsters that rightfully belong to the guild, whose members killed the ogres. He is still calm, saying that investigation is necessary. The monsters appeared too close to the capital for everything to be fine. We need to find this out. They will pay for it. But one of the guild members grumbles that the payment offered by the knights is too small. It is merely monetary compensation, and the knights will not give more. Trade has nothing to do with this. Then Titus. He is the one who says, "The knights appeared only after the battle, and there was no cooperation with them. It was the adventurers who fought and risked their lives, and he demands money and even more." Marcus says that Titus is crossing the line and should not do that. Let him release the man. He is depressed. The guild secretary asks them both to finally finish and stop arguing. It turns out she has already agreed to consult with the deputy captain of the squad, and Titus sincerely apologizes. He is very sorry that it happened this way. Marcus is still sitting here, and Locke is going somewhere, carrying Shannon and Patru on his shoulders. They are discussing what happened. Tit knows how it looks. Bad, but he simply says, oppression remains oppression, and the travelers will soon flee the country. Such people are vital for the development and defense of the country. They take on the most difficult tasks, solving problems, hunting monsters, and clearing dungeons. In the end, the state has fewer attacks and victims from monsters. People buy artifacts from dungeons and become stronger. There are many other things. And Marcus is foolish because he does not understand this. The boy says that Titus is very emotional, strange and rare, and the man replies that he and Marcus have a very toxic friendship. He also turns to Locke with requests, as if they came from the guild. The thefts of magical and combustible stones have become more frequent. It's hard to investigate because there are no witnesses, so Titus wants Locke to deal with it. The hero finds it strange, but the guild member trusts this boy so sincerely that he is even ready to pay just for the work if the criminal is not caught. He replies that he understands and will investigate everything down to the smallest details. Suddenly, Shannon makes some sound. Everyone is surprised. It turns out her stomach is growling, she wants to eat, and the girl herself is very embarrassed and at the same time surprised. On the street, at a busy market, the boy feeds Shannon with what he can buy here. They all enjoy dango together. This is not dango. It is wild boar fat skewered on a stick. Shannon apologizes again to the man for what happened. He tells her not to worry. He was hungry himself, and she sincerely thanks him for his patience. Finally, everyone is here. It's time to set off to the place the hero has long dreamed of reaching. This is the weaponsmith's workshop. The boys examine every item here. The blacksmith asks Locke what is going on. He already knows that man, and they make an agreement. The man says sadly that bad things really happened to his former comrades. The blacksmith responds indignantly. These people dared to humiliate him, and that's how it is. The young man cannot believe it. The blacksmith seems to know about his divine protection and support magic, but in reality, it is quite prosaic. The blacksmith just sees that his equipment is old and unreliable. He asks what brought the hero here this time, and it turns out Locke came to pick up equipment for the little ants. The blacksmith says that, seeing the crown on Patro, he took a closer look and recognized it was the queen of the ants. He, like all decent people in this city, is wildly impressed by that man and says to him, "Choose whatever you want." The familiars really choose and try different things. Finally, everyone has made their choice. He offers something to Shannon and Gargoyle with a suggestion to take it, but they politely refuse. He leans over Patro because he sees she was chosen for the staff. It turned out she dreams of using magic to help people, like her father, but whether she can use it at all, no one knows. He says she can try. Let them continue training together. The girl nods and agrees. Supportive magic would really suit her as a commander. And finally, everything is completed. Here approaches a knight in a white cloak. Matteo greets him warmly, but there is no response. The knight goes straight to Partha. And here he approaches the girl from behind. Then during a training move, he sharply kicks something, and the monster flies to the far wall. The young man rushes up to her and anxiously asks if everything is all right. The warrior indignantly asks why monsters are in the store at all. It seems grotesque to him, and Locke asks what the warrior is doing. But he insists that this inexperienced beast tamer should not have brought either women or monsters here at all. Knight mocks the guys and, smiling, says that there is no need to boast just because Locke has strong monsters. The knight asks again, "Who do you think you are?" The youth only remains silently offended. Ivan leans toward Patra and asks, just in case, how she feels. But in fact, the girl is fine. She said that defending herself was extremely easy. That guy hit her too late to cause harm. As befits a strong monster, Patra holds firm. Knight shouts in their ears not to ignore him. He is not used to this at all. He asks again if the young man really does not know who he is. All of Locke's friends, even Locke himself, say, "No, we don't know," and immediately imagine the worst. He stands up to his full height and, smiling arrogantly, says that the dirty peasants before him must learn, and he himself will tell the guys who he is so they can study it well. His name is Missile. He was born into a noble family and will undoubtedly become the next leader of the Knight Order. He says that a quarrel with such a person will bring no good, and the other simply replies that he doesn't care. According to the young man, the rocket threats do not scare him at all, and he firmly demands that he immediately apologize to Patrick. He became terribly angry. Missile also started insulting Shannon and, addressing Locke, asked him to take the elf away from him, that is, the beast, shouting to her that usually it is not worth starting a fight with a member of the Order of Knights. But she boldly says that his words mean nothing to her, and she will make him answer for them. Knight laughs at Shannon, because she offended her feelings, and that is exactly what he wanted. He says that she is old, constantly reminds her of her age, and suddenly this offended her. She shouts at him, he is wrong, and what offended her the most was not the jokes about age, but that Missile called Locke an unfinished beast tamer. She takes out a blade and points it at the man. He froze, stunned by such behavior. She says that she will soon teach the knight good manners and turn it from a pest into a normal person, and the one who understands nothing gets angry and does not notice the figure sneaking up from behind at all. Missile even says that the girl will regret it. He grabs a sword and draws it from the sheath, but behind him an angry Marcus has already appeared. The knight feels something behind his back, turns around, sees the commander, and his enthusiasm instantly fades. Punished, He sincerely apologizes to Patras, just as Locke initially demanded. Mark truly regrets what he did as a subordinate and sincerely apologizes to Locke, which is quite noble. He also sincerely apologizes to Portros, but everything is fine with her. Locke says, "With Patras's permission, I forgive everyone here." Marcus asks for forgiveness once again. It turns out Marcus already knows Locke. The thing is, the whole city knows what luck is, but fools like Missile do not. He asks if the guys have finished the investigation, but not yet, so he turns to the blacksmith with a request to tell more about the theft of combustible stones. He says it happens often, about once or twice a week. Today a worker just lost one, and the criminal's motive is still unknown. Marcus nods. It is really confusing. The hero summarizes everything he has learned now. The commander nods and asks the guy to report anything interesting. Then he returns to the main office. When Locke watches the night recede, he notices. He is filled with surprise. Chan and 2 others. She thought Marcus would be more threatening and ruthless, but he turned out to be a nice guy. Although Titus scolds him, the guys in this dispute will most likely side with Titus. Locke came up with something again and asks the blacksmith to show the place from where the stones were stolen. More information is needed to put everything in order, and the blacksmith agrees. He leads the man to the warehouse or workshop. On the walls, weapons everywhere. Everything is locked. Windows, doors, and chests are locked with keys. The blacksmith quietly explained that only 1 stone lay on the workbench. The guy noticed 2 entrances, and the thief could have slipped in here unnoticed by the owner. But he still does not understand why he needs this combustible stone. There are much more valuable artifacts here. The purpose is unknown, so he asks where these combustible stones are stored. Who would have thought? The chest is tightly locked, and no one has stolen any stones from it before. The guy cannot draw conclusions from the available information, so, confused, he asks permission to summon the familiar. And as soon as he gets consent, he immediately calls his Pokemon. Fortunately, it barely fits in the room. He also cannot hide his surprise and asks, why was he called to such a pit? The guy apologizes to him. The blacksmith looks admiringly at the power of the beast, and the dog sincerely says that he is glad to meet him. The man anxiously asks if the dog can track the thief by scent. Generally, yes, but it is difficult because there are so many different smells around that the search is complicated. The dog sadly realizes that he cannot help, apologizes, and Locke gently says that it's okay and thanks the animal for coming. The blacksmith is repeatedly fascinated by the boy. Now he wants a bracelet in which the boy hides his familiars, and he cannot contain his emotions when he sees how skillfully the boy uses the artifact. He eagerly tells Shannon that he saw how Locke learned, and that Locke used to be quite clumsy and awkward. She cannot believe it. Locke asks the blacksmith to be quiet, but the blacksmith almost blurts out an awkward story. The young man manages to stop him. Patrick again wants to give her something. Look, it's a little bib. It turns out to be a mithril breastplate, as light as a feather, and at the same time incredibly strong. Locke is simply fascinated by this metal. After all, this is the metal from which only kings and aristocrats make equipment. He cannot afford to accept such a thing, but it's all right. A noble family dreamed of seeing a child in armor, but he fell seriously ill and could no longer wear it. They were asked to throw away the plate, but the blacksmith did not do it. He had already been paid and did not return it to anyone, so he can afford to give the item for free. In this situation, the boys gladly accept the expensive gift, but there are a few flaws that need to be fixed, and the plaque will be brought to them in a few days. The next day, everyone was already in the forest. Ants with sharpened blades froze in anticipation as the boars charged at them. One of them rushed at the boar with a sword and killed it with a single strike. A truly rare spectacle. The others also started shooting with their new weapons, and are doing quite well. It turned out that the children adapt lightning fast. They mastered the weapon perfectly in 1 day. He thought they fought with bare hands, but as soon as the weapons appeared, their abilities suddenly strengthened. Honestly, he is eagerly awaiting their further growth. In any case, all of this is simply wonderful. The subjugation of the boars is complete. This challenge gave the boys a chance to test their new skills. Overall, no problems. He approaches the wounded Ant Bee and asks if she is in pain. But no! They all simultaneously meet each other's gazes, and suddenly Potra appears. He gently strokes Ant Bee's head. The others also receive this and pounce on the hero, although he tries to bring some order. And then everyone happily lies down on the ground. Locke, Shannon, and Patra understood. The ant children are truly happy. Suddenly, the hero receives new news. The sacred beast Wyvern will soon be born, and no one knows if they will become friends. So he is puzzled. The shell begins to crack, and shortly after, the 3 joyfully watch as new friends appear. They are happy, finally hatched. The boy smiles and tells them they did a good job, and a bird sits on his shoulder. He believes that the heavenly bird cared for the eggs, because he did not expect the eggs he received to hatch so quickly. Lucky was a little surprised. He befriended the sacred beast Wyvern, and now he can improve 3 places or items in this dimension. The hero scans the list of improvements, imagines hot springs, a dark mine, and a lush banana tree, and this time decides to choose them. After that, all 3 objects he selected begin to improve, and near the hot spring stands a stone building. The hot spring on this mountain. Bathing there must be simply incredible. And now they also have a mine. So in the monster mini-garden, it might be possible to forge weapons and make armor with special skills. Now they can also click bananas. And it is so pleasant to watch the monster mini-garden grow, while the main hero freezes, looking at the banana trees. He smiles and says that this is wonderful, suggesting everyone return to the guild to report on completing the request to subdue the huge boars, and the girl agrees. Then the 4 mount animals and split into 2 groups. The boy tells the girl that today he will prepare meat from the big boar, and they will sell the rest of the meat at the market later. The girl smiles and agrees. As for the fangs and fur, suddenly the beast they wrote about noticed something and froze. The hero asked what happened, and the beast asked him to look there. In the distance, a pile of graves was visible, and among them one stood out, significantly larger than the others. They think it's a fireball. Lucky Samly runs forward and suggests checking it out, and the main hero tensely says it might be a ghost and asks her to wait. The 3 of them found themselves in a cemetery and silently looked around. The boy whispered that the fireball disappeared, and Lucky sighed and said he was unlucky. Shannon hides behind the main hero and clings to his clothes, and the boy notices that everything is trembling. The girl shyly smiles and apologizes. She doesn't feel very comfortable with ghosts, so the main hero gently strokes her head. The man says that if something happens, they are nearby, and if it gets too hard for her, she can always wait in the mini kindergarten for monsters. The girl gladly says okay, then cheerfully walks away, holding her head. The main hero stands before the tallest tombstone, reads the carved inscription, and with a weight in his heart realizes, here rests the great sage Demort. The boy tells everyone about it, and Lucky and Shannon look at him surprised and ask him again. The main hero explains that Demorte is often called the Great Wise Woman. According to legend, she made a great contribution to the country's development. She was not only stunningly beautiful but also kind, had extraordinary knowledge and wisdom. For the sake of this country, she herself went to the Demon Lord's castle, forced them to sign a peace treaty, and the peace in the country is her merit. Shannon is stunned. They speak of her as if she were an extraordinary person, and the main hero just smiles and says it's just a legend and they will never know if she really was that person. The boy looked west and said, "The sun is already setting. It's time to return to the guild." Lucky agreed with him. After some time they enter the guild, look ahead and, to their surprise, see someone loudly asking if he means that there is something wrong with their request. The man, holding paper in his hands, got angry, and the girl behind the counter says that, as she already said, the problem is in the details of the request. She cannot say for sure if any of the adventurers will agree to fulfill it for such a reward, and the main character asks what is going on here. The man with the paper suddenly realized that this was the same animal Tamer from yesterday, who appeared just in time and responded to the request, and the main character surprisingly takes the paper handed to him. In the sewer they came across several used firestones, so they are looking for a person who will clean and inspect it. And the man looks at the reward with surprise, 30 gold coins. He tells the boy that this is actually a request for adventurers to become volunteers. The reward is ridiculous, and he wonders what the point is, because he is sure that the noble commander's request will be accepted anyway, despite such trifles. The guild exists to help the Night Orders with their assignments, so they should stop whining and just approve his request, and meanwhile he insults the girl behind the counter. The girl asks if he really said that. She got terribly angry and wants to know whom he meant. The boy is frightened by her appearance, and she just calmly smiles. The girl, pinning this on the bulletin board, says that she understands herself. He leaves and tells them that he doesn't care. Let them do as they want, and the main character asks the girl if she is okay. The girl explains that if she continues the quarrel, she will only harm others, and it remains to learn a lesson from this experience. The girl got angry. She realized that he was trying to insult the guild, or rather her, and the main character got scared and thinks about his request. The main character and Shannon walk through the sewer, pinching their noses because of the unpleasant smell. Apparently flammable stones got in there. The boy wipes his hands, sees the same flammable stones, but realizes that this is not enough to collect the necessary stones, so the girl says she will check there. Maybe she will find more undiscovered stones. The boy asks the girl to be careful, The floor here is very slippery, and she assures him that everything will be fine. She says, "See, I can easily keep my balance." Starts spinning, but suddenly stumbles on her heel and falls backward. But the main character does not let her fall. He reacts in time and catches the girl in his arms. He tells her that it's great she believes in herself, but he thinks that excessive confidence is dangerous. She apologizes for that and thinks about how close his face is. The main character holds her in his arms and, sighing, says it's time to go back. It stinks here. The girl quietly replies that she thinks so too. It's already night. The boy says that it is already completely dark. The girl delves into thoughts about her feelings. Suddenly the main character remembers something and asks Shannon if she wants to go with him to the hot springs. She is surprised and immediately blushes. The main character looks up. Winged creatures that flew to him are sitting on his arms. The main character says with surprise, "It's strange that they already know how to fly." They answer him that the wyverns grow quickly, although so far they can only fly 2 meters above the ground. He and the skybird taught them to fly. He asks the gargoyle if he can fly, and the gargoyle confidently replies, "I can. My wings are not just for beauty." The gargoyle confidently says he can carry both of them on his back and fly. So the man asks him to fly around the outskirts of the capital, and he agrees. The main character returns to Shannon and asks about her, but she is busy and already has the thought of going together to the hot springs swirling in her head. The boy returned to her. She got scared, but he said that she is also with them and that it's time to go. Then the two of them fly on the back of a gargoyle, and the main character enthusiastically tells him that he is cool because he really managed to lift both of them. The boy asks Shannon if she is okay. She agrees, and then notices something. They fly high in the sky over a beautiful city, and in its center rises a castle surrounded by a strong wall. The girl says in surprise, "It's so beautiful here, like a carpet of light." And the boy agrees and adds that he will definitely show it to others. They thank the gargoyle, and he, with surprise in his voice, says that he is glad to be useful because he is not very good in battle. The boy asks him not to worry about fights, because he helps a lot, washes and cooks. Flying skills are a big advantage, and he thinks about that man with tears. The main character tells him that if everything works out, the seal will be removed from him. That's what he thinks, but he deeply doubts whether he will be able to remain himself after that. The boy suggests that when the outcasts grow up, they will fly together, and the gargoyle agrees. The main character dreams that someday he will have a familiar who can fly and at the same time can take Lucky as a passenger. Although it seems incredible, the gargoyle knows one such creature. The gargoyle assures that the griffin is big enough, so he will be able to lift Lucky and carry him into the sky. He is his best friend, so he will help them in any case. You need to visit him as soon as this matter is resolved. Now it's time for them to return. The water bubbles in the hot spring. Everyone freezes at the beauty of the hot springs. The ants begin to jump into the water and rest in it. Garuglia excitedly says that the view is simply incredible, and Shannon blushes and feels shy. She thought it would be just the two of them, so when the boy addresses her, she gets scared. Everyone is basking in the hot springs and says that it is very pleasant and warm here, and the main character hears splashing. Lucky also entered the water and says that it is very pleasant here. When asked if he does not like swimming, he agreed. Lucky says that he does not like washing, but he insanely loves hot springs. They are spacious and deep, and he can fully immerse his body in the water. The pet sincerely told the boy that he was the one who pulled her out of that dungeon and gave her the opportunity to now enjoy the hot springs, and she was very grateful to him. The main character insists that the thanks should be said by him, because without him he would have perished in that destructive flame. The animal extends its paw with claws to him, and the main character smiles and bumps it with his fist. The ants jump into the water, and the gargoyle informs them that ahead awaits a spectacular, dreamy dive. The next day, Partra puts on a beautiful dress and happily says that it fits her perfectly. She also said that the dress suits her very well. The protagonist smiles and thanks Matteo, says that he also took the opportunity and forged armor for the ants, and suggests trying it while they are here. The boy tells the blacksmith that it wasn't worth trying so hard, but the ants are happy. The blacksmith is rarely ordered children's armor, so he gladly made it. He used only a little material, so there's no need to worry. Let them just accept it. The ants are taking apart the armor. The main character gives him something and asks if it's enough, but the blacksmith replies that he won't take payment. This is not equipment, but a token of gratitude. The boy tells him that if he is against it, he can just save them and give them to those who come without money, adventurers or some child who for some reason needs armor, and let him make equipment for them for free. The blacksmith bitterly regrets it, because it seems that E put the main character in an awkward position, but he denies it. Recently, he left the so-called S-rank group and received this money. After leaving, He agreed to take it and said he would keep it in another place. Everyone was waiting for the blacksmith when he suddenly called Locke. "Quickly here!" And Locke entered and asked what happened. The man, overwhelmed with horror, whispers to the boy that the flammable stones were just stolen, and Locke is stunned. The blacksmith points his finger at the window and says that blue light came from there, and the main character asks Lucky to follow the trail. Lucky sniffs and says that the smell is still strong, so he managed to find the thief, but it's very cramped here. The pet barely fits in the room. The main character strictly orders everyone except Lucky to be ready and wait in the mini-monster garden. He will call them when help is needed. The boy on Lucky rushes down the street, flies past people, and suddenly realizes they all handled it so quietly, and he doesn't know who could have done it. Finally they are there, again found themselves near Damore's grave, and the main character cannot hide his surprise. The main character asks Lucky if this is really the place. Lucky answers affirmatively, and the path ends behind the grave. The boy looks around and realizes there is nothing suspicious, even if a ghost stole the stones. And suddenly the main character hears some sound. He asks the heavenly bird what happened, and it brings him a flower to drive away evil spirits. Suddenly the grave shone and slowly moved aside, revealing stairs down. Everyone froze in amazement. The main character is sure that he was deceived by an illusion. He has never seen such a powerful spell before. Lucky loudly asks what to do with them. The passage is too narrow for him. The boy summons light and descends, wondering if the stolen stones are hidden here. Locke enters an empty room and is amazed. How did he so unexpectedly come across a place under the grave? Someone tells him that guests rarely come here. Suddenly a skeleton of a woman in a dress appears before him, emanating a sinister aura, and the main character suspects that she is a lich. The skeleton says to the boy in a gloomy voice, "Since you found this place, you are a high-ranking mage." The main character grabs his sword and asks who he is, and the skeleton explains that there is only one creature living under its own grave. Maybe it is her. The boy froze and does not believe that she is Demorte. Demorte says that even if so, he can do nothing. The boy doubts if this is even possible, and a fairy addresses him from above. She sharply orders him to put away his weapon and asks in a sharp tone what he was trying to do with Mort. Pixie suddenly appears. The main character hides the sword, and she says, "If you're looking for a fight, deal with me first. I will burn you to ashes until only a puddle of fire remains." Demort begs Lala to stop. She doubts whether what she said makes sense. Lala says that his acquaintance with her rage is cancelled. Demorte asked the man what brought him here, and he replied that several combustible stones were stolen today, so he came specifically to investigate these thefts. They were following the thief's trail. It led them here, but he doesn't know who it could be. And after that, Lala got scared. Pixie swallows loudly, and the guy notices it. Demorte asks if Lala did that, and Pixie loudly apologizes. Not finding them in the dungeon, she simply stole them. Demort asks if she told her, "Don't cause trouble for others." Pixie says that without these combustible stones, she suddenly went numb, and the main character asks if there is a reason for her actions. Demorte calmly says, "Nothing special. Without combustible stones, her life will just burn out, and that's it." And the main character froze in shock. She no longer knows how much time has passed since then. She only remembers how she drank, and how everyone looked at her. The girl reports that the sake is almost finished and demands that more be brought. This is Domo Art, a great sage, or rather a hardened alcoholic. Opposite her, a man with horns trembles, tense, and says that he can't take it anymore. She smiles and tells him that he won't even be able to drink that much. He is a demon lord, but he is not in the mood for her because he feels bad. The girl confidently says that victory is hers, as he promised, and asks if he will put an end to the war. The man looks at her with anger in his eyes and says that in fact the demons did not want to start this war. People cut down all the trees on the hills and fields. The monsters were left without food, so he simply took back part of the land. They are demons. They do not know how to grow food, and the girl silently looks at him. Demort tells him that she will teach them how to grow food, and asks, will he then stop the war? There was enough food for everyone, and the monsters with full stomachs were quite satisfied. When the war ended, Demort seized the opportunity and devoted herself to studying nutrition problems. Meanwhile, she had a student named Lydia, very kind and smiling. She had no magic, but she knew how to communicate so that people trusted her. And as a person who could not speak without a drink, she sincerely admired this trait in her. The girl smiles at Lydia. "This will greatly speed up the growth of the crops," and warmly welcomes her. Tay says that if fewer workers can produce more food, then the food problem will be solved faster. The girl turns to the master, who suddenly falls silent and is somehow upset, and Lydia cautiously asks her, "Is it time to continue exploring the hidden treasures?" Lydia says that if they can create the undead and make them work for themselves, They can establish a constant food production. The undead do not need food, so less labor is required. De Morte says to Lydia, "You already said that you will no longer participate in the study of undead creatures." Once she passionately studied the undead, was barely on the verge of completing her work. But this research was never meant to be completed. Even if it is only a theory, these possibilities can be turned into a weapon, and then it will inevitably shake the balance of power in the world, whether Lydia understands this or not. The girl asks what is bad about this, and the master calmly replies that now is a peaceful time, so there is no need to worry about food shortages. One should focus on research that will change the world. Like her, Lydia also dreams of achieving something that will inscribe her name in history, so she went to study specifically with her. Simple education does not satisfy her. The master asks Lydia to stop. She says that at this pace she will not become the first, and after some time Lydia disappeared along with her scientific work on the undead. Since then she lived her whole life searching for her but never found her. It seemed that this also ended Lydia's search and the research on the undead. She died, but not forever. Many years passed, and her magic slowly merged with the magic of the earth. Eventually, this turned her into an undead creature made of bones. She became a lich. She felt what it meant to be undead. In life, her magic was boundless, but creating new rooms under the grave, she had to carefully dose the power and impose illusions on the entrance. Then, using her body as a test subject, she again began to study the dead. If Lydia finishes her research on the undead, she will have to create a remedy against it, but it will not last long. As expected, without a flow of magic she simply cannot sustain this body, and there are no magical stones she could obtain. She was sure this was the end, but suddenly noticed. Pixie flew into the room. The skeleton greeted her, and when she realized it was an animated skeleton, she was gripped by horror. He told her this was her grave. Pixie apologizes for coming so suddenly, and the skeleton says it's all right. She is the first guest and noticed her bent wing. Pixie loudly cuts in that it's none of her business and asks, "Does this look ugly?" The skeleton asks, "Why?" She says that because of this wing she cannot fly well, and everyone constantly tells her she should be ashamed. The master asks Pixie what she should do if she considers herself ugly. She is a skeleton, and not only ugly, she is also frightening. But she doesn't even know how to fly. If she did, that would be simply wonderful. The girl extends her hand to Pixie, and with a smile says, "My name is Demort," and Pixie laughs and replies, "I am Lala." Then they talked for a long time about various things. Lala asked if that was the name of the great sage. She was stunned with surprise when she learned that the skeleton before her was that sage. So each of them gained a friend. Then she told her about her inevitable death, decided to return the magical stone, and she will not allow Demort to die. The girl says resolutely, "I am a thief. I stole the combustible stone, and whatever punishment he plans, let him not involve Lala in it." Lala confesses. She stole the stone. Let it punish her, and Demorte reassures everything is fine, just listen to her orders. Pixie loudly calls her a liar and an old witch, says she stole the stone on a whim, and Demort asked her to keep her word, and then everything will be fine. Demort begs her to understand. Don't risk your life for someone who will soon die. Pixie says that she is her first friend and does not want her friend to die. The hero looks at them and thinks with horror. It's true. Such crimes are often punished by death. She could have just beaten him and run away, but chose honesty and decided to atone for her guilt. Two good people bear guilt for each other. The hero summarizes. They both stole, both in the shop and in the Order of Knights. Pixie admits. She stole in the shop, but not in the Order of Knights. Do they suspect that a lot of stones were stolen from the Order? Pixie says she doesn't know what he is talking about. The main hero thought that this means, somewhere there is another thief, and suddenly noticed something outside. They go out and everyone gasps. In the distance it is visible. Their capital is all on fire. All three watch as the capital is engulfed in flames. The main hero turns to Lucky and says that it is time for them to return to the capital, to the genealogies. Kava attracts Demorte's attention. She, with hope in her voice, asks them to take her with them. There is panic in the capital. People are fleeing from some terrible creatures. Warriors shout to the people to run as fast as possible to the western gates. Then one of the warriors notices. A man has fallen. Cursing, he rushed forward and with one skillful sword strike saved the girl from the monster. The monster fell to the ground exhausted, and the boy tries to catch his breath. Then another monster emerges. Suddenly it attacks the boy, knocks him off his feet and almost bites him. The next moment something big and heavy hit the monster. It was a girl with ears who struck it with a huge hammer. The girl asks the boy if he is okay. He says surprised that everything is fine and thanks her. But she feels that the situation is actually bad and wonders why this is happening now. when there are so few adventurers. The protagonist rushes to her and turns back to Rika. The girl smiles. She has arrived. He asks her what is happening. The thing is, an incredible number of monsters from the Night Order suddenly turned into undead and started rampaging. Everyone froze in surprise. Adventurers rushed to help defend. But holy magic alone cannot stop the undead. Since the Night Order began taking the bodies of monsters, many adventurers rushed to other countries and sought help from guilds abroad. But help will not arrive soon. Everyone sees monsters attacking the girl. She says she will go that way and relies on luck. The girl stands to defend the one the undead attacked. Demort says that all this happened because of those scientific works and the magic that lingers around. Lydia is to blame for everything. She took combustible stones as the core and fueled the undead with them. Thanks to this, she completed the research, but in the end it turned out that she was involved in the theft of all the missing combustible stones. The main character asks to postpone the explanation, orders everyone except the wyverns to leave, and everyone agrees. He decisively tells his team they must destroy all monsters and protect people. Then he gives Patra the right to give instructions, and she, surprised, agrees. Lockwoods wanted to add something else, but suddenly noticed that orcs rushed at them. Demorte managed to react and used the infernal dungeon, raising a huge wall. Demorte says that Tucho will also help. Her magic is truly wonderful. The main character introduces her to everyone. She takes the name Lala. They are our allies and there is no reason to be afraid, and Demorte adds, "Nice to meet you." Demorte, barely moving her lips, says that she is on the brink of death. She has used too much magic, and asks if anyone has magical stones. The boy addresses Patra. She replies that she has many, but left the rest at home. Demort feels that they are incredibly high quality. With such an amount, she will be able to envelop the entire kingdom with a sacred barrier and destroy all the undead. The boy asks tremblingly, "Is it true?" Morta says she needs some time to cast the spell. They help her by giving her the needed time. They all rush to attack the undead and successfully overcome it with close combat and magic. The ants also celebrated the victory and rejoiced, but the main character asks them to be careful. The undead will still revive. The body of the undead they just defeated slowly dissolves into the air, and the main character looks at it with surprise. He, with obvious surprise, asks, "What does this mean? If even Shannon and other adventurers could not defeat them, why is it only the familiars who succeed?" Suddenly the hero realizes something and asks Shannon to tell the other adventurers to support his familiars. His skill makes their attacks holy. The girl understands this, and the main hero realizes that a ray of hope has appeared. As a result, his animals successfully cope with the cold. The main hero understands. This is wonderful. They have already destroyed most of the monsters. The boy realizes that very little remains and suddenly notices a night order has appeared. All the adventurers angrily look at the knights and say in unison, "This is too much. Stop fooling around." But the faces of the knights suddenly became gloomy, and the main hero tells them to wait. Something is wrong. One of the knights is aiming at them with a bow. Then they all start shooting at the group that is just looking at the knights. Everyone stood in shock, watching as the arrows flew straight at them. Then the arrows hit and fell to the ground. Lucky was the one who covered everyone with his tail. The arrows did not hit him. The main hero sincerely thanks him. He strengthened his fur with magic. Lucky agrees, and the man asks the knights what they are thinking because they are his allies. The boy suddenly sees. They have red eyes. The main knight shouts that the enemies are ahead and orders them to be killed. The main hero is asked what to do. That boy asks to just knock him out for now, and the gargoyle begs the wind spirits to come to him. The gargoyle throws a large magical ball at the enemies, and it harms them. Spirits attack the knights, and the main hero silently watches and wonders if they succeeded. But the knights get back on their feet. The gargoyle is scared. She fears she might still fly away, and the main hero is confused and doesn't know what to do. But behind him, a knight swings his sword, and at the last moment the boy throws himself aside, trying to dodge. Suddenly something hits him in the face. It's a short girl from the group of boys, and the knight flies away to the side. She asks the boy not to lose vigilance. He thanks Patro and apologizes, and that very night he barely stands on his feet. The knight holds his cheek and shouts to the ant that it hurts him. The hero smiles and asks if he recognizes them. The knight replies that of course, if they consider him a fool. He looks around and says that there is a strange atmosphere here, notices that his eyes are now normal, and as if his brain was fixed. Magic didn't work, but brute force did. The man insists that everyone listen and says, "We just need to beat the knights. After the blow they will come to their senses," and everyone understands this. The knight, with eyes full of anxiety, asks what happened, and the boy, with a trembling voice, explains. The capital was covered by an army of the dead. Then someone brainwashed the Night Order, and the Knight realizes with horror that the dead zombified them. The main hero begs him to leave this place and help evacuate the civilians, but he doesn't listen and firmly says that he is a Knight of the Night Order. His duty is to fight and protect people. The monsters that harm the kingdom's people will fully feel his wrath when this man rushes into battle. The main hero implores him to stop. He can't handle it alone. It's not worth being distracted by a small gnat. Better to attack the big prey, so the Knight thinks and rushes to the biggest one. The Knight screams, strikes the undead and asks, "Did it hit?" But the undead simply turns back. The Knight, in horror, realizes that his strike did almost nothing. The damage is tiny, and then the undead hits him with all its might. He was thrown back. He fell to the ground, dropping his sword. Then, beaten, he barely got to his knees and looked ahead. The undead stands and swings its fist. The Knight understands that things are bad, and the fist is already flying towards him. It hits the man with all its strength. The strike is so powerful that the ground beneath him cracks and everyone froze in shock. But the undead did not hit the boy. Patra covers him and restrains the undead's hand. She decisively fired at him. "A weakling like you should just run away from here." And because of this, he got angry at her. The boy rushes to her, realizing that even if she were a rank A monster, 2 orc strikes would still be too strong for her. The boy rushes forward and kills the undead. On the way, he needs to manage to reach Patra, but for some reason he is scared. The giant dead man swings again, ready to strike, and Patra is already powerless, standing motionless. The next moment, from above, the undead crashes down on them and crushes Patra and the Knight. The main hero, like everyone else, looks with horror at what the dead have done, and refuses to believe what is happening. Locke with horror recalls every moment with Patra when she shone with joy and laughed incessantly. The main hero falls to the ground in despair, torn apart by crying, and loudly calls, "Potra!" However, Potra is in the sky. A wyvern picks her up and carries her straight to the main hero. Everyone except Locke sees this. Lucky begs his master to calm down, says that Potter is actually fine, and the master raises his head and is amazed. Patra is in shock, apologizes to him. She almost died, and the main hero does not understand how she survived. Anna says that Wyvern helped her, recalls how she pulled her out. The boy asks when they became so big, and adds that they also saved that night. Gargoyle says that dragons grow insanely fast, and the boy, impressed, asks if it is true and if it is not because of his power as a tamer. He is sure that it helps him a lot. Shannon returns to Locke and whispers that now is not the time. A crowd of undead stands before them, preparing to attack. The main hero gives Patra a potion. She drinks it, and her skin begins to glow. She thanks him, because she can move again. Wyvern lifts her, and everyone around is ready to attack them. All the ants ride on wyvern gargoyles, and the main hero freezes in amazement. They look like tiny dragons. They rush at the undead from above. They need to deal with the rest of the undead. The main hero thinks that this is simply wonderful. Now he will have to deal with the rest of the knights. Someone with a sword flies at him from behind, and he manages to dodge. He bounces back and looks into the knight, which seems to ask Locke, is he going to intervene? The knight says that the order will get rid of all adventurers in the guild, and Titus will be removed. If Locke dares and stands in his way, it's the end for him. He will die because he will rush at the boy who barely holds back the blow. He barely parries the strikes. It couldn't be otherwise from the head of the Night Order, but I did not expect to have to fight him personally. After that, the knight hits the main character hard in the stomach with his foot. He groans in pain and flies back, and Shannon anxiously shouts his name. The main character thinks this is not cool at all. This guy is really strong and shoots at Marcus to make him come to his senses. However, Marcus insists that he is sane, and Locke says that actually they are strange everywhere they go, and Titus is to blame. He is simply the head of the dead adventurers. Marcus is recognized by the king and the head of the Night Order. Let others think whatever they want. He is actually above them. Marcus says, "This country only needs Night Order," and the main character looks at him. Marcus stands with a sword, says, "If they stand in my way, let them die," and rushes at the main character. Suddenly, Lucky sharply pushes him away with his tail, as if asking to be quiet, and the main character stands and awkwardly watches. Knight is powerless. Lucky calls him noisy, and the main character sincerely thanks Lucky because he saved him. The girl asks Locke how he feels. He says he's fine, but there remains a question about Marcus. At first only Marcus's finger moves, then he stands up and begins to move strangely. The main character looks at Lucky and asks which part of the body he hit, because Lucky is moving strangely. Lucky replies that he always behaves like that, and Marcus starts laughing. Marcus looks ahead and cannot believe it. It is absurd that they, adventurers, joke in such a situation and do not worry at all. The protagonist notices that his tone has changed, asks Marcus who he is, and suddenly sees that Marcus's eyes have turned black. Marcus declares that he is Lydia herself, the first disciple who tasted knowledge from the legendary sage de Mort. She is the heir of her will, and everyone is surprised by her words. The main character asks what she wants, and Lydia in Marcus's body replies that she will give him an answer before his death. In fact, she wants her research on the power of undead treasures, to become known to the whole world. This country will be sacrificed to help her achieve her goal, and she asks them not to worry. Even if they die, she will be able to use them as undead. She tells him that this is not his research. It was started by de Morte. She is surprised that he knows about it, but emphasizes she completed it herself, so now it belongs to her. He asks her, "Does this mean you are guilty of stealing combustible stones?" And she contemptuously replies, "You know that yourself." Yes, she captured the leader of the Night Order and stole them. He was looking for the criminal. It turned out that the criminal was himself, a real farce. She decides the conversation on this note is over. She turns to the knights and the undead and orders to kill everyone here. The knight points forward and laughs, telling them all to die. They scream in pain, and the main character looks on with displeasure. Lydia does not understand what happened. After all, most of them should have already rested. She says they will see each other soon, gives the body to the knight, and after that he falls to the ground. Shannon asks where her real body might be. The main character asks Lucky to find her, but Lucky says he can't without a scent. And then someone approaches and apologizes for the delay. De Mort utters a spell and grimly says that he will destroy any undead who dares to stand in their way. The main character tells them, "I have already taken care of everyone," while the demoted one remains silent and looks around. De Morte sits down and, with a slight smile, says that now is the time for a glass of beer, and the main character apologizes and asks her where they can find Lydia. De Mort admits, of course she knows, asks them to follow her and leads them to some tower. The main character suddenly realizes Lydia is in the watchtower outside the city they are looking at. The main character strictly orders everyone except Shannon and Patry to be on alert in the monster garden. All the others already set off. The main character wants to go through the door, but De Morte tells him there is no entrance there, and she casts a spell, directing magic forward. The stairs emerge again from under the ground, and the main character understands that the entrance was hidden by an illusion. Now he needs to go inside. Everyone descends the stairs, sniffs the air, and looks for where the stench is coming from, while De Morte is puzzled. How did Lydia live for over 100 years if her body is hardly in good condition? Everyone enters the room. In the middle sits a girl who closes a book and looks at them. She is stunned. They have come so far. Their appearance here is unexpected, and no one knows how they managed to get through the pile of undead outside. It turned out they defeated everyone, and the Night Order finally came to its senses. Lydia looks at them and, not hiding her doubt, asks if they are really serious, since she sees they are true masters of jokes, but De Morte calmly says this is no joke. De Morte approaches and says to Lydia, "We haven't seen each other for a long time." But Lydia does not recognize her. Lydia does not remember ever creating such undead, so De Morte resorts to a hellish dungeon to awaken her memories. Such ancient magic impresses the girl, and she emits the roar of a water dragon to break De Morte's spell. The girl barely stands on her feet, thinks about the flame, and whispers, "Am I dead?" Lydia admits she became undead so that her fame would not spread around the world. De Morte coldly says that if she were a better person, she would have succeeded, and the girl grits her teeth and asks her to be quiet. She admits she trained even after death so as not to lose to her anymore. Let eternal darkness come, and the girl attacks her master. De Morte says, although she is so diligent, she still remains a foolish child, and attacks her again. The attacks of two girls collided, and everyone froze in shock. The main character asks if they have equal chances, and Mort notices that she has become stronger. Lydia loudly says, "Of course, that's exactly what I think," and asks how many years have passed since her death. The main character turns around. Patra has gone somewhere. Patra approaches Lydia and greets her warmly. She looks at the girl embarrassed. Patra suddenly hits Lydia in the face with a stick, and she flies back. Lydia says that it is unfair and she cannot fight everyone by herself. Patra looks at the girl so fiercely that her heart tightens. The main character realizes that she almost died because of her and sees her so angry for the first time. Lydia says that here she launches a bunch of shadow illusions. Her clones appear, and she asks Patra how she does it and which one of them is real. But Patra immediately hits the real one in the face, and Lydia realizes that her illusion magic did not work on her. She stinks so much that she is easy to find among the copies. Patrick says that her death will upset Dad. She resolutely says that she will not let her upset him. Lydia presses her bruised cheek and asks what she is talking about. Demarte puts his hand in front of Patra, apologizes for interrupting, and asks to leave it to her. She wants to take responsibility and deal with her student herself. Patra nods, and Demarte agrees. To finish Lydia off, because they have lived too long, Demarte creates a magical sphere. Lydia is shocked because she uses holy magic. It is impossible. Is Demarte trying to kill herself? Everyone is in shock. And Lydia says that because of the holy magic, nothing remains of the undead. Is it true that she really intends to do this? Demort says that this is the only way to destroy all the dead, and calmly suggests, "It's all right. We will die together." But the girl gets angry at such an idea. Lala runs up to her, shouts that she can't endure this, and in tears begs, "Don't go," because she is so happy to have met her. Demorte begins to disappear, and Lala shouts her name. At that moment, the main hero creates something with a hand movement and directs a magical attack at Lydia. The attack wounds her. She looks at the wound in her chest with horror and screams, falls, and lying down asks him, "How do you deliberately create holy magic?" And the boy continues to hold her hand. The protagonist apologizes to Demort and, with a pang in her voice, says that she shouldn't disappear because of someone like her. Lydia, hissing curses, angrily says that she did not expect to fight such a high-ranking mage, and if she had a little more strength, she could get rid of Demort. The girl promises that next time she will return even stronger, and they will see it. But when she begins to die, Demort realizes this was not a real body. The main heroine agrees and explains that there is no point in sacrificing herself for this, and Demort says that it's strange. She reacted too emotionally, misjudged the situation, and he saved her. Pixie Lala tightly hugs Demorte and with tears in her eyes, thanks the heavens. She is so happy that she did not disappear. Demort apologizes for making her worry, but soon they will have to part. And Lala looks at her in horror because of this. There are no more magical stones left. The stolen ones cannot be used, so this is a farewell. Lala asks Locke to share with them, but Demort decisively says that he should no longer be disturbed. The main character asks Demort with a smile if he can become his familiar. If she becomes his familiar, she will be able to freely take as many magical stones as she needs. But first, she will have to deal with Lydia. She asks again if he is really sure that he wants to make her his familiar, a representative of the dark race. The protagonist agrees, but he only has holy magic. This could harm her, and in the worst case she will simply disappear. The girl smiles and says that as long as there is even the slightest chance to live on, she will accept any outcome. La looks at her. The undead Queen of Darkness wants to become friends with the main character, but there is one obstacle between them. The boy quietly told her that because of belonging to the dark race, her dark magic will noticeably weaken, but she will not disappear. She says that then everything is fine and counts on him. Suddenly light flared around her. The undead, Queen of Darkness, transformed into a holy beast and became his companion. An available update for one of the companions of the Monster Garden. The main character thoughtfully chooses a small salt mine. Meanwhile, the Monster Garden was expanded. The boy asks what will happen to Lala, and she shines with happiness. Pixie is the familiar of the Queen of Darkness, and when the Queen of Darkness became his familiar, Pixie also became his familiar. The girl, shining with joy, thanks the boy and again asks him to take care of her. The main character is also glad to see them. In the capital, street repairs are in full swing. The man orders everyone to help rebuild the city and heads to the guild to report his request. At the guild, he is greeted by Rika, who says he is just in time, while he stands puzzled. Inside, several serious guys are already waiting, and he meanwhile thinks, "What is going on here?" The hero awkwardly looks at the two guys waiting for him and feels a suffocating, oppressive atmosphere in the room. The man notices that these two might just be sitting silently and guesses that something else might have happened. They always argued, so Locke asks Rika to explain what is going on. The girl smiles, makes a positive gesture, and leaves the room. The guy asks her to wait, but someone addresses him. One of the guys shyly apologizes for calling Locke because he was very busy, and Locke just smiles and says it's okay. The head of the Knights also stands up and sincerely apologizes. Due to his mistake, he almost killed him. Locke says to them in surprise, "Now everything is fine, so I can hold my head up." He asks if all the members of the Knight Order have been brainwashed and what happened to them, and Niche, quietly and with pain in his voice, says he is very sorry but remembers nothing. Perhaps it all started 6 months ago when he met a girl named Lydia. He also says that during training this girl appeared before him alone, and he remembers it well. Although it was their first meeting, he felt as if he was standing before a person he had known for a long time, and that sweetish scent clinging to his memory could have been the smell of medicine or some kind of spell. She summoned the rest of the Night Order and forced them to collect the bodies of monsters, saying that this would help develop the country. She explained that adventurers only get in the way, and Titus is the source of evil, and they believed her. So, they forcibly took the bodies of powerful monsters and were going to drive the adventurers out of this country. Because of this, he also wants to apologize to Titus. Guilty of the whole adventure, he sincerely repents, and Titus and the main hero are stunned by this. Titus says he cannot believe it. Such a proud man as he bows his head before him. Titus stands up and accepts his apology. Marcus thanks him, and Titus extends his hand. He will do everything in his power to calm the adventurers, but for now they need to unite and start rebuilding the city. And he smiles. Marcus supports us. He is waiting for our joint actions. Thus, the Night Order swore to work side by side with the travelers. The guild was also looking for a place for itself, but it turned out to be far from simple. As the leader of the Night Order, Marcus should have been responsible for the entire incident. But the king decided to rebuild the city first and deal with Marcus later. And then another man made himself known. It turned out that guy, the former hero, escaped. Ricker says he slipped away during the clash with the undead. Was this escape accidental or not? After a month, they finally find themselves at sea, preparing, resting, and drinking. Shannon is surprised. Here, sea is simply incredible. The main character agrees with this and is also somewhat surprised. He looks at the girl who felt from the first meeting that something was wrong, and since then has become happier. The girl confesses to Locke that all this is thanks to him. She smiles and thanks him for saving her. The main character smiles awkwardly. Lucky apologizes for interrupting them, but asks what purpose they came to the sea for today. Locke says that all this time they, thanks to Patron and others, have been restoring the city. The work was going well, and he thought it was worth changing the scenery. They all deserve a little rest and to have a barbecue, and everyone asks him about the barbecue. Barbecue is a method of cooking where meat and vegetables are prepared outdoors and eaten together. Everyone is happy that they will always be together. We'll talk about the details later, but now we need to eat before we get full. Everyone agrees and immediately grabs the freshly cooked meat. Even a small bird on the boy's head greedily pecks at the meat, and he suddenly remembers that he hasn't named it yet. The bird suddenly freezes in surprise, and the boy asks what to name her, seriously thinking about it. He wants to name her Yakitori, but she gets angry because of that. He says it was a joke and that barbecue is harming him. So we'll see. The main character loudly goes through a bunch of different names. The bird is stunned by this, but when he calls her CL, she suddenly shines happily. She really likes this name. Locke looks at the happy bird and notices. It seems she does not like names related to food. So from now on her name is CL. Demort turns to Locke and says that he simply cannot stay silent. It is so soft and juicy, pleasant and tender to the taste. The main character, puzzled, asks Dumorte aloud who she is, and she instantly turns into a skeleton and says that it is her. When she found herself here, she thought that his human form would be more pleasant to the eyes, and in that form she could even go out into the city, and the boy understood that they had many magical stones, but she did not know how to eat if she consisted only of bones. The girl asks him not to go too deep and to be able to feel the mood. The boy agrees. Lala asks, "What kind of sauce is this? A real delicacy." The boy says that it is a special sauce he made from onions and ginger, and the gentle aroma is given by apples. Lala had never tried such a tasty sauce before, and is very glad that they met Locke. She passionately wants even tastier dishes from him and can no longer wait, so she starts to pester him, and he eventually agrees to eat a little. Ants slide on the water that Demore turns into a hill, and meanwhile the main character eats meat. The main character is fishing. Lucky asks what he is doing. Locke replies that he is tying a hook with bait to the fishing line. The fish swims up and swallows the bait, and Lucky says that it is interesting, and he will try too. Lucky dips his tail into the water, and the boy notes, there is no bait on it. Lucky laughs. With such an attractive tail, bait is not needed. The main character comfortably lies on his back on the soft fur of his pet and thinks, what a pleasant weather today. Sometimes it is really useful just to relax. Lucky also lets go of tension, closes his eyes, and agrees with the boy. Let's not forget, every moment is priceless when suddenly something touches Lucky's tail. Lucky, in shock, whispers to Loku that he caught something, and the main character asks him to pull out the tail right now. The main character froze in shock, looking at what clung to Lucky's tail. It turned out to be a mermaid who looked surprised at the fluffy tail and held onto it with her hands. The main character and Lucky stood, enchanted by the mermaid, who continued to rejoice in her fluffy tail. Lucky asks what to do next. The mermaid really looks dangerous. She needs to be returned to the sea. Lucky waves his tail, but the mermaid firmly grabbed it with her hands. The girl is happy. This fluffy one is so energetic, and the main character asks his favorite not to give up. In a moment, Magic appears that pushes the mermaid back into the sea, and the main character asks in amazement, "What was that?" Loku's friends returned to him and asked what happened. Noise was coming from here. The guy says nothing much, and meanwhile the mermaid flies out of the water again. She yells at the fluffy one again and hugs Lucky's tail. He gets scared by this, and Shannon stands stunned. Lucky says that this time he will not hold back, and the mermaid asks him to wait. The mermaid says that she is not some suspicious mermaid. She just really wants to touch the fluffy charm and is happy with her tail. Lucky sends the mermaid back to the sea with a flash of magic, and Shannon says that she is creepy and too suspicious. From the water, all the mermaid's fur emerges again. They reach out to touch Lucky's fluffy tail. Lucky is already scared. She has turned back. He begs Locke to save him, confused about what to do, and then De Morte asks him to leave it to her. The girl creates a huge sphere above herself, and everyone present freezes, watching her. De Morte smiles and says, "If the mermaid wants to stay, let her stay. I will turn her into fried fish, and she will calmly choose to return to the sea." The mermaid says, "This is exactly what was expected from the land dwellers. She will immediately be forcibly separated from the fluffy ones. Then she will answer them the same way." The Grow asks Leviathan to come out, and something begins to stir underwater. Suddenly, a huge water serpent named Leviathan appears, and everyone looks at him in amazement. The girl froze at Leviathan's arrival, and the main character explains that he is the most powerful inhabitant of the ocean depths. The mermaid whispered that everything is correct. This is Leviathan, the Seeker. She orders him to show his power. Leviathan addresses everyone and says, "Nice to meet you. I am Leviathan and very glad for this meeting." The main character says in surprise that it is nice to meet him too. The mermaid asks what that means. She says that if he does not fight, she cannot be with the fluffy one and knows he will not. They will understand if she talks to them. The mermaid looks at him and asks what he says. The land dwellers speak only with fists. The only way to befriend them is through a fight. And then they say that their opponent is good and all that, and you don't even notice how she is already with that fluffy one. The mermaid asks him to show at least a little of his power. He agrees and begins to recite a spell. Leviathan releases the storm of the water dragon, or rather its refined version, and the water behind him begins to rage wildly. People were stunned by his power. This magic of aid seems to rival Fenrir's magic, and De Morte could not help but be interested. The girl decisively says that in this case she will show him her true power and release illusion magic. She transforms into a skeleton and summons the spirits of antiquity. Leviathan, shocked, shouted that he is a monster, then hid under the water, and this surprised everyone. The mermaid asks him where he went, and Leviathan trembles and admits that he is afraid of monsters. Lucky glances at the mermaid and says that she knew about his fear of ghosts, and the girl calls him a cunning fox. She smiles, waves her hand. "It doesn't matter," admits that she likes feet, and in a light voice offers the boy to become friends, to which the main character instantly refuses. The mermaid asks hopefully, "If they have already fought, can they now become comrades?" The boy says no, and the mermaid mentally feels that in that case there will be no one in her village to ask for help. The boy asks her what kind of trees these are, and the mermaid notes, he has a gargoyle, a tern and orange ants. The girl loudly begs the boy to help them too. She sincerely asks him to support their village, but the main character does not understand what exactly the help is needed for. The mermaid says that some fish appeared there and it is a big trouble. She asks for help again, but Locke does not understand what it is about. The girl anxiously searches for words to explain it to him, and Leviathan turns to May, asking permission to tell them everything. He emerges from the water and, with a trembling voice, tells them that 3 days ago a group of fishermen attacked the mermaid village at the bottom of the sea. Fish people are semi-human creatures with features of fish, squids, or sharks, whose fish traits are more pronounced than human ones. Mermaids, on the other hand, have more human traits, so these are two different species. Mermaids have never been enemies of fishermen, but they cannot be called close either. For 100 years the village lived in peace, so almost none of the inhabitants had combat experience. And from the sudden attack, the fishermen captured the village and took many mermaids prisoner. By the way, he was supposed to become the guardian of the mermaid village, but he is ashamed to admit he is not very skilled in combat. At that time, May was not in the village, so she was safe. She went to ask for help from the local residents, and the main character clearly understands this. So Leviathan quietly begs them to be kind and help them. But even considering their history, how can they fight if they cannot breathe underwater? And Leviathan simply tells them not to worry. In the end, he took some airgrass with him, and the main character eagerly wants to know what it is. Leviathan enthusiastically explains that by eating the airgrass, he will be able to breathe underwater. Water pressure will also not be a problem. The boy had no idea about this, and this grass can only be gathered in the mermaid village. If that man helps them free the village, he will be able to take as much of this herb as he wishes. He says he cannot put others at risk, and the ant girl begs him to help them. All the others also want to help the mermaids, and this surprises him. He says that if they say so, then he agrees too. The mermaid asks for confirmation that they will really help, sincerely thanks them, then happily squeezes the soft talisman as much as she wants, and grabs Lucky's tail again. But he quietly and immediately, using magic, throws her into the water. I cannot stop thinking about whether she is alive there. They decided to help the mermaids. He cannot believe it. The properties of the air herbs simply astonish him. Shannon swings the sword, the water presses, and every movement becomes twice as hard. He feels and realizes fighting underwater is beyond their strength. The ants quickly and happily swim in the water on gargoyles and wyverns. They are very happy. Their maneuvers were simply impressive. They even used wings here, and the gargoyle moved quickly thanks to wind magic. The main hero also tries, but suddenly notices that Lucky cannot swim. The boy thinks this is a bit too much for Lucky. Everyone agrees to move on. Anyone can enter the monster garden except the gargoyle. They all swim together to the cave, and Leviathan tells them that behind this cave is the mermaid village. The mermaid suggests swimming ahead and, if possible, not falling behind her. And they all swim into the cave. They find themselves in the mermaid village, look around in surprise, and the main character finally understands. This is really a mermaid village. Mai excitedly asks if this is a real miracle, because the village, shrouded in special magic, is invisible from the sea. No one has set foot here for centuries, so he should feel honored. Suddenly Leviathan grabs 3 of them with some rope. Everyone is shocked. May asks what he is doing, but he asks them to be silent. A fishman in the form of a shark swims past the tea. The main character freezes in surprise, and Leviathan says that he is probably patrolling. The rest of the mermaids are probably in the queen's castle in the center of the village, where he saw them. When they fled, the boy asked confusedly what to do next, and whether to attack them immediately, but that is impossible, so they will go through the alley leading to the castle. Leviathan tells May that he needs her to lead them. Then they notice she is gone. The mermaid has already gone outside and asks the fishman to free everyone. She tells him that she befriended the castle, but it suddenly attacks her and she asks, "Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet." But Leviathan rushes to defend May, neutralizes the fishman, and asks the mermaid what she is doing. May decisively says that she will not allow such a miserable coward to take part in vile attacks. They do not have time for that now. Suddenly another fisherman attacks Leviathan from behind, but the main character deflects the blow and saves him. The fisherman swims back and feels. It seems he has been noticed. If so, he will have to break through. He rushes around them, spinning so fast that the main character, although considering him agile, cannot accelerate enough for the needed maneuver, and then Gargoyle asks Locke to grab onto him. The main character suddenly barked at him, and together they caught the moment when he struck the fishman. They fly out of the water and together glance down, trying to understand if they will manage to win. But the fisherman is simply sitting on his lap, and the main character realizes with surprise there is no special effect. But the main character objected. He would not say that it will have no effect at all. The fisherman again starts spinning quickly around the main character, and the boy watches him closely. The main character asked the gargoyle to move 50 centimeters to the right, and she agreed, stepping back exactly that much. The man says the next turn should be 70 centimeters to the left. The gargoyle does what is needed. The gargoyle anxiously asks what is happening. As the main character expected, the fishman is still repeating the same movements. It seems his eyes were washed just like in the night order. Who is to blame? I don't know, but it seems he is unable to deliver precise strikes. So they can fend him off. Let the gargoyle move 3 meters diagonally to the left. Then the main character jumps on the fishman, calls Leviathan to act, and asks to entwine them with tentacles. He agrees. Leviathan releases its tentacles and, together with the main character, tightly embraces the fishman. After that, Leviathan quietly says that he was, of course, wrapped up, but doubts whether he can say a single word. Not having had time to properly talk with them, the boy involuntarily let slip in his thoughts who was behind this. But there is no time. He must hurry to save the others. They tied up many more fishermen, practically all the guards in the village. Surprisingly, there were very few of them. The mermaid turns to San and asks, "Why did you tie me up?" He says that if he had allowed her to move freely, many problems would have arisen, and she is angry with him. Several mermaids swam up to them and addressed May. She was glad that Madeline had come and hugged her tightly. The girl says she is incredibly happy. Tears are welling up, and the main character notices with surprise that they have crystallized. They are called pearl tears. Mermaids with great magic create these pearls when they are overwhelmed by strong emotions. Madeline, a little nervous, asks the boy if he is Locke. She introduces herself, says it is an honor for her to serve the queen, and thanks him wholeheartedly for helping them. The man says that this should not be done. Not all here are mermaids. Madeline says that the queens took many mermaids to the fishing village, where they locked them up and turned the place into a prison camp. The hero understands this. He must immediately go help the others, but she asks him to wait and extends her pearls to him. Locke cannot believe that this is the very pearl. They give it to him, as a sign of gratitude from everyone. The girls look at him and ask him to help them again. The main character agrees. In the village of Ribalok, they patrol the outskirts, and the main character, observing this, thinks that there are really too many of them. Right above them, a human ship hovered, and no one could understand why it was here. On the ship, a man and a merman. The main character suddenly realizes that he can speak. Maybe he is the leader. They ask him to look there, and he is stunned with amazement. He notices a mermaid in a cage and, horrified, realizes that this is really happening and that mermaids are being sold here. Many notice that someone is trading mermaids and simply freeze in astonishment. The ship with the mermaid slowly sails away from the shore, and the people on the shore hold their breath. Anxiety rises in the crowd. The heroes decisively decide to help free the mermaids, and one of them insistently suggests to reach the ship as quickly as possible. The hero says with a trembling voice that there may be more captive mermaids. Those are no longer on the ship, and suggests returning to their secret hideout to save them all. A small animal bravely sets off after the ship to find its secret hideout, as Locke said. The young man suddenly realizes they urgently need to come up with a way to save the mermaids trapped in the fishing village. The mermaids beg, allow them to stand guard to help free their sisters. Mermaids say that they were taught to fight, and they are ready to take action despite the danger. The hero fears for the safety of the mermaids, but they, with burning eyes, insist on participating, considering it their duty. Lucky, burning with enthusiasm, suggests an idea on how to solve the problem, and it is clear that he sincerely wants to help. Madeline asks if the mermaid and Lucky can handle this task together, and Lucky smiles and confidently says that he believes in their abilities. The dragon says that the heroes may even be stronger than him, thereby gaining the trust of others. The girl, surprised and embarrassed, asks, "How is this even possible?" The mermaid and the tiny creature gathered their courage and decisively moved forward to complete the task. The girl proudly says that she believes in their collective strength and sincerely emphasizes the importance of teamwork. Lucky casts a powerful spell. A whirlpool rises, diverting the sharks. The group of heroes, holding their breath, anxiously watches what is happening and fears the consequences of the heroes' actions. The whirlpool creates a large vortex that sucks in water and tears a deep hole, leaving traces of magic around. Locke sees the water receding and exposing the seabed, and watches this unusual phenomenon with surprise. The hero and the creature decisively decide to seize the moment. The enemy is bound in movement, and this is their chance to act. Madeline calls everyone who can still move to attack her opponents. Determination and readiness to act blaze within her. Mermaids and heroes rush into battle and ignite their abilities to attack the enemies. A huge shark froze in surprise and shock. It did not expect such a powerful attack. Locke is surprised. The shark can speak. The enemy watches the chaotic events and tries to understand what is happening around. A young man addressed the leader of the opponents and, full of determination and confidence, demanded the release of the captive sisters. The shark leader, though confused by what is happening, decisively cut off. "I will not allow the heroes to take them." The leader calls the fisherman to unleash his power and destroy the heroes, his voice and gaze burning with determination and readiness for battle. A pack of sharks launches a fierce attack, showing that their abilities have significantly increased. Locke notices with anxiety and surprise that the opponents have become much stronger. Lucky rushes into battle, fearlessly using his abilities to fend off shark attacks. Fenrir notices that the enemies move very slowly. They do not pose a serious threat at all. The enemy uses magic, directing all his power at the attack. A strong tension arises. The shark proudly shows off his new powerful body. The enemy claims to be invincible. He has a magic sphere that wildly increases his speed. The opponent carefully manipulates the power of the sphere, as if every move could harm him. The shark leader firmly holds the mysterious orb, and a little girl sitting on the dragon's back pulls it out with all her might. The girl on the dragon excitedly says that she now has a magic sphere and calls the hero Dad. The hero shark vainly tries to get up. His body is still weak, while Locke showers the girl with praise. The hero notices the sphere is surrounded by magic reminiscent of the mermaid leader's power, and he is simultaneously filled with surprise and anxiety. The mermaid agrees to help figure out the sphere, suggesting that she use data from her research. The enemy asks the heroes to return his magic sphere, saying he cannot do without it. The mermaid is frozen with amazement, watching as the magic sphere falls and breaks, and the hero shark stands in shock. The mermaid quietly reassures the shark, assuring him that nothing terrible happened, and that he will soon find something better. Locke asks the shark, is it true that his name is Pedro? He wonders why he controlled the fishermen and attacked the mermaids, and this clearly shows that he does not understand what is happening. Pedro confesses, his voice trembling. He was expelled from the tribe, and he wanted to prove that he was worthy. He explains, in the shark tribe, the size of the fins determines how much magical power they have. Shark says, a few days ago, when he was sitting and looking at the moon, a strange woman and a merchant approached him. The woman and the merchant handed Pedro a magical sphere and said they wanted to help him become better. He says that if you take this sphere in the hand of a sleeping fisherman, you can become the one who owns it, and this will astonish the other characters. The heroine asks Pedro, why did you attack their group? Pedro explains that he was ordered to attack the mermaid village, and in return he was promised a magical sphere for the captured mermaids. The mermaid froze with surprise and indignation, unable to understand how the shark acted so mercilessly. Shark hero confesses, he wanted to prove his worth at any cost. Locke anxiously asks where the mermaids, whom the shark gave to the merchant, were sent. Pedro is not sure but almost convinced. They were sent to Brandon. Locke turned to Demorty with surprise. The mermaid assures that the process will take some time, but it is possible, and she is determined. Demart warns Pedro that from now on he will have to prove his worth on his own, and not cling to temporary power that could destroy him. The mermaid points to the broken sphere, and this is exactly what troubles Pedro. The heroes set out for Brandon. Locke thinks, somewhere in this city mermaids are hiding. The dragon sternly explains, those who cannot become human will remain in the sea, and the rest must not make noise in the city. Locke notes says that some mermaids can transform into humans, and this highlights their uniqueness. Mermaids say that sometimes they transform into humans to walk safely in the city, and have special clothes that dry quickly. The mermaid whispers that at the bottom of the sea, among sunken ships, valuable treasures rest that can be used. Locke joyfully exclaims that they have stumbled upon the secret level of the mermaid trader, and encourages others to move on. The group froze. There were no guards near the building. This surprised them, and made them wonder exactly where their target was located. The hero decisively tells the others to stay in place until he resolves all the problems himself. Locke sees the open door and looks at the carelessness of the guards with obvious displeasure. The hero slowly surveys the dark room, cluttered with boxes and chains. A sense of danger tightens his heart, and he tenses, preparing for possible opponents. Locke notices several cages with monsters. They hiss and growl, looking aggressive. The young man sees that the monster looks unnatural, and this simultaneously frightens and amazes him. Locke finds a complex magical circle on the floor, an indication that experiments and research were conducted here. The hero realizes with horror that he has ended up in a place where disgusting experiments were done on monsters, and he notices a magical synthesis circle in front of him. Mermaids and other creatures swim in a closed water cage, and the hero watching is shocked by what he sees. The young man sees. The glass is too thick. The mermaids do not hear him, so he decisively shouts that he has come to help them. Locke scans the room with the magical circle, and realizes with horror that the door does not open. The hero learns with horror that the door is locked with a magically reinforced lock, and it is almost impossible to open. The hero speaks with the creature in the cage. She offers to say where the key is. The creature in the cage declares itself Dracul, a representative of the race of gods Ericon, grandson of the chief Arad, and challengingly asks, who is the hero here? Dracula offers to be released, and he promises to tell about the key, adding that after the attack he was locked here. Locke agrees to help, but first decisively frees the mermaids. He says now is not the time for talks. The mermaids sincerely thank the hero for the help, and he anxiously asks if they are all right. The hero asked with a trembling voice, are all the mermaids here kidnapped? One of the mermaids whispered in horror that the queen was taken to the auction, and the hero froze in shock. Locke loudly announced that those who can transform into humans must immediately flee from here. He fears the strict security of the hall. The mermaids sadly say that none of those present can become human, and they sincerely regret this. Locke begs Shannon and Gargoyle to come to his aid. Dracula addressed Locke, sincerely thanked him for the help, and promised that he would definitely repay him. The creatures in the cage beg the hero for help. They are also in trouble. Shark, looking around tensely, explains, Pedro's magic could not subdue them because they themselves possess strong magic. Shark begs Locke for help, and Locke, with a subdued voice, admits that they were handed over to traitors after losing control of the situation. The hero successfully freed the rest of the captives, contacted them, and sighing with relief, sincerely thanked them. Locke notices that the only mermaid left is the queen herself, so the rescue operation must continue. The young man suggests using Lucky to track the queen by scent, and Lucky agrees. The queen decisively says she wants to help the mother, and the other characters are also ready to join. The main heroine exclaims that May, who seemed like a simple girl, is actually a princess, not the mother, and this shocks the other heroes. Locke agrees to help the queen but sternly warns her. For the mission to succeed, she must follow his orders. The group tensely discusses the plan of action and says that in the worst case, they will have to spend gold to save the queen, so Locke asks Madeline to prepare more treasures. Lucky affirmatively says the queen's scent leads right here. Locke decisively says he will look around himself while the others stay outside, adding that the queen has not yet entered the auction hall. The queen apologizes for interrupting and insists that she will go with them, determined and ready to help. He confidently promises to return her mother to her, and she agrees to rely on him, filled with trust and hope. The queen asks Locke to take care of her mother and receives his consent, in which he emphasizes his responsibility and readiness to care. Locke enters the shop, and the man there looks at him with a tired gaze. The seller, surprised, notices that Locke is well informed about his affairs and asks where he knows such details from. The hero shows money, hinting that he is ready to pay for information and services. The interlocutor laughs at the heroes, as if confirming they really know what they are talking about, and waves his hand, calling them to follow him. The interlocutor proudly says that he has a wide selection of special monsters, from humanoid to fused creatures. The man says that an extremely rare creature was recently brought in, and this greatly interests the hero. The hero notices. The man in the hood behaves strangely. The man tenses and orders him to stop. The person in the hood wrinkles his nose at the foul smell and asks what the reason is. The man says that the smell is not from him, but the man in the hood continues to insist that the smell is very strong and disgusting. The man in the hood looks intently at the hero. His eyes glow, and it is clear that tension and suspicion are growing. The stranger admits, the smell is really strange, and comes from the main character, and he begins to worry a lot. Because of this, their mission might fail. The woman asks if Locke knows is another girl named Lydia, and he is surprised. He does not know her. The hero looks intently at the woman, and she involuntarily wonders if it is really so. The man in the hood apologizes if he accidentally scared the heroes, and admits that his magic is similar to Lydia's magic. Locke and the man quietly discuss who this person is, marveling at her mystery and the fact that nothing is known about her. One of the characters whispers that this man is actually the witch Ryza, who weaves magic into her instruments, but even the one who says this does not know all the subtleties of her craft. Locke feels anxious. Next to a woman who is familiar with Lydia, one must be careful, and he openly shows this. The man asks Locke if he is really glad that they finally reached the auction. For the first time in the history of the auction, the Mermaid Queen was presented as a special lot. Locke, stunned, recognizes the Mermaid Queen, May's mother. One of the characters says that all mermaids are considered beautiful, but this queen really stands out. Her impressive figure inspires admiration. The hero learned that the Mermaid Queen is valued at about 300 million, and his eyes widened in surprise. The man insists fervently. Queens are those who know how to fight, so their price is always high and non-negotiable. He says that Grice has long been eyeing that mermaid, but warns the hero, even 300 million might not be enough to buy her. A dangerous trader, son of a wealthy merchant, ready to pay huge sums for anything or anyone he desires. Locke feels the seriousness of the situation and postpones the attempt to acquire the mermaid. It is too risky. The hero learns that the price for the Mermaid Queen will be driven so low that she can be bought at auction for mere pennies. Locke agrees to the offer and immediately asks how they can get into the auction, since it is usually a closed event for buying creatures. The man thanks Locke for the help and subtly hints that the auction will take place in 6 days at 1800. The man assures the young man his security guarantees safe entry to the auction site. The heroine is horrified about her mother's safety. She is to be sold at auction in 6 days. Locke feels that this place where the Mermaid Queen is hiding is enveloped in incredibly strong magic, and understands freeing her by usual means is impossible. He suggests, if possible, to save the mermaids peacefully and first consult with the security. The group of heroes encountered a dragon, who looked at their appearance with surprise. The dragon recognizes the hero and does not hide its surprise. Locke asks why he was captured again. Dracul is upset. City guards turn a blind eye to warehouses full of monsters right in the city, and this clearly reveals corruption in the system. The guard angrily orders him to be silent, and Draco sharply replies that he is accused of lying only because he is a half-blood, and reminds the guard that he has already spoken about monsters created by fusion. The guard does not believe the dragon's words. He says no one will believe such heresy, and insists the warehouse belongs to Chad, repeating this over and over to emphasize the importance of the fact. The guard says that Ched imagined it as a distribution and rehabilitation center that did a lot for the city, although Ched himself traded creatures. The hero suddenly realizes that Ched is really selling creatures, and this shocks the other characters. Drakel asks if they received bribes from Ched, points to corruption among the guards, and suggests conducting a proper investigation instead of ignoring the situation. Standing next to Lucky, the heroine sternly warns the guard he has no right to offend anyone. The guard angrily shouts that he will punish the dragon with all punishments and strictly orders to take him away. Determination can be heard in his voice. Locke notices that the local guards conspired with Ched, and this exposes corruption in the system. The hero sincerely thanks the dragon for the help and assures that he will soon free him, promises to definitely keep his promise. The young man suggests, let's discuss this situation with all the other participants while they prepare for the next actions. The hero insists, without convincing evidence, one cannot accuse the merchant who is closely connected to the city and keeps it under control. Locke warns that winning the Mermaid Queen at the auction will be incredibly difficult, especially when important characters like Chad and Grizz get involved. The heroes agree. They need to learn more about Chad and Grizz, because there is another way to solve the problem, not just a trade. The group of heroes questions the locals to find out more about what is happening here. The hero summarizes, he is sure the man seen on the ship was Chad. Locke notices, in the city everyone you ask speaks of Chad as a good and wonderful person. But as soon as the heroes ask about Grizz, opinions instantly change. Someone calls him a stupid son. Someone says he is the worst, and everyone openly shows hostility towards him. Others claim that Grizz is gathering an army of fierce monsters and wants to take over the entire city, and this causes concern among the heroes. Locke feels his heart tighten. If the rumors are true, he will have to face not only Chad but also Grizz, so he decides to act. Lucky says he is hungry and insists that this situation be resolved quickly. Shannon laughs and says she is not hungry, although that might explain her behavior. Locke apologizes for not having eaten yet, but immediately says he is ready to help. A rare gray wolf appears before the hero, and this surprises everyone around. A group of people was lively discussing whether to sell the wolf, saying that it looks interesting and could be valuable. Locke decisively says, I will never sell Lucky. I love this animal. A man extends money, as if a ready solution to solve the problem or just to buy something. He joyfully announces that he is buying gray wool at 30 times the market price, and the hero is only stunned in amazement. The young man firmly refuses to sell Lucky and says firmly he will not do it for any money. He calls himself Grizz, the only son of a wealthy merchant from Fandel, and proudly shows his high status and confidence. Locke insists he will never put Lucky up for sale. It has special meaning for him. Grace assures the hero that there is nothing in the city he could not buy, thus showing her wealth and influence. The elder man proudly says that everything in the city belongs to Mr. Grizz, and the people nearby listen to him with admiration. The butler gladly shows how popular and authoritative he is. The people around continue to joyfully chant Grizz's name, giving him support and acknowledging his power. The hero resolutely refused to sell Lucky, not yielding to any persuasion or pressure from Gree. Lucky angrily asks Chris to be quiet. Either he does not understand what is happening, or he is just stubborn. Lucky looks sternly at the man, emphasizing the importance of what was said, and firmly states that he will not repeat it. The wolf categorically says, even after 1,000 years no one, neither an insect nor anyone else, will have power over him, and he is loyal only to one master, Luke. Griss's people fell into despair and felt powerless before Lucky's unbreakable spirit. Locke notices that Griss's people are under strong pressure, and overhears Lucky saying that the weak have fallen. Grizz, captivated by Lucky, sincerely says that his loyalty is worthy of respect. The merchant smiles and promises to feed Lucky anything, warmly inviting the hero to join. The hero is shocked. He cannot understand how the merchant withstood Lucky's pressure, and Gree advises an ordinary person to calculate the sum by multiplying the number by 100. Locke agrees to the offer, but looking at the merchant, his face shows displeasure or doubt. The hero offers to tell where exactly he found Lucky, and anxiously asks how he feels about it. And he demands the Mermaid Queen in exchange for the money. Grizzlies categorically refuse to give up the queen. They say that mermaids are much more valuable, and he cannot do that. And the queen is also part of Grizz's plan. He calls him poor, and with cold contempt says that this conversation is beneath him. Grizzlies nod. Locke is interesting, praises him for courage and emphasizes few can oppose him. The merchant calls the group to join him. The group of heroes slowly walks through a luxurious room where majestic statues and shiny decorations create an impressive atmosphere. The heroes walk down the corridor. Everything around breathes luxury and grandeur of space. The hero says that even such a huge estate cannot fit everyone. Thus he emphasizes its scale. Locke says the estate is very large, and Gris sighs and says he cannot earn so much money for such an estate. Gris shows rare figurines, and at that moment the heroes notice white wolves. Locke thinks that Gris collects wolves for their fur and says they are like mini lackeys, rare monsters. The hero does not believe it. The older man assures that everything is ready to continue the conversation. The boy cautiously nods, noticing a possible trap, and Grenz assures him that it is now lunchtime. Locke cautiously agrees, but still insists on the danger, while the merchant smiles and says that food is the best gratitude. The hero watches with admiration as the animal eats with appetite and admires it. The animal eagerly devours the food. Lucky looks around the room, does not smell poison or anything similar, and reassures Locke. Don't worry. Riz hotly assures that he never resorts to underhanded methods. The trader confidently says that he can achieve everything without dishonest tricks. The elder man suggests moving on to the main topic of conversation and firmly says that their wishes have already come true. After dinner, Lucky, full, goes out into the garden, and the hero, with a barely noticeable smile, says that he will speak first and hints at a plan to help the mermaids. The castle implies that it itself does not know if there is a boss of such a level as Lucky somewhere outside the royal capital. After all, the wolf was one of the bosses on the 10th floor. The elderly man notices that the hero is well informed and adds, such a leader is recommended for the 5th grade. Gris explains that he constantly receives the most diverse information. After all, he is the son of a merchant. Grid enthusiastically suggests using the mermaids for training. The heroes learn that the fishermen will soon attack the city, and this news shocks them and fills their hearts with anxiety. The merchant says that once the merchant Chad, using a device for predicting misfortunes, accurately guessed attacks by white wolves in other cities. He says he wants to toughen his army for underwater combat, especially when the enemy is led by a queen. Gris thinks about how to reduce damage to the city with the help of mermaids who skillfully fight underwater. The man shook his head and said, buying a divination device for a lot of money looks suspicious. The hero thoughtfully looks into the essence of the situation and hints, something is clearly wrong with Chad's predictions. Blocked questions, because they suspect that Chad secretly engages in illegal trade of living creatures and experiments with chimeras. Gris tells how Chad quickly gained the trust of the townspeople, quietly creating free food and medical aid points and acting unnoticed. He says that many guards are bribed, so now it is even harder for the heroes. The elder man angrily says that traveling salesmen in his town behave rudely. Locke notices that Gris is not at all like the servants say about him. Locke says that Gris is very smart, but quickly adds that he only heard about him as a foolish son of a rich man. The man briefly nodded and said that in fact that is what they think of him. Gris says that such conversations are easier to have when everyone equally understands what is happening. The hero decisively expresses his serious intention. He asked with a barely audible request whether he could count on the help of the older man in gathering evidence against Ched. Again, Locke asks and hints, it would be good if it were fulfilled. The hero clenches his fist and asks Gris, give me the mermaid queen if I win her at the auction. Locke offers the merchant several instructors for underwater training, and this sincerely surprised him. The hero says he can help right now, and this attracts the attention of those around. The older man's face clearly shows genuine surprise. Grizzly approaches the hero, loudly asks his name, and, hearing the answer, firmly says, this is really Locke. The merchant smiles and says that the hero has earned his attention. He offers cooperation and impatiently wants to start working together immediately. Locke accepts the offer and his partnership with Gris begins with a firm handshake. The heroine explains that the sphere not only manipulates people, it is also a device for collecting mana. She suspects that mana is being collected in the sphere to resurrect a demon that once threatened the world. The girl adds that from old papers it is clear, such magical power is beyond human capability. Locke, with surprise in his voice, asks for details and says that this might be the very demon they talked about earlier. The heroine whispers that from the available information it follows, there is a high probability that these spheres are connected to this demon. Demort says with distrust that her words are only assumptions. She wonders who could have devised such a treacherous plan, and recalls with horror the possible resurrection of the demon, which could bring great troubles to the world. The hero shouts decisively, we must immediately find the creator of the sphere, otherwise the demons will resurrect. Locke, without hesitation, names Risa as the main suspect, the seller of magical tools from Chad's shop. The young man feels the seriousness of the situation and, with a trembling voice, asks for permission to continue studying the demon to better prepare for future events. Locke says that he has carefully gathered information about Chad and his connection to the demon, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming auction. By the walls of Mr. Nada's dining hall, the characters stand in line. On the eve of the auction, food is distributed here. People line up to take their portion of food. There is noise and bustle around. Residents sincerely thank Mr. Chad for the free lunches, warmly noting his kindness and care. The hero notices the free medical station. People are standing in line and are impressed by the scale of what Chad is doing. Utah tries to calm the person nearby, saying that their turn will come soon and everything will be fine, but he still doubts. Lucky notices Chad really deceived everyone. Locke painfully regrets that Chad got involved in dubious affairs, although his actions seemed noble. The characters see a guild announcement. The fisherman's attack is approaching and the townspeople are gripped by anxiety. On the bulletin board is attached an alarming message from Chad. He warns travelers that an attack by fishermen may occur in the coming days. A commoner full of doubts asks, will the fishermen really come as Gree predicted? Locke Notes writes that Mr. Chad's prediction came true, and this surprised them. The characters stop confusedly. They see a child who seems familiar and are surprised by her presence. The child screams desperately from fear, and the hero, trying to calm him, hoarsely asks, what happened? Lucky became interested in the child, but the boy got scared, stepped back, and called the beast a big dog. The child begs for help, and Lucky sharply says, I am not a dog. The hero notices that everything is only getting worse. The child continues to scream in fear, and others vainly try to calm him down. Finally, the baby stopped crying, and the heroes noticed with surprise that he had become braver, so they asked what had happened. Shannon offers to share her cookies with the child to calm him down and gently asks if he is hungry. The child says he is really hungry but adds, that is not the most important thing, hinting at much more serious problems. The boy says fearfully that his little sister has disappeared. He explains that his sister stumbled, injured her leg, and therefore went to the doctor. The boy went for food himself, and when he returned, she was no longer in the tent. The heroine offers to help and says that Lucky, with his excellent sense of smell, will definitely find his sister. The boy nods happily and wants to set out with the heroes to search for his missing sister. Lucky smiled and agreed. Let them call him a dog for now. He is even grateful for such a nickname. And the hero nodded in response, confirming that everything is fine. Now only luck decides everything. The beast rushes incredibly fast, like the wind, and the other characters look at him with genuine admiration. The wolf flies through the air joyfully, openly showing his freedom and pleasure from movement. Locke sincerely thanks Shannon for help with the baby. She smilingly says that she has a younger brother, slightly younger than herself, and Locke enthusiastically adds that she gets along wonderfully with children. Shannon anxiously asks if the boy's parents are nearby, but he only says that they are not. The boy tells how suddenly a pack of white wolves attacked the city where they lived, and how his father, along with others, rushed to defend it. The boy quietly says that they were going somewhere, but you stumbled and got hurt, and now they have painful memories. Locke's gaze stopped on a strange tattoo on the boy's neck. A group of heroes walks toward a large building. Locke and Shannon froze. The sign said residents of Chad Khan, and they could not believe they had ended up exactly here. The hero decides, as soon as the action plan is ready, to approach Gree and clearly convey how serious this situation is. Locke suggests that Chad used free treatment points to kidnap orphans who came for treatment, and this stunned everyone around. Grizz warmly welcomes Locke, smiles, and behaves in a friendly manner. The boy asks Grizz to watch the child for a short time, honestly saying that he is worried about her safety and well-being. Grizz nods and agrees to help, while Locke says he has questions he wants to ask. Shannon apologizes to the boy. They failed to bring back his sister, but she promises to continue the search. She squeezes his hand and, with a fiery look in her eyes, assures the boy that they will not give up and will definitely bring back Nayuta. Now you just say, she always says that, and laugh, implying that it pleases or slightly embarrasses him. The character in the dark hood says, Dob is not here now, and his voice reveals doubt and disappointment. Locke asks if the woman had mentioned Lydia before, and anxiously explains why this is so important for their current situation. The young man states that while walking around the city, he heard rumors about Lydia, and believes that they will help understand what is happening. The woman in the hood coldly concludes that Lydia is hiding somewhere on the west coast, and gives specific information about a possible location. The hero adds that Lydia was seriously injured or is in danger, and connects this with the flood that struck the capital after the horde left. Locke says he decided to talk about his attempts to find someone, but the truthfulness of his words is doubtful. The masked figure smiles, says she is wounded, and adds that she will say hello to Dob. Locke reports that now they exchange information with Pedro and the Sirens, so the current stage of investigation or search is completed. Locke, surprised and cautious, asks, "Is this Mr. Ched's house?" The guard instantly reacts to the hero's appearance, sharply firing, "Who is this?" and distrust and irritation blaze in his eyes. The guards at the gate recognize the hero as a fan of Mr. Ched and sincerely offer him help, making it clear they are on his side. The man finally allows Shannon to enter briefly, though it is noticeable that he hesitates a little. The heroine bowed her head, apologized for what happened, and gently calmed the guard who was checking if she was okay. The heroes cautiously step into the building, each step filled with prudence. They know well that traps may be hidden here. A huge yard spread out in front of the building, and they freeze in amazement, looking at its size. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a pack of red coyotes appears and attacks the heroes. The hero is ready to fight the Class B monsters himself. Although there are many of them, they are not that dangerous, he says. Locke turns to Patra, who is joyfully having fun. Petra apologizes to the animals and sincerely explains that they will have to go through this place. Animals meet the heroes hostilely and aggressively, ready to defend their territory or hinder their movement. Patra's appearance from behind, like a large ant, becomes especially aggressive. She shows her teeth and prepares to attack, creating a tense situation. A group of animals surrounds the girl, but with each of her words, they quietly retreat backward. She happily addressed the animals and said that everything was resolved peacefully, possibly thanks to her efforts. Locke thinks that the girl is pointing at the children in the building ahead, and she calls him Dad, thereby opening her trust and respect to him. The group of heroes climbs the stairs and finds the entrance to the basement. One of them quietly says, "This is the basement," hinting that they are approaching a place where prisoners might be. Chad Shannon Admire says that he is very smart, possibly referring to some strategy or actions. Inside, the group actively discusses how to earn more, selling ordinary people instead of treating them. They also note that synthesized magical beasts are expensive, which further emphasizes that everything here is about money. The worker is eager to join the next raid, ready to help and prove that he is capable. The hero notices that the sleeping flower works and sincerely thanks CL for the help. Locke gently soothes the children, tells them not to worry, and kindly asks how they feel. The girl recognizes Raylan and joyfully exclaims his name, confirming that he really came to help. She said decisively that a way out will definitely be found if only one does not give up, and added that she had anticipated the arrival of help. The girl admits that she was always taught, women must be strong, and she says that everything happens as Rylan said. She sharply refuses the offer, grabs the keys. Every her movement shows how urgent everything is. She says with a smile that choosing walks is a matter for ladies, and it surprises him so much that he asks if she is really serious. She says that she had long been looking for an opportunity to escape, and her heart trembled with excitement. How to get so many people out of captivity? The girl joyfully suggests freeing the rest of the prisoners, rejoicing that the heroes came to help in time. A little girl asks, "Show what needs to be done to help free others." The heroes loudly celebrate success, especially Patri. She is showered with praise for her deeds and told that she is one step closer to becoming a lady. The group rejoices that everyone was freed and prepares to fight the red coyotes who still threaten. Patrick boasts that he scares others, proudly shows confidence in his abilities, while other characters just look a little skeptical. Patra encourages the girl. "You can do it if you are fierce enough." Grill radiates confidence. The heroes decide to find a divination device to learn more about the future, and then return to Gree. They agree to this proposal and firmly emphasize how important this mission is. Locke asks Grizzic to look after the children and adds that Raylan's younger sister is with them. The hero smiles and agrees to help. Grizzly is ready to help but hesitates a little. It is clear that he is embarrassed and uncertain. The merchant says he contacted relatives in the royal capital and sent one of them there, and the girl adds that she misses her older brother. The man asks something, and the heroine confidently says that everything is fine, thanks him for the help, and warmly emphasizes how important it is to work together. Gris, with a serious face, says, "Tomorrow will be fun," and in his words there is a hint of what awaits us. Locke looks around the building and notes, now they only have to prepare for the next day at 6 in the evening, and he is pleased because he understands that this gives them an advantage. The great hall unfolds before their eyes, several tables where people talk and drink, and the air is already filled with the feeling of a celebration or an important event. Two people speak. One raises a glass with a toast. The other listens attentively. A formal and solemn atmosphere is felt. The heroes actively discuss the venue of the creature auction, saying that there will be many participants, and this only emphasizes the importance of the event. Grizz confidently assures the hero that for deals over 100 million he always shows up and says, "No need to worry." The auctioneer loudly announced the start of the sale of creatures and warmly welcomed everyone present. The first slot is a man from the race of god dragons, starting bid, 100 units. Auction participants eagerly raise their bids, each new offer outpacing the previous one. Veras decisively agrees to help Locke win the auction. The hero notices Gris placing a bid of 500 units, which stunned the other auction participants. The auctioneer loudly announces the winner with the highest bid, 500 units, and promptly asks if there are any other participants. Locke agrees, 500 units is a quite reasonable price against the market value of creatures. Gris confirms that 500 units is an excellent price, especially for the god dragon race, which is not very popular because they are hard to control. The man smiles and jokes. Everyone expects such behavior from him because he is considered a rich, spoiled boy. The auctioneer proclaimed, "The next lot is one of the brightest pearls of Class C, which is hard to catch because it is of the combat type." The mermaid queen appears on stage, and the audience holds their breath in surprise and admiration. Gris stakes 100 million, clearly showing that he is serious and ready to spend big money. When other auction participants noticed Gris, one of the influential players, they were filled with both surprise and tension. The stakes continue to rise. One bids 130 million and another 120, and a fierce battle for the lot unfolds between them. Gris suddenly raises the bid to 300 million. The other participants freeze in shock. He openly shows his determination to win the auction. The auctioneer loudly asks if anyone will raise the bid, but the hall falls silent. No one responds, and the man is sold for the last offer. The trader loudly announced, "Winning bid, 300 million, and said the auction is over. The bidding is closed." Gris proudly declared that he is the son of a wealthy man and openly showed his superiority over the other auction participants, and Locke sincerely thanked him for his help. The other participants agree. It's time to settle the scores, and in their eyes, it is clear they are ready for the next step. Chad recalls Mr. Grizzly. In his words, there is a barely noticeable hint that he has an important role or is involved in the current events. Chad sincerely thanks you. Thanks to you, the auction went successfully. Grizz is busy writing something, possibly a document or contract, and Chad asks for the contract. The man in the long coat agrees to rephrase the question, but only if he manages to find out something else, which clearly says, this person wants more information. Grizz asks about the fishermen who attacked the city, hinting at recent events and rumors that may prove decisive for the current situation. Gree is surprised to learn that most of the creatures being sold are illegal, and this clearly shows how serious the problem is. The merchant whispers rumors. Supposedly, Ched kidnaps orphans everywhere and makes them his slaves, referring to his reputation and methods. Grease says that he also studied a magical divination device, and this clearly shows that he is well versed on the subject. With a serious expression, the character notes that everyone present is pretending to be innocent and behaving suspiciously. Ched angrily reproaches Mr. Grizz for rudeness, and firmly says that testing that magical device does not inspire trust, emphasizing that he does not trust his actions. The girl looks worried or angry, as if contemplating the situation or preparing for the next step. Grizz says that after the kidnapping, she was locked in the basement along with other orphans. Clear evidence of Ched's cruel abuse. Ched smiled contentedly. Gree confirmed his words, though he expected it anyway, and proudly said that only the locals trust him, emphasizing his popularity and authority in the city. Grizz says that something slipped past Ched's attention. Ched learns that the girl's name is Naida Louisa. She is from a ducal family, and this surprises everyone. The girl with tears in her voice says that she was kidnapped and held in the basement, making serious accusations against Ched. Naida also accuses Chata. She supposedly provoked the White Wolves' attack on the city, adding another serious accusation to those already made. Ched is surprised to learn that it concerns the Louis family, and cannot understand how any of them could have survived. The girl throws back her hair and exposes her neck. On it is a tattoo indicating she is the daughter of Duke Ludovic. On the girl's body is a noticeable tattoo with a coat of arms. It confirmed that she is from the Louis family. They notice the coat of arms on the announcements and, filled with curiosity, ask what this symbol is. The girl explains that this coat of arms confirms her origin from the Ludovics. Grizz explains that every aristocratic family has its secret cube for creating such tattoos, but adds, not all family members know about it. It can be dangerous. Grizz said that soon the truth will come out. Then it will finally become clear who they really are, and their status and origin will be revealed. The merchant spins thoughts in his head. Whom to trust? The Duke's daughter or an ordinary slave trader? A group of people froze in tension. Grizz sternly orders Chad to surrender, emphasizing that everything is very serious. Chad is stunned by the recent events and the actions of others. An expression of surprise is frozen on his face. Armed men surrounded the main characters. The air was filled with danger and pressure, and it felt like a clash could erupt at any moment. Chad, surprised and displeased, says that in this city all the guards serve him. He smiles arrogantly and loudly throws out that Grizz is a foolish rich man, and his words carry contempt and self-righteousness. Chad urgently asks everyone to be careful and warns about possible consequences if the negotiations fail. Locke suggests Shannon stay in place and observe the situation, hinting that he knows where Chad is heading and is probably preparing for the next actions. Grizz is against leaving Shannon alone. He considers it a mistake and insists teamwork and safety for everyone are needed. Shannon fiercely attacks the enemy with a weapon in hand. This is clearly a tense and dangerous confrontation. The girl repels the attack decisively and fearlessly, demonstrating combat skills and an iron will to resist the threat. The characters are stunned and worried because of Shannon's powers. She says she trains with Fenrir and emphasizes, "I have extensive experience in martial arts." When Shannon learns that Locke called her cute, she whispers in surprise. The character greets the heroes with a smile. The heroes discuss the story about slaves, and one of them says it is long. This only emphasizes how complicated the situation is. The man displays prepared mermaids in special containers, hinting that he is ready to sell or use them. He thanks Locke for the help, hinting that he feels indebted to him again. When the hero realizes he wants to thank the dragon for the help, his heart fills with amazement and gratitude. Dracula asks in surprise, "Why does the mermaid cost 300 million? And Locke replies, "That's true." The dragon angrily and indignantly states that he cannot accept the idea that his race, the dragon gods, is worth such money. Locke asks the dragon to take the mermaid back to the sea, insistently showing that the matter is urgent. The dragon agrees, but painfully says that the hero is leaving him rather cruelly, and this heightens the emotional tension. The hero found himself in trouble. He was chasing the queen of the mermaids herself. Gris sternly told Ched, running away is pointless. The merchants grimly call to surrender and say they have a witness who can confirm their accusations. Ched said that he is interested in listening to others, and that he clearly showed curiosity or pleasure from what was happening. The man with a mustache said that her testimony will indeed be unpleasant, but only if she stays alive, hinting at a threat to her life. The fishman swims in the water, and chaos and tension prevail around his movements. Ched and Locke look at each other. One smiles, the other is serious or worried. A character in a hat and long coat loudly exclaims that it is time to take revenge for all the humiliations. And this clearly indicates a conflict. A group of fishermen surrounded Chad. The air tightened with tension and it seemed they were ready to attack. Chad did not expect this, because he was the one who sent these fishermen to fight against the main heroes. Chad points at Pedro, calls him an enemy, and suddenly everything becomes clear to him. The heroine warns passionately, if he had been watching Pedro, he would have been imprisoned. And she emphatically stresses that the consequences of his actions will be very serious. Chad, not hiding his surprise, asks, "Why do the mermaids cooperate with the fishermen?" The girl confidently says, "Everything is fine. We know what the enemy is planning," emphasizing that her group understands everything, and this could become the key to their strategy. Shannon angrily shouted that Chad sent a fishing rod against the mermaids. This is betrayal, and he will pay for it. Chad will never allow everything to go according to plan. He is ready to intervene and change the course of events. The man froze with fear, probably because of the sudden appearance of a snake. On the ship, the atmosphere is tense. The heroes are on the verge of a nervous breakdown, and Chad, feeling fear and anxiety, asks for help. Locke persistently convinces the queen of the mermaids to return to her people as soon as possible, behaving confidently and decisively despite what is happening around. The queen decisively declared that she would follow Locke, showing her loyalty and readiness to help. The mermaid wants to pass her throne to her daughter so that she can boldly follow the main hero on his journey. The queen of sea creatures addressed the hero and asked if he would become a friend of that girl. She smiles, offers her friendship, and emphasizes that she wants to cooperate. Locke agrees that the slave contract is no longer valid and suggests discussing it with other group members, showing concern for a collective decision, while the girl nearby looks surprised but trusting. Suddenly, the queen proposes marriage to the hero. He is surprised and embarrassed. Locke rejected the marriage proposal but allowed the girl to join their team. The queen joyfully says she looks forward to working together and then, as if in passing, adds that now she is just bone marrow. At that moment, a mysterious figure in a hood appears. Her face is completely hidden. The girl, with a serious expression, utters the name Lydia, and it carries an important memory or connection. Two stand on the seashore under the moon. One in dark clothes quietly explains to Talita that the scientific works were stolen and there is nothing there. The hooded woman says that during the separation Lydia fell silent, and adds, "It was even more convenient for her," so the interlocutor looks at her with incomprehension. When the woman says that eternal darkness will come, it sounds like a promise. She is ready for anything so that Lydia permanently loses the ability to speak, and the tension only grows from this. The fight between these two girls begins suddenly. Lydia hits the other girl hard, loud sounds and explosions thunder around and the woman retreats, but remains standing. The woman, with fear in her voice, says that Lydia must be seriously injured despite her strength. The woman feels unbearable pain as mighty flames pour onto him, the very same that are called the endless fires of hell. Suddenly, a strange figure appears, a skull surrounded by magical symbols. Skal calls herself Demort. She is Lydia's mistress. The situation remains tense, but Demort looks calm and confident, and this worries the woman. The woman froze in amazement upon hearing the name Demort. She could not believe that such a powerful being stood before her. Demorte, with a cold smile, explains, the scientific articles were deliberately stolen to force the heroes to return them, and issues a challenge. If they do not meet her demands, there will be another fight. The woman looks with surprise at the mysterious skull-shaped figure, calls him the Great Sage, asks why he is here, and it is clear that his appearance troubles her. Riz smiles bitterly. What irony. Lydia's student is also involved in the theft of scientific articles, and she adds that she is grateful for this, although it all seems like a strange coincidence. The girl again addressed the hooded figure and, hesitating, asked permission to ask one more question. Lydia cannot stand it and asks, why does the woman need to resurrect the demon? The hooded figure denies having created the demonic sphere, says it existed before, and this surprises the interlocutor, who is tense trying to understand what is happening. Lydia, although doubtful, still believed that the woman was not lying to her. The heroine turns to Riz with a request for a favor. Lydia notices the heroine's magical abilities and says that she has potential but warns, this act may lead to severe punishment. She advises the heroine to turn her time and captivity into an opportunity for self-development and research for the benefit of people, and strongly emphasizes, it is important to reflect on one's own actions. On Riz's face, surprise and anxiety, but he still believes the words of the mysterious figure. Lydia insists that this great sage who gives such wise advice can be trusted. Ched ended up in prison for violating slavery laws, for rebellion and other crimes. He sits in a cell, worried and thoughtful. After a few days, an investigation is launched against Riz. He is severely punished and sentenced to long imprisonment, but she, surprisingly, looks happy. Ryland and his sister call relatives to decide what to do next, and decide to live together, creating a new family. The fisherman, who was once cleverly deceived, slowly restored relations with the mermaids. The heroes see that after all the events the city is calm again, and Gris agrees, saying that the situation has stabilized. Gris sincerely thanks Locke, says that all the success is thanks to him, and adds that now the townspeople know who Ched really is. People and creatures were able to accomplish an important task, and all this happened only because they worked together. Shoulder to shoulder they carried loads and took on various tasks. The hero sincerely thanks the merchant, with respect and gratitude for support in a difficult situation. A dark, mysterious place where something is happening just as the heroes tell about their exploits and successes. The mysterious man is alarmed, and says that the situation is becoming too serious even for him. His reaction reveals real danger and severe difficulties, and then he casts some kind of spell. At that moment, suddenly a dragon appears, sealed in a crystal.